enclosure, Muckcross A. All these 6 boats have gone through time trials and then heats, and this is their 3rd race of the morning. So these junior 16 girls are being asked an awful lot, and it's a credit to them, all coaches and family and all, for getting them to them, no matter where they finish here this morning. It's absolutely amazing and well done. Take a hand clap, give them a hand clap, all those people beside the parents and coaches. Brilliant to get them here. So as we move on now, this is a big race for these girls. First time over 2K this season. Junior 16s, next year they'll step up to 18s. They still have the cock steering them in the boat, who sits down in the bow and behind the bow girl, steering them down, so they don't have to worry about that. As they move on down the course, we'll pick it up shortly now with regards to positions, but here we go now. So yeah, a little bit of a chevron forming now, so the fastest crews in the heats into the middle of the course, lanes 3 and 4. So just nudging out in front there.
Hello once again from the National Rowing Centre, and huge apologies if I am actually out on the air at the moment. We've had some big technical issues here with the live stream and have been unable to get it out, so apologies if you are tuning in from home and you were looking forward to a morning of racing. Hopefully we've those technical issues resolved and we're back online now. I felt earlier on like a Eurovision caller from back in the 70s when they were trying to get a connection through to whoever was hosting, but hopefully, as I said, we're back online now, and we're coming back, unfortunately, for everyone tuning in from home. It's the last race of this morning's session. It's the final of the Women's Junior 16 Cock Squad that came through the time trials this morning just after 8 o'clock, and then the heats at 9:30, and now into the final. We've Cork A in lane 1, Galway A in lane 2, Closhignoid A in lane 3, Lee in lane 4, Neptune lane 5, and Muckcross A in lane 6. Previous race we saw Matthias Cogana of Skibbereen taking the win in the men's single, junior 18 single. Then we saw Cork win in the men's senior 4, Commercial win in the women's intermediate, WCD win in the
in lane 3 from Galway Rowing Club in lane 2.
Win, and similar to the men's junior 18 single, very tough racing through time trial heats and now into the final 3 2K races these rowers have gone through, and I'm sure they'll be back over the weekend to compete in other events as well. Leading it out at the moment in lane 3, it is Closhignoid A, one of the fastest crews to come through the time trial and into the heat and then into the final as well. Centre lane in lane 3, they're leading it out at the moment ahead of Galway A. The 2 Galway crews from Galway City side by side racing each other, and then it looks like the Neptune crew at the moment just about ahead of Lee. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4 further back then to Cork and Muckcross. Bit of surprise, Cork Boat Club won the most recent Cork Regatta, but they're back now looking like in 5th or 6th place along with Muckcross. But leading out, impressive stuff here from Closhignoid in lane 3. As I said, their 3rd 2K race of the morning, and I'm sure these crews are going to be back racing in other boats as well. So tough racing, but in full control at the moment, the crew from Closhignoid in lane 3. Inside them we have Galway A. Overlap between the two, and they're going to have to start making a move now if they come down into the last quarter of this race to see if they can get into the mix for the win overall in the Women's Junior 16 quad. Shannon, the defending champions from last year, not contesting it. They won the 2025 event. So we'll have a new club winner for the Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad. And at the moment, it's between 2 clubs from Galway City. It's Closhignoid and Galway are the 2 pushing well ahead then of Neptune in 3rd. And then Lee in 4th, Muckcross and Cork in 5th and 6th. And this will close out this morning's session before we take the lunchtime break. Back then with time trials later on at 12:30, kicking off with the men's club Coxed 4. But impressive stuff here from the crew from Closhignoid. They push on. That little challenge that came from Galway looks like it's not holding as the Closhignoid crew power on towards the finish here. Really competitive race in the Women's Junior 16 Cox Squad. I'm sure some of them might be featuring in the Junior 18 quad as well when it goes coxless, is the change from 16 to 18. And this will be a big noisy boat race coming down with the coxes from all 6 crews cheering, encouraging their crews down, giving the instruction when to go for the pushes. And I'm sure those bow-loader coxes will be looking over their shoulders to see where the challenge is coming from. In an ideal position, it's the crew in lane 3, Cloistegnoid A, in control, and they know either left and right. They can see what challenges are coming, but there's clear water back to the chasing pack, with the exception of Galway A. So Galway are the only crew within striking distance. Little bit of clear water separating first and second, and then it's a gulf of water back to the chasing pack, which at the moment looks like now the Lee crew might be coming in to take third. Really solid 500 metres from them to move into third place, ahead of Neptune and of the crew from Cork as well. But this is all about the 2 crews from the City of the Tribes, and Cloistegnoid, the crew leading it out. They're extending their lead in the last part of this race. They push on in the run in towards the finish. The noise from the enclosure is going to lift these crews home. After already racing in the time trial event, into the heats they went, and now into the final and leading it out. Cloistegnoid A ahead of Galway. They're the 1 and 2. You can see just how much distance these 2 crews have pushed on ahead of the chasing pack of Lee, Neptune, Cork and Muckross. So really impressive rowing from both of these crews, but it is the Cloister crew at the moment just winding up towards the line. Galway crew unable to lift it and get back on level terms with the crew from Cloister. So it's going to be Cloister's days at the moment. They're just winding it in. Last few strokes from them in the run in towards the finish. And the Galway crew just top of your screen there. Little bit, about half a length, 3/4 of a length of clear water separating them out as they come home to close out the first session of our 2026 Irish Rowing Championships here. It's the Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad in lane 3, coming through the time trials, coming through the heats and into the final, leading it out centre of the course and pushing on towards the line. It is the crew Cloistegnoid in full control here. The Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad event is going to be theirs as they wind up towards the line. Spirited performance from Galway in second place, but unable to keep the pace of this really impressive Cloistegnoid crew. They're down to the last few strokes, and it is going to be Cloister crossing the line ahead there. But they've extended that lead over the last few hundred metres, and it's Galway A coming in to take second place. They're the 1 and 2. Ahead then of the crew from Lee. Solid second half of the race there from Lee sees them take third, ahead of Neptune in fourth. It's Cork in fifth, and then the crew from Muckross just coming in to take sixth place. So really, really tough racing for the crews with those time trials this morning into the heats, as I said, and into the finals as well. Amazing racing, and well done to all of the crews that are there, and especially our winners, Cloistegnoid A. So hopefully there is someone tuning in at home and listening in, and we have some steady feed going out now. Huge apologies to anyone that was tuning in this morning looking to track the races. We're all set up here, but we had some technical issues. Hopefully that's resolved. We can regroup during the lunchtime break, and we'll be back just before 12:30, where we'll start off with this afternoon's session, a series of 4 different time trials for the men's club 4, the men's junior 18 pair, the women's junior 18 single, and the men's junior 16 quad time trials, all kicking off this afternoon. And then a short break before we come back for a run in of the heats and the finals to close out day 1 of the 2026 Irish Rowing Championships. So little suspiog here as we regroup, and we'll be back just before 12:30, just under an hour, and we'll kick things off with the men's club 2 Cox 4 time trial.
Prendergast office, please. Alan Prendergast. Tony to the slip.
Good afternoon and welcome back to day one of the 2026 Rowing Ireland Championships here in Farran Woods. Apologies again to anyone tuning in this morning. We got off to a flying start with the time trials first thing this morning at 7:30. Ran into some technical issues and I know we were offline for a number of hours. So anyone tuning in from home, apologies for that. Hopefully we resolved all the technical issues we had and we're going to get a clean run of things for this afternoon's session. We're going to be kicking things off in just under 5 minutes with the time trials for the men's club Coxed 4. 24 entries to get us underway there, to be narrowed down to a time trial which will give us the crews that will advance on to the semi-final or the heats. And then we have the men's junior 18 pair, women's junior 18 single, and the men's junior 16 Cox quad time trials, bringing us up to just after 1:30. Short break then of 20 minutes before we're back to run into the heats and the finals for this afternoon, for kicking things off there at 2:20 with heats for the women's junior 16 Cox 4, the men's club 2 heats coming out of those time trials, men's junior pairs again out of the time trials, women's junior single out of the time trials, and the men's junior 16 quads before going into the heats of the women's club 2-4. Different qualifying for them going through heats and into the final, 2 crews to qualify each there. Short break in this afternoon and then we're back just before 4 o'clock to get a run in towards the finish and award more of the championships pots as well as those junior 16 races as well. So a lot of action to come, and as we said, hopefully all stable for this afternoon session. Just some background information for the time trials: if there's more than 18 entries, then we switch over to the time trials where they're looking for the top 12 crews to move into the semi-finals or the heats as we're having some of the races. And then the fastest crews of those time trials will be given the centre lanes, the preferential centre lanes, where they'll be able to be in full control of the racing, look left and right and see what challenges are coming as they make their way down the track. And the time trials that we're going to kick off a series of 4, so a lot of crews to make their way down, and we'll be back shortly for the first of this afternoon's session, the time trial for the men's club Cox 4. So shortly underway with our first time trial of the afternoon session, the time trials for the men's club Cox 4 event. And just a reminder for anyone tuning in from home, if you check out the Rowing Ireland webpage for the event for the championships, you'll find the link to the live Google Doc that will give you all of the latest results and the draws as and when they're available. The time trial results are all there on another tab as well, so even the crews that don't make it into the top 12, they'll be able to check in and see how their times fared in the races that they heard earlier on. And that club Cox 4 will get us underway. Then we have the men's junior 18 pair, women's junior 18 single, and the men's junior 16 quad. So a lot to get through in the time trials over the next hour and a bit before we take a little susbiog, a little break then before coming back with those heats of the women's junior 16-4. And then those crews that race in the time trial, quick turnaround for them because they're back on the water to race in the heats that will give us the crews that will advance onto our 6-boat finals. If you are tuning in from home, we'd love to hear from you. So if you're posting any messages of support or crew pictures or any parties that you're having, barbecues in this lovely sunny weather, supporting your families, friends and clubs, feel free to tag us, tag Rowing Ireland, and use the hashtag We Are Rowing Ireland. We'll pick it up there and have the comms team share it out, and we're looking forward to seeing and hearing from clubs all over the island over the next couple of days and showing their support, as well as those that are on site here as well. For anyone that is on site, the merchandise tent is open there. It's not just got the Rowing Ireland merchandise, but there's also some books there. The history of the Big Pot. There is the history of the rowing championships. Plenty on offer there, and they're all in the merchandise tent up by the vendors that are here on site for food and drink as well. So lots of activity in the hub of the rowing village here in the centre, and that's where the presentations were being made as well. It was just up there to see St. Michael's being presented with the women's junior 18 pair, and Matthias Gogan, the men's junior 18 single scull presentations just taking place there recently. So we're just regrouping here before we get underway. The first few crews, similar to this morning in the time trials, the crews will come down in lanes 3 and 4 in sequence, about 20 seconds separating each of them. And in the club 4, Cox 4, hopefully we won't see any congested racing when we come down, but the onus is on the crew that is going slower than the faster crew approaching them to move out. We haven't had any issues last year or this year with that system. Hopefully everyone plays ball and we get some nice clean rowing coming down, and these club Cox 4s are going to come down at a fair clip compared to the singles that we had earlier on this morning. So we're going to see an armada of boats make its way down here for the time trial of the men's junior 18 pair, which will be off after the men's club 4. As I said, similar to the junior 18 men's single we had this morning, the women's so the crew's already underway. On screen you can see the first of our crews for the men's club Cox 4 time trial underway. First crew out of the blocks was Kilmac-Simon, who we mentioned in some of the commentary earlier, more used to coastal rowing over the last number of seasons, but have seen them feature in this season at a number of regattas. They were here in big numbers at Cork as well, so very welcome to see them and Wicklow and other of the coastal crews here racing on the river rowing. So our first few are underway. Kilmac-Simon and UCC, the first two crews underway, you can see on screen. Neptune and Trinity B just getting onto the lanes for their start, and they'll start making their way down to us. Already looks like a good start for UCC. They went off after Kilmac-Simon. They've already pulled through them just in the few hundred meters that we've gone, so this is powerful stuff for UCC. We mentioned 24 different crews that will race here in the men's club Cox 4, and that we're going to have, and we're going to get our top 12 that will go into the semi-finals, and then into the final we go. So 3 tough races they have in this afternoon session to race, both qualifying out of the time trial into the heats, and then it's all about those finish positions to get into the top 6 into the final later on this evening. Just a reminder, everyone on site here, we want everyone to stay fit and healthy and hydrated over the weekend, so as much as possible, athletes, coaches, supporters, stay in the shade if you can. Keep those liquids going and stay hydrated and keep the sun factor on. The medical personnel are here. If anyone does run into any trouble, they're here to help and support not just the athletes but also anyone attending here on site as well. So back to the water we go, and our first few crews are underway. In the men's club Cox 4, we have UCC. Looks like they already got the better of that Kilmac-Simon crew coming through them, and in the background we can already see Neptune and Trinity B underway in the men's club Cox 4. So great footage from the start there. You can see the crews that are in the traffic pattern beyond the bridge. They come up on the left-hand side looking up the course. They go into a traffic holding pattern. Then there's a barge up there with some of our volunteers that then will call the next race or the next crews that are coming up, and they'll go in sequence down. And then we have not just the starter but assistant starters as well up on these stake boats, the starting blocks up there, and then they bring them into the relevant lane that they're going to race in, lanes 3 and 4, and then they can do a standing start and row in and hit that timing marker. They're the red boys that are just beyond the start, so it's little shy of the 2,000 meter course. Or they can row through and just build up over a couple of strokes and then hit that timing marker at full speed as well. They race down then, as I said, in the 2 alternating lanes, making their way down, and 24 crews to get through, but we know our first 6 are already underway. So this UCC A crew are looking really powerful here. In the first few hundred meters, they passed out the Kilmac-Simon crew. They're going to come under pressure as well from Neptune and Trinity behind them. So we'll see if they're able to either move out of the lane so that they can give the other crews a clear run at it, or they hold off the challenge that's going to come up towards the stern of their boat. But nice rowing from UCC in the Coxed 4. When it moves up to senior, it moves into Cox, I suppose. We saw that as well with the races this morning. The junior 16 level, it's Cox, but up at 18, then it goes to Coxless. So UCC, really solid rowing from them, coming down the middle part of this race down the track. Kilmac-Simon will be behind them. Then we've Neptune A, Trinity B, Commercial and Queens. They'll be the first 6 crews making their way down into the time trial. Used to racing against side by side, and then they need to go back to the drawing books for these time trials and know what their pace is over the 2K race, know when they want to do pushes, know what they're capable of over that, and then go out and try replicate their fastest boat speed in the time trial events. So the Cox will definitely help with this. They'll know through the stroke coach or through the Cox box, they'll have the metrics that are there telling them how they're doing. Are they on target for the time that they're aiming for? Do they need to lift it? And rowing as strongly as UCC are here right now, they don't have to worry about any impeding boats behind them because they're well clear of Kilmac-Simon and the crews as well from Neptune and Trinity. So really nice clean run here from UCC as they power in towards the finish to kick off this afternoon's session. So long, powerful strokes from the crews as they make their way down. And you can see the Cox well tucked in there into the bow seat, knowing that finish line is in sight, giving the guys the direct instruction they need, knowing how many strokes are left, and they wind up for the line. The benchmark is going to be put by the crew from UCCA. They are the first of the crews from the men's Club 4 crossing the line. Hopefully they're happy with the time and their performance there. And we'll go back up the course shortly and pick up the crews that are coming down. I mentioned Kilmac-Simon, Neptune A, Trinity B, Commercial and Queens should be the first 6 crews coming out. And we can just start to see them come into view now. And it looks like the Kilmac-Simon crew might have been passed out by Trinity as well. So the experience of UCC and Trinity allowing them to get the better of Kilmac-Simon. The Neptune crew are just into view as well. They're coming into the run in towards the finish. So they're going to be the second crew home, and again comparing their times to UCC to see how they're going to get on for the qualifiers. So the club events just outside of novice and juniors, where we see the club rowers, and some recent changes. We'll see new club championship events being added to the program for next year. We might have to start running a night shift. There is the Neptune crew. They're the second crew home in the men's club Cox 4. We'll go back up and pick up the next 2 crews, which are going to be Trinity A, DUBC A, and the crew from Kilmac-Simon. There you can see the start. Those red buoys just beyond where the safety launch is. That's where the timing starts from. So you can see the crews, they get into their lane and then they're let off, and it's at that marker just shy of 2,000 metres that we get the time started from. DUBC B crew, Trinity, just through. Sure, they'll be combining with the A crew later on to race in the men's Club 8. And we'll see how they fare. Back up, we can see now the Kilmac-Simon crew just coming in. They've crossed the line, so our top 4 crews are through. Next up, it should be Commercial. 1:05 for Commercial, and Queen's A will be shortly behind them. So the Commercial crew, last few strokes from them. And all home nice and cleanly. And it's the waiting game now for these crews to see how their time goes. And you can see the stroke man there just checking the stroke coach, turning off the timer. So that'll give him a good idea. And there's that Kilmac-Simon crew as well. After Commercial, we're going to have the Queen's crew, Queen's A, along with another Trinity crew. So that's the Queen's crew just coming through. So successful in novice over the last number of years, the Queen's program. See if that transfers into the Club Cox 4. So Commercial, Queen's, all through. And the next series, we're going to have Trinity C, Castleconnell, Shannon, Neptune B, Closhtignoid and Athlone will be the next 6.
Right, so as Richie said, that's the first 6 of the men's Club 4 safely down the course. A large amount of time trials to get through here in the next couple of moments' time. We're about just under a third of the way through this men's club event. So the next cruise down the track that we're going to be expecting will be DUBC, the C crew, Castleconnell, Shannon, Neptune B, Closhtignoid and Athlone. That's kind of our next 6 crews that we're expecting to see. And just up on the screen there you can see the Trinity crew making their way down towards us, and that's followed by Castleconnell. So the men's club event, as Richie mentioned, is just outside novice and just outside junior obviously as well. If we look at this Trinity crew that are coming down towards us here now, they'll appear on your screen in a couple of moments. These men will more than likely have raced novice a couple of years ago, and now they're up into the Club 2 categories of the race in the Club Cox 4s here at the Irish Rowing Championships. That's them up on your screen there now. We saw the B crew race only a couple of moments ago, and a credit to Trinity to have 3 men's Club 4s in this event. So up on screen now, it is bow number 107, DUBC C. That, as Richie mentioned before, and as I mentioned earlier, the Cox is just nicely tucked in under the bow as they make their way towards the final couple strokes of their race. So as I mentioned, this event is it's great for these athletes because they're outside novice as of this year, and now they're moving up into the club category and gaining even more experience. So that is the crew from Trinity safely over the line. That's bow number 107, making our way through these time trials. One of the things about time trials is it takes it out of everyone. You've no boats beside you essentially, so you're really aiming on getting the fastest time possible. Now the crew up on screen looks to me to be the Shannon crew, bow number 109. Shannon have been getting on very well recently this season, especially in the men's club events. If I'm correct, it's the men's club 8s that I saw at Dublin Metro a few short weeks ago. What a performance they had from them. Here they are in the men's club 4, and by the looks of the running order they've overtaken the Castleconnell crew, so looking good for them. Let's see, do they feature in the semi-finals later on today. You can just see the Cox again tucked right in under the bow, her hand slightly up, and to me looks like she's holding herself up in the Cox's seat. That means there must be some power in that Shannon crew in this men's club Cox 4, powering down the course, making their way down towards us. Distinctive colours there in the stern pair and caps of both of those crews, but look at that lovely view of the NRC there in view of these crews making their way down the course in the men's club Cox 4. So the Shannon crew just coming across the line, that's going to finish out their time trial in the men's club Cox 4. For a lot of these in particular this Shannon crew, they may have been out of novice a couple of years, but this club event is great for athletes who are coming back into the sport. Maybe it's after time away, maybe it's after rowing junior previously. But that's Shannon safely across the line in the event, and we'll go back up the course now. And as I get slightly closer to this crew, it looks to me to be the Neptune B crew, bow number 110-110, and look at that, the banks of the NRC are lined with people. So whether you're listening to us here in the enclosure or indeed online, the place is a hive of activity this morning. I took a walk down through the enclosure earlier this morning, and there's something in the air when it's the morning of the Irish Rowing Championships. Everyone knows this is it, this is what the season has made for, and this Neptune crew, they're all too well aware of that as they come into the closing stages. That's Neptune safely across the line in their time trial of the men's club Cox 4. But yes, there's definitely, when you walk around the NRC in here on the banks of Inniscarra, you know it's the championships. The trailer park is absolutely packed. There is trailers everywhere. It's great to see boats everywhere. I saw a lovely drone shot earlier of boats on racks and trailers and everything. So yes, that is the Neptune B crew safely over the line. A lovely shot there of the stake boats. Indeed, that's what's going on up in the stake boats 2,000 metres away from us here at the National Rowing Centre in Inniscarra. And as I look back up towards the course, I'm looking at Colostignaig and Athlone making their way down towards us. Now let's look at the running order of this draw. Colostignaig would have been let off before the Athlone crew, so this is looking good for Athlone if they've overtaken the Colostignaig, which the draw would suggest they have. Athlone really coming on in sweeping in the last couple of years, making headway here now in the men's club 4. Some of these athletes may have been junior in previous years, and this is their chance to rise up through the more senior category. So Athlone looking like they've overtaken the Colostignaig crew again. We've had about 10 crews on the course so far in this particular event, and quite a large number to go. We have about 20 crews left in this particular event, and Athlone making their way down towards the finish line now. What a lovely row from this crew. You can see, as I said earlier, conditions are absolutely fabulous here at the National Rowing Centre. If you're here on site, you can really give a testament to that, because the water is nearly like glass at this stage. And if you're not here joining us here in Cork at the National Rowing Centre, well, let me tell you, it's a glorious day. As Richie mentioned earlier, we're reminding everyone to keep, if you're here, keep in out of the sun, keep hydrated. And that's exactly what this Athlone crew are going to do as soon as they get off the water. They'll be hopeful to make it into a semi-final later on. We'll have to wait until all the times have come through. But that's Athlone safely down the course in the men's club 2-4. And in a couple of moments' time, we'll be able to see Colostignaig come across the line in the men's club 2-4, and that will finish out the first 12 boats all safely over the line here in the time trial.
So we're halfway through the men's club Cox 4. 12 crews already through, another 12 to go, 24 in total, and then we're looking for the fastest 12 to come through, so the times will be collated and will be available. It's not just the positions as well, though, the lane order. If you are the faster crew, you get those preferential third and fourth lanes, which will help with the racing later on. Cluster crew just coming through, and now it is one of the UCD crews, UCD B 114, just coming through as well. Looks like a tough race for the guys there, and they'll have to see how they fare in the times that are there. So that would be UCD B that have gone through, bring us more than halfway into the race here. UCC B just coming through as well, and then shortly we'll have Galway UCD C and UL will be coming up. Different rigging styles that we see in the boats here, some of them stroked from the bow side like the UCD crew here. We have the traditional stroke side stroke, and then we saw that bucket rig where maybe bow and stroke are on the same side. So we'll point that out if we spot any more of those. Just back up at the start now, we're seeing the crews, as you can see, in lane 4 coming down. They're just gone through the timing marker, and then the next crew, they're going on the stake boat, so they do want to get that practice start in. So you can see the crew there, and they're just winding up off of the start, and then they'll hit the ground running, or hit the water running I should say, to come through. The Galway crew 116 just coming down into the course, and they are coming towards the finish, so they're winding up towards the line. This Galway crew, UCC already having gone through, Galway coming through shortly, and And then we'll see a UCD C crew as well as the UL crew coming up. So this Galway crew, a more traditional style here with the stroke side rigging, stroke and 2 on the stroke side bow and 3 on the bow side. A nice high rate, they're coming down at a fair clip here for Galway, running towards the finish. Little glance over the shoulder from the bowman just to spot where is that finish line, when is it going to come, and they know they just have the last few strokes coming in. And then that waiting game that we mentioned about seeing, are they going to qualify? That is what's next for them, as well as getting off the water, cooling down, and see what the next steps are. So that's Galway safely through in the time trial for the men's Club 4. UCD, UCD-C and UL are the next two crews that should be coming down. Not seeing any overlapping or overtaking for these college crews. Is the UCD crew that should be just coming towards with the distance there. You can see the rowing centre in the background, and I can see on another screen here that the UL crew are absolutely motoring here, and it looks like the UL crew are coming up to challenge that UCD C crew. So that means the UL crew might have had a really good run at things here, because they've eaten into that 20 plus seconds that would have been at the start of the race here, and they're absolutely powering towards the finish. So it's UCD just crossing the line, but I think UL, nice row from them, gaining ground on the UCD crew over the course. So they are now through. So that is UCD, C and UL all the way through. And next up it should be University of Galway. So they are the current defending champions in the men's club Coxed 4. They should be the crew that we see coming towards, well, not the crew, definitely the club that we see coming towards the line. They won that last year. And they're just through there. So that is the University of Galway crew, men's club Coxed 4. Next up we should have the crews from Queen's, St. Joseph's, Trinity A, New Ross, UCD A, and Cork. The last 6 that are going to bring us home in the men's club Coxed 4.
That's a lovely shot of the stake boats up there. We'll be moving on in a couple of moments' time to the men's junior 18 pair. They're already going to be leaving. I was going to say leaving the stake boats, but they're not quite attached to them due to the format of time trials at the moment. We'll be catching up with them in about 7 or 8 minutes' time when they get down towards us here at the finish line. But as Richie mentioned, we're down to the last 6 in the time trials of the men's club Coxed 4. As Richie mentioned, University of Galway, defending champions in this event, just crossed the line a few moments ago. Now, I'm looking at the crew up on my screen at the minute, and to me that looks like Queen's University Belfast B, bow number 120, making their way down towards the finish here as we speak. As we mentioned, it's a time trial event. You have to give 110% if you want to have any chance of making it into a semi-final, let alone a final later on this afternoon. So that's Queen's University Belfast safely across the line in the men's club 2 Coxed 4. And look, this is one of the wonders of the club event. You have the likes of Queen's and University College Dublin and DUBC. These are all colleges, but also in the mix we have the likes of St. Joseph's. A lot of these young athletes will still be in school. They'll still be around that 18, 19 years of age. They mightn't qualify for junior anymore, but here they are racing the men's club 2 Coxed 4. Will they make a semi-final later on? We'll have to wait and see, but that's one of the wonders of the club event. You have a wider range of athletes, and what an experience it is for these athletes who are more than likely that bit younger. But that's St. Joseph's safely across the line in the men's club 2 Coxed 4. 4 boats to go in this category, with the semi-finals coming up later this afternoon. First semi-final to take place at half two. Half two will be the first semi-final of the men's club 2 Coxed 4. So large number of entries in this event to be narrowed down to just 12, and look at the power coming from this Trinity A crew. They're showing there's a reason that they are the A crew. The power going through that boat, very distinctive colours of black and white, especially in a boat. But coming down towards the line now, it is DUBCA. They finished their time trial in the men's Club 2. Who knows? We're going to have to keep an eye out. As Richie mentioned, University Galway are the defending champions from 2025. Let's see, do they have anything to say about that later on? But yes, the crew up on screen there, you can say that took a lot out of them, but that's Trinity A. And now let's switch back up to slightly further up the course. This looks to be, to me, like New Ross Boat Club. They're bow number 126, going past the packed banks of Inniscarra here in July at the Irish Rowing Championships. What an atmosphere this is to row in. I remember when I was rowing out there only a few short years ago, you can hear the crowd roar from about the 500 metre mark depending on who's there. But that's New Ross Boat Club coming up to the line in the men's Club 2 Coxed 4. 2 boats to go in this event, and then we're going to be switching it up, going back to the juniors, staying with the men, going back to the juniors, and we'll be going to the men's junior 18 pair. But now let's go back up and let's look at University College Dublin A. This would be a crew I'd be keeping an eye out for, who potentially may make it to a semi-final or a final later on today. As we mentioned before, the middle lanes in the semis will be the fastest boats that will have qualified from the time trial, so we'll keep an eye for the times when they're released. But that's UCD across the line in the men's Club Cox 4. As you can see, taking a lot out of those athletes in the time trial. That's all part and parcel of it. The Cox saying, yes, I've given the seal of approval. Let's see what happens when we get back to the slip and we take a look at the results. Lovely shots from the start there. The men's junior pair is well underway as we speak. They're on their way down the course. Boats being let off every 20, in or around every 20 seconds in the men's junior 18 pairs. But who will appear on screen just as I say that? It is Cork Boat Club in the men's Club Cox 4. They're going to finish out this event, but let's see what a power coming through this boat. They had a very strong senior 4 earlier on today. Let's see what their club crew is like. That's some really long, strong rowing from that crew from Cork Boat Club. They're going to cross the line and finish out the men's Club Cox 4. 12 crews, 24 entries into this event. 12 will make it through to the semi-finals later on this afternoon, and then the 6 will go through to the final later on. So that's it for the men's Club Cox 4.
So short little break while we wait for the men's junior 18 pairs. They're already underway. Just a huge word of thank you to Cork County Council. They're a huge supporter of sport and community, and Cork County Council continue to champion events like this. And as part of their commitment to sustainability, they've provided the water refill barrels that are throughout the venue, and we'd encourage you to refill your water bottles and reduce single plastics if at all possible. And just a reminder to remove your rubbish and leave the area as you found it. And the Quilcha have a campaign, Leave No Trace, so we definitely want to make sure that the boat park and the beautiful grounds that we're in are left in the way that we found them. Meanwhile, back on the water, we are now moving on with the men's junior 18 pair. So we have 21 crews here to be narrowed down to 12. Blackrock A are the crew out there leading at the moment with commercial. They're the first 2 that went off the timing starter. So Blackrock A, commercial. These 2 really long, powerful ropes there from Blackrock A as they come in towards the line. And home first, so their job done, but they have that waiting game now to play to see will their time stack up against the other 20 crews that are racing to see if they'll qualify for the final. Commercial just through there as well. They're the first 2 to come through. The men's junior 18 pair. 21 entries, as I said, overall, to be narrowed down to 12 and then a further 6. So the toughest of racing here for these crews, having to race 3 2K races in the time trials and in the heats as well. But nothing that will phase these elite junior 18 pairs. They would have had a long season of time trial ahead of the rivers, and then of course the regatta season a little bit disrupted yet again this year with weather. So I'm sure they've been out getting a run of things from through Cork Regatta and into the champs as well. Up on screen we can see 4 different crews making their way down here. We've already seen Blackrock A commercial. So on the water we have Queen's, 2 Coláiste crews and Shannon all within view there. The crew on the right hand side of the screen, it's Queen's, and it looks like they have opened up a pretty extensive lead here when they were making their way down. They've pushed on ahead of Coláiste who would have gone on after them. So tough racing again when you're out there on your own, you're racing against the clock. You know what you're capable of doing, trying to just focus in on the job on hand. And then it all changes later on, as we saw from the time trials this morning moving into the heats. But we'll see how this crew fares. Blackrock A commercial already through. The Queen's crew just winding up towards the line. Glance over the shoulder there from the bowman. And they'll hear the encouragement from the enclosure to bring them home. And power on, and right behind them then we're going to see the crews from Coláiste and Shannon and Lee. So that's Queen's just through. And now we've 2 Coláiste crews, Coláiste D, Coláiste B, as well as Shannon A. So hopefully we'll see now how the next 3 crews they were in within viewing distance. Just at the start there we're seeing some of the crews go through the red buoys. We talked about this where the timing goes from. Here's one of the Coláiste crews coming in. And again, tough racing out there. They're looking to see where that finish line is. So Coláiste I think that might be the B crew. I need to get my eyes tested, I know, but Coláiste just coming in there. And there is another Coláiste D crew out there along with Shannon. And we're back up at the start there. You can see the crews getting into their 2 lanes, getting ready to be let off in sequence. And there we are in lane 4, one of the crews just coming through. Lane 3, just been lined up as well. So the second Coláiste crew just coming up towards the finish. I think this is the D crew from Coláiste. B crew already through, so that's Coláiste D just coming in. And next up will be Shannon, as well as Lee B. And plenty of crews just coming into their lanes up at the start again. I think the Lee crew might have already gone through the finish there, just working off the footage that we have here. Shannon just coming in towards the line now. And this again is the men's junior 18 pair. Shannon A137 is their bow number as they come in towards the finish. Winding up towards the line, and after that then we will have Lee B, a second Shannon crew, Methodist, Shandon, St. Michael's, all on the course and making their way down. So a dogged, determined race here from this Shannon crew. They just crossed the line, so it's Shannon A just crossing there. And next up we're going to have Lee B and Shannon C.
So that's the first 6 of the men's junior 18 pair safely down the course. I'm looking at a very strong looking Methodist pair making their way towards the finish line here on the camera. Will they have one eye on the semi-final? I have no doubt they do. Methodist coming down towards the line in the men's junior pair. Now, one thing worth noting in this event is a pair is widely known as one of the hardest boats to row. You have 2 athletes with 1 oar each, and to add something else into the mix, one of them will be steering the boat with their foot. It takes a lot of trust, takes a lot of training together and bonding to be able to make this boat move, and that's what I'm seeing a lot of these crews being able to do. The Shandon crew up on screen as we speak. Look at this for a strong moving boat. You can see both athletes looking straight down the centre of the boat, and trust, as I mentioned, trust is a very, very big thing in a pair, let alone a junior pair. But this is one of the events where you see some of Ireland's top junior sweep rowers taking part. So that's Shandon safely down the course in the men's junior pair. Look at that first shot off the stake boats. We're already getting underway with some of the women's junior 18 singles. That's going to be a big event. We'll get to that in a couple of moments' time. Will be with us in about, I'm going to say, about 7 or 8 minutes' time. St. Michael's showing up on screen now with the men's junior pair. What a row from them. This is more than likely going to be a pair that will feature later on. Art Thornbury and Evan O'Byrne sitting in the stroke seat. This could be one to watch. Let's keep an eye for the draw later on. That's one I'm keeping an eye on. St. Michael's safely over the line, paddling it through, let the lactic acid out of the legs and get back into the slip, get some food on board, and hopefully, all crews will be hopeful that later on they'll be back out on the water in a few short, I'm going to say, minutes or hours time. Kalashnikov will show up on screen in a couple of moments' time. That's them in a very bright yellow M-Packer safely across the line in the men's junior 18 pair. That's another one that I'm keeping an eye out for later on, with Owen O'Connell and Harvey Sloan sitting in that one. Let's keep an eye out for when the heats, the lane, draw for lanes, I should say, is released later on in the heats. But yes, that's Kalashnikov safely across the line in the time trial of the men's junior 18 pair.
Next up on screen, we're going to see the crews from Presentation Cork. Bob Lee in the bow seat, Jack O'Connell in the stroke seat for Presentation. And then we'll have Blackrock B, Neptune and Enniskillen, Kalashnikov C. Just watching the crews, that'll be the last of the men's junior 18s will be on the way down. And then the next time trial already, as you can see, coming up, it's the women's junior 18 single. But in the run-in towards the finish is this crew from Presentation. Bob Lee, as I mentioned, in the bow seat, Jack O'Connell in the stroke seat. So footage there, as we mentioned, the next series of races in the women's junior 18 single already up, and the first few crews are underway. But we still have a number of crews to get through here, and next up it's going to be the Neptune crew. Emmett Villing in the bow seat, Hugh Curran in the stroke seat, so that's Neptune in the green boats there. And then we have the Blackrock B crew as well. So it looks like it's a good run for the Neptune crew, having pulled through Blackrock B. Oliver Hammersley and Oscar McManus from Blackrock B. Neptune just going through there. Blackrock B crossing the line. And then next up coming into view is going to be the Enniskillen crew in the men's junior 18 pair. Enniskillen, Ryan Topping in the bow seat, Evan Donaghy in the stroke seat. They're motoring through here, really high boat speed. They've crossed the line, that closes out there. That's Enniskillen. 5 more crews in the men's junior 18 pair coming up. And you can see just how much effort it's taken there from the crew from Enniskillen. And the last few crews coming in there: Kalashnikov C, Shannon B, Castleconnell B, Castleconnell A and Lee A. And side by side we have crews here from Shannon and Kalashnikov. It's a good run from Shannon if they've gotten the better of the Kalashnikov crew, but a response there from Kalashta. They're taking it up, they're racing it like it's for my sprints here. They're taking the rate right the way up. Shannon crew doing their best to stay with them. So Kalashta ignored. The crew, Kalashnikov C crew, Sam Jacobson in the bow seat, Oisin Mannion in the stroke seat. Just holding off a really strong finish in Shannon crew. So this is Shannon B, Cormac Welch and Luke O'Toole crossing the line there. I think they had a good run if they made inroads into the lead that was there from the crew from Kalashnikov. So a good run from both of those. And down now with 3 crews to go, 2 Castleconnell crews and Lee. And it looks like we're riding with the Lee crew up on screen. This is Lee A, Donal Hurley in the bow seat, Jack O'Rourke in the stroke seat. And again, really motoring here. Now checking with the Castleconnell crew. There's 2 Castleconnell crews, Castleconnell B And Castleconnell A. Castleconnell B, it's Mark Kiley in the bow seat, Barry Wilmot in the stroke seat. And Castleconnell A, then we have Daniel Hickey and Alex Kennedy. Just on screen, it's Castleconnell A that we were looking at there. And our last few of the 21 entries in the men's junior 18 pair coming down, we'll get our top 12 and we'll find out who is going to advance on to those 2 heats that will give us our 6-boat final. So the Castleconnell crew just crossing there, that's Castleconnell A. And we're just going to check and see. Castleconnell B and Lee A should still be on the water making their way down. Here's the Lee crew coming in towards the finish. It's the Lee A crew. Donal Hurley I mentioned in the bow seat, Jack O'Rourke in the stroke seat. Really controlled race from them, taking the rate right up, and they know the finish line is in sight. So Lee A just coming in towards a run in. We saw Donal there in the bow seat, little glance over his shoulder just to find out where that finish line is as he comes in and closes out the men's junior 18 pair. So that's Lee A crossing the line, and just checking for Castleconnell B are on their way down to us. Along with the crews, then we're going to switch over to the next time trial, which is the women's junior 18 singles, and 40 entries in the women's junior 18 singles, and that needs to be narrowed down from 12. So tough racing coming up for the women's junior 18 singles to go from 40 down to 12 down to 6, and they're already on its way down. So back shortly with the first few crews, the women's junior 18 single scull time trial.
Okay, we're going back up the river now and we're changing category altogether. We're going back sculling, and it's the turn of the women's junior 18 single sculls. As Richie mentioned a couple of moments ago, 40 entries in this event. The single scull is always going to be one of the larger categories in terms of entries, but 40 to be cut to just 12 over the next couple of moments, and then the fastest 6 to go through to the final later on this afternoon. So sculling, slightly different to the sweep that we just saw 1 minute ago. So sweep being 1 oar each for anyone who isn't quite as familiar. But with the sculling, which is up on screen right now, each person has 2 oars. And then the single scull, it's a very narrow boat. I mentioned trust in the pair, and I'm going to mention balance in the single scull. There's a lot of things to keep an eye on. You're steering with pressure on either side. You're balancing the boat so that there's no disturbance with your blades touching the water. Okay, let's go up. Let's look at what's up on screen. Offaly O'Grady, bow number 155, and New Ross Brennan, the bow number 156. Judging by the order they were put off in, New Ross Brennan has overtaken Offaly O'Grady, and she's kind of gone out to about a length of clear water as she makes her way down towards the enclosure. Again, the top 12 to make it through to the semi-finals later on today. And one of the things about the time trial is it's foot to the floor the whole way down the course. You've no one beside you that you can kind of race smartly and say, look, I only need to be in the top 2 or the top 3 to qualify. Time trials aren't like that. There's 20 seconds or thereabouts between each crew, but that's New Ross Brennan on the top of your picture, and then Offaly O'Grady then slightly further back. This is a great row for both of these athletes, and look at that for a view of the National Rowing Centre and the banks sitting opposite us. From the cows on the other bank, the green of the grass, and a lovely, lovely day's rowing. Looking like a slight headwind from the drone shots that I'm seeing here at the same time, but still fabulous rowing conditions, absolutely no questions up about that. That's New Ross Brennan, bow number 156, up on your screen at the minute. I believe her sister racing in the intermediate scull tomorrow, but this is the younger Orla Brennan of New Ross. This is her time in the spotlight in the time trial of the women's junior 18 single scull. Fastest 12, that's who we're keeping an eye on. 40 entries at the moment. We'll be doing a bit of a cut over half the entries. This will be, only 12 of them will be going through to the final later on today. But yes, as I mentioned, all of these athletes are steering this boat with pressure on either side. So in one sense, it's easy because you're looking straight down the course. You can keep an eye on that without having to turn your head. But up on screen now, it is Orla Brennan of New Ross. She's going to cross the line in her time trial of the Women's Junior 18 single scull. Following in behind her, we will have O'Grady Offaly in this time trial of the Women's Junior 18 single scull. Lots of different styles we're going to see here over the next couple of moments, between rating slightly higher or rating slightly lower, or the power that is put through the water from each athlete. The single scull, it's a boat that can change speed very, very quickly. It doesn't take much, one decision, and that's what can make the difference between, I suppose you could say, winning and losing a race in the single scull. That was just one of those Castleconnell pairs just crossing the line there from the men's junior pairs. That's Castleconnell over there, and the other two junior 18 scullers in the background. And in a couple of moments' time, we'll be keeping an eye for Clonmel, Offaly, Muckross and Shannon, the rest of our junior 18 scullers. The next four that we should see in a couple of moments' time, and up on screen there, on the same as Richie, I need to go to Specsavers for an eye test. All I can see is a red boat, but I'm thinking that's looking like Clonmel, bow number 157. Yes, that is definitely the Clonmel sculler making her way down towards the finish line here. Women's junior 18, look over the left shoulder there from that athlete. Where am I in the course? It's always the question. Now, there's yellow markers either side of the course, so if you don't have the stroke coach in front of you, they will tell you exactly where you are. What's another thing you're thinking of? You're thinking of the crowd. I'm hearing the crowd. I must be close. The National Rowing Centre is the finish line, and here she is with about 2 strokes to go. That's Clonmel coming up to the line, bow number 157. That's her time trial in the Women's Junior 18 single scull. I'm looking out for Offaly Duke being the next sculler due down the course, followed by Muckross Brosnan. Again, look at that for fabulous conditions here at the National Rowing Centre. Women's Junior 18 single scull will determine the fastest women's junior sculler in the country, and we'll have an answer to that question in a couple of hours' time as Offaly Duke comes down to the line and finishes out her time trial. That's a question that's asked a lot throughout the season. Who is Ireland's fastest women's junior sculler as Shannon Balfe crosses the line? That's somebody I might be looking out for in a semi-final later on. We'll come back to that later. But yes, all the questions about the fastest junior sculler to be answered here in Enniscarra at the Irish Rowing Championships in the next hour, or maybe 2 to 3 hours here in Cork. Muckross Brosnan, I should say, safely across the line in her time trial of the Women's Junior 18 single scull. Fabulous conditions, as you can see. What a view that is of the opposite bank here in Enniscarra. You can see the swim lane just on the right hand side of your screen. That's the 8 athletes returning up to the slips, or returning into the beach, where they will come in off the water. Hopefully they might even have someone there to help them lift their boat off the water. It's straight back to the trailer, off your feet, water, food, and keep an eye on the timetable on the results page for who will be those fastest 12 into the final later on today.
Looking back up the course now, we have the Women's Junior 18 single from Offaly, Blaheen Clark, bow number 161. Very distinctive boat colour as well. She's making her way down. And behind her we should have Skye Goggin of Cork, the next sculler that will come into view, as well as Moya Dempsey from Wicklow. They're the 3 that are on screen there. A little bit further back then to Sophie Rocket of Athlone, a name familiar to us there. Just Blaheen Clark of Offaly crossing in the luminous boat, a very cool boat there, and she crosses, that's 161. Then we Skye Goggin of Cork should be the next sculler coming through. Moya Dempsey of Wicklow, the sculler in coming towards us there. Apologies, Sarah Rocket of Athlone will be coming up there. So Offaly just came through, and then we've Cork Goggin just after passing through. A long list of 40 entries to get through, so some of these crews will be off the water, hydrated and resting before the race even finishes. and they just need to do that waiting game to see how their times fare. So Sky Goggin just paddling through off of the finish then. Moya Dempsey of Wicklow.
With the owner of a silver Mazda 08D 3475, please move your car.
And Sarah Rocket there of Athlone, where the crew just coming through the marker. And I think it's further back then to Moya Dempsey of Wicklow, just a little bit further off the pace, just coming in the blue colours of Wicklow. Then we should see Emma Jane Duggan of Garda. So Wicklow and Garda on screen. The Wicklow sculler just coming in towards the finish. Blue colours. Garda just behind then in the white singlet with the blue horizontal stripes. And they're in danger here. The Garda sculler is coming up. We'll see if Wicklow can hold off the Garda sculler. Hopefully not impede her as she comes in towards the finish. But that bow of the Garda boat is really fast approaching. A little bit of adjustment that's going to cause both scullers a little bit of time there, but hopefully won't affect the qualifying too much. The Garda sculler absolutely motoring, as you can see, passing out the sculler from Wicklow. So Emma Jane Duggan of Garda coming in, passing out Moya Dempsey of Wicklow. Oh, and just before the line there, unfortunate there from Moya. So hopefully she'll be back on track soon. We're just looking there at the Garda sculler, Emma Jane Duggan, just coming in towards the finish. And our health and safety team making their way up to the sculler, who's run into a bit of difficulty there. So our first few crews that we've gone through. Next up we should be able to see the Closhtig Noid. Olivia Finnerty is coming up, as well as Fermoy, Gabriella Nagel, very familiar name as well, just coming in. So that is Fermoy coming through there. It looks like Gabriella Nagel of Fermoy passed out Olivia Finnerty of Closhtig Noid. And back up the course we go then to pick up the next rowers. Just looking to see Closhtig Noid Finnerty, Carlo Coyne, Offaly Chambers, all making their way down. There is the green colours of Muireann Coyne of Carlow, bow number 169. So she is making her way down ahead then of Ciara Chambers of Offaly. Should be over on the right hand side of our screen, just coming through the last few hundred. Back then we'll go to Isabel Monaghan of Shandon and Erica Morrow of Lochross Point. There's the Carlo sculler just coming in towards the finish. Muireann Coyne closing out a race there.
So we're about halfway through the women's junior 18 single sculler, just maybe slightly over that. That was Carlo Coyne safely across the line in her time trial of the women's junior 18 single scull. I'm expecting Offaly Chambers and Shandon Monaghan down the course in a couple of moments' time. That's Closhtig Noid Olivia Finnerty just coming up to the final few strokes of her time trial. About 10 strokes to go, or less even. Excuse me, the line was a lot closer than I anticipated. Exhaustion on the face of Olivia Finnerty after what she would hope would be a successful time trial in the women's junior 18 single scull. Now we're heading back up the course to catch the rest of our crews. Who am I expecting? I'm expecting Offaly Chambers, Shandon Monaghan, Lochross Morrow, Methodist Sempe, Kilmac Simon Kelly. They're the next 5 to 6 scullers we're expecting to see flash their blades in the next couple of 100 metres here at the National Rowing Centre in Inniscarra, County Cork. And as I look up the course, it looks to me that I'm seeing the light blue of Shandon Isabel Monaghan. This is the sculler that we will be right up with here in the next couple of moments time. Yes, this is her. Look, we've got a distinctive green canvas and the light blue of Shandon. What a kaleidoscope of colours in this one boat alone. This is a name I'm keeping an eye on for the semi-finals, and who knows, maybe even the final later on this afternoon. Very clean sculling from this young sculler. Again, only women's junior 18, still junior in this event, about 17 or 18 years of age. I'm clocking her at about 31 and a half strokes a minute. So some would argue that's on the lower end of the rating side of things, but what an efficient sculler this sculler is looking. Shandon's Isabel Monaghan, bow number 171, as she comes into the dying stages of her time trial in the women's junior 18 single sculls. As I mentioned, these athletes would have not quite left the stake boat. They would have cast a timing point just shy of 100 metres off the stake boat point, and they will come down to us here at the finish line with Isabel Monaghan coming in the next, I'd say, couple of seconds or so. They're clocked at both ends of the course, and then the fastest 12 go through to the semi-finals, so the fastest 12 to go through, and then 3 from each semi-final will go through to the finals later on this afternoon. I mentioned the question of the fastest women's junior sculler in the country. It's a question a lot of people have asked in the last couple of months. I'm sure it's the question that a lot of athletes have asked themselves. I want to answer that question. I want to be the athlete whose name is at the answer of that. And Isabel Monaghan is in contention. We'll keep an eye when when the draw for lanes comes out in the heats later on today. So that's Shandon Monaghan safely over the line in the women's junior 18 single scull. As we head back up the course to search for the rest of our scullers, I'm expecting Lucas Morrow, and at some point we'll see Offaly Chambers come down the course as well. As our cameras head up towards the start, okay, let's have a look. I'm seeing a lot of red here in this photo. I'm looking at Lucas Morrow, Erica Morrow of Lucas, bow number 173. That's who seems to be leading. I was going to say leading this one out, but it's time trials. It's slightly different. She would have been let off after the Offaly Chambers sculler, according to the draw. So looking good for the Lucas sculler. A long day travelling for the Lucas crew. They're from Donegal. So what a commitment it is to make it here all the way to Inniscarra in County Cork for the Irish Rowing Championships. Lucas predominantly a coastal rowing club. I was going to say making waves on the flat water scene, but that's more a coastal phrase, I suppose. But yes, Lucas, they're a fantastic club from up in Donegal, and here they are in flat water. Erica Morrow racing the time trial of the women's junior 18 single scull. As you can see, their bow number 173. Every boat racing a time trial given a unique number, so the timing team know exactly what boat is coming towards them, and accurate times then are calculated based off the timing team. So Erica Morrow safely across the line in the women's junior 18 single scull. Offaly Chambers, Ciara Chambers, coming down towards the line now at about 5 strokes to go. Look over the left and right shoulder. Yes, you are indeed nearly there, along 2,000 metres, but she's going to come down now in the next 2 strokes. There she is, safely across the line in the women's junior 18 single scull. Who am I expecting to see next? I'm looking for Anna Sempe of Methodist, Roisin Kelly of Kilmacssimon, and Molly O'Flynn of Waterford. They're the next 3 I'm expecting to see in the next couple of moments' time. And that, to me, looks like Methodist Anna Sempe just coming down to the line there. That's also someone I'm looking out for in the semi-finals later on this afternoon. Has had a successful season so far. Let's see how we're going at the Irish Rowing Championships, the second weekend in July. It's a big one in the calendar for everyone. Everyone in the Irish rowing community. No one goes on holidays in that second weekend in July, because it's all down to Cork for the Irish Rowing Championships. Okay, who am I looking at here now up on screen? To me, that looks like the Waterford Molly O'Flynn sculler coming down, and I'm also looking at Kilmacssimon, Roisin Kelly of Kilmacssimon, then on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, women's junior 18 single sculls, 40 entries in this event, one of the largest entries here we have on offer this week, and going to be cut to just 12 for the semi-finals, which will take place later on this afternoon at about 10 to 3 and 5 to 3. So that is Waterford and Kilmacssimon safely over the line. We're well into the second half, I'd say, of women's junior 18 single scullers now. Who am I expecting to see next? I'm expecting to see Sligo Clark, Garda McLaughlin, and Coleraine Grammar School Deal. That's kind of the next 3 I'm preparing to see here in the next couple of moments' time. And as our hammers head back up the course. We're having a fantastic view of the stake boats there a couple of moments ago. That to me, looking at Garda McLaughlin coming in towards the line as we head into the second half of Women's Junior 18 single sculls.
Thanks, Ella. So Garda McLaughlin just coming in there. 179 the bow number. Coleraine Grammar School. Daisy Deal is going to be the next sculler that we're expecting, along with Eve O'Donovan of Commercial, Egla McAuliffe of Offaly, making their way down. And similar that we saw with the men's junior 18 single, where they have to race the time trial, the semi-finals, into the final. Very tough racing to do within one slot of racing, one section of racing, and I'm sure they're all back again to race another boat all weekend. So just a testament to how good those crews are. Sheena Clark of Sligo through the finish line, and then right behind, should trying to see who that is there. I think it's Coleraine Deal. And really nice shots up the course. We watch the crews make their way down to us. And you can see the sequencing that came in. So there's a crew there, two crews in the one lane that look very close together. So that means one, the scullers, is having a storm of a row down. So we'll check up who that is there. Commercial, Eve O'Donovan on screen right now. Just coming in towards the finish. So I think the previous sculler was Daisy Deal of Coleraine Grammar School. Eve O'Donovan, Commercial, just crossing the line there. Look over the shoulder. Job done. And then we have two crews in the same lane coming down. So that's why I was thinking that someone's had a really good row here. We have Aidla McAuliffe of Offaly and Olivia Morgan of Kilmac-Simon. And again, hopefully we won't have any traffic issues. With the slower crew, it is the expectation that they need to move out of the way of the crew that is running faster. So let's see how that plays out. But we do have Aidla McAuliffe of Offaly there on the right hand side of your screen. Then we have Olivia Morgan of Kilmac-Simon being chased down by Hannah Milligan, it might be of Queens, or Autumn Nagel of Lee Valley as well coming into the mix. But there's on the right hand side there Aidla McAuliffe of Offaly just coming in towards the finish line. Then we have Kilmac-Simon, Olivia Morgan, and a nice row, as I mentioned there, maybe from Hannah Milligan of Queens. And just some great drone footage here of the crews coming in towards the finish. That's Aidla McAuliffe of Offaly, bow number 184, making her way in towards the finish. So a glance over the shoulder there from Aidla McAuliffe, knowing that the finish line is in sight. She winds up towards the line, and she can see the crews chasing her down. Olivia Morgan of Kilmac-Simon, as Aidla just comes in, another stroke or two, and job done. So that's Offaly crossing the line in the women's junior 18 single scull. Ahead there, Aidla McAuliffe. And next up we're going to see a number of crews together coming towards the line. Kilmac-Simon just crossing there, Olivia Morgan from Kilmac-Simon. I think that is Autumn Nagel of Lee Valley that might have been in there as well. Sorry, we're just having trouble making out the bow numbers as they came through. So good row there from Autumn Nagel of Lee Valley. Seems to have made inroads ahead of Olivia Morgan of Kilmac-Simon. Just waiting to see the next sculler. Should be Hannah Milligan of Queens. Lucy Guthridge of Portadown as well should be coming in soon. Down to the last few scullers now. We mentioned coming through there was Olivia Morgan at Kilmac Simon. Autumn Nagel of Lee Valley already through. That's Niamh O'Brien from Cork. Just need to catch up now with Lucy Guttridge of Portadown, Hannah Milligan of Queens, to see where they are, and the next few crews coming through. Hannah Sullivan of Tralee, Emer Sweeney of Clonmel as well should all be coming into the mix. So you can see the procession of boats that are coming down, and again sometimes we see them quite congested, which means crews have gotten up to speed and passed out a number of crews. Portadown, Lucy Guttridge just coming through the finish line. That's 188. Just unsure, did we see Hannah Milligan of Queens? We'll keep an eye out for that bow number coming through. We're down now with 7 scullers to close out the women's junior 18 single scull, and just coming up towards the line, I think that's Hannah O'Sullivan of Tralee. And again, checking that stroke coach Seahart, Iden Fairs making her way in, and then we'll get some of the results. The draw already up for the women's junior 16s, which was done this morning, but the men's Club 2-4 race is up online. The men's junior 18 pair as well, they're all up online for those tuning in from home. Just to give you the rundown, the men's Club 2, Heat 1, UCD A, Athlone, Shannon, Trinity A, University Galway, and Trinity B. And in the second heat is UCCB, Commercial, UCCA, UL, Queens and Neptune. And in the men's junior 18 pair, we've got Shannon A, Methodist, St. Michael's, Castleconnell, Shannon B, Lee. And then we also, in the second heat, have Shandon, Neptune, Commercial, Closhignoid, Enniskillen and Blackrock. All those results from the time trials up there, and the next one to be populated will be the women's junior 18 singles. So up on screen, just looking at Emer Sweeney of Clonmel. Big lean back from Emer as she gets absolutely everything out of the stroke. She's making her way down to close out her race in the women's junior 18 single. Finish line is in sight.
Right, we're down to the last few in the women's junior 18 single scull. Then we're on to the men's junior 16 cock squad. We saw the women earlier on, but let's keep with the women's junior 18 single scull for now. That to me looks like Andrea Doran of Athlone Boat Club. On the right hand side of your screen that I'm looking at a very distinctive green boat, which I believe is Sophie Reynolds of Athlone. But look at this as the drone comes in on Athlone Doran. She's coming down towards the line now. Look over the left and right shoulder. She's well through the finish line. She will finish out her time trial. Now her clubmate Sophie Reynolds, I believe, is en route to the finish line as well. Look at that for a distinctive green boat. That's Sophie Reynolds across the line in the women's junior 18 single scull. A very distinctive bow on that boat. That's actually something very interesting. You don't usually see a boat is nearly like a square edge on it, but obviously it's working for her. That looked like to be a fast row from Sophie Reynolds of Athlone Boat Club. We're into the last 3 women's junior 18 single scullers. As I mentioned earlier, 40 entries to go down to just 12, and look at this for a lovely close race in the time trials. Yes, they were set out at separate times. Let's have a look at the draw to see. So according to the draw, Muckris Ava O'Sullivan, bow number 194, would have been set off first, but by the looks of it, Kate Dunn from Commercial is coming up for the overtake. This is going to really help both scullers for excellent times in the effort to get through to a semi-final later on. You'd nearly think this was a heat, how well both of these scullers are racing. So Muckris Ava O'Sullivan at the bottom of your screen, and Commercial Kate Dunn at the top of your screen, coming down towards us here at the finish line with about 10 to 15 strokes to go. So that is Commercial done safely across the line, going to be followed by Ava O'Sullivan of Muckris, and then we're just waiting on Emma Lenine of Sligo to come down to us here in the regatta enclosure. Exhaustion from both scullers, but that's what you have to do in a time trial, especially in the women's junior 18 single scull. Just waiting on Emma Lenine of Sligo to make her way towards the finish line here, and then we're moving on to the men's junior 16 coxed quads. A very large entry in that event, 38 entries. It's going to be a big one to watch out for. Now our drone is heading up to the shot to catch up with the men's junior 16. We'll catch up with Emmeline of Sligo, bow number 197 as well in a couple of moments time. But what a shot that is from the drone.
And this will be the closeout of the women's junior 18 single sculls. We mentioned 40 entries being narrowed down all the way down to the 12 that are going to advance on to the semi-finals and then the final. So those results and the draw will be available shortly, but well done to all the crews competing on the women's junior 18 single.
Emmeline just up on screen there of Sligo Rowing Club. As Richie said, she will finish out the 40 entries in this event. Draw will be up on the live draw shortly. As you mentioned, already have the draw for the lanes up for the men's club 4 and the men's junior pair. Now up on screen we're going back to the men's junior 16 coxed quad. We had the women's junior 16 coxed quad earlier, and now it's the turn of the men. Junior 16, while it's not a championship event, it can prove to be some of the closest and fastest racing we have on offer here at the Irish Rowing Championships. Up on screen at the minute, it's the first of the 38 crews. It is St. Michael's B, bow number 198, well en route down to us here at the finish line. Very distinctive colours of the St. Michael's crew, the blue and the gold, I was going to say band or whatever you'd like to call it, in the St. Michael's crew. But one man who knows a hell of a lot more about St. Michael's than I would do is Richie. Richie, thoughts on this St. Michael's crew?
So the St. Michael's crew being Cox there, but Donica Dempsey in the Cox's seat, and then we've Evan Markham in the bow seat, Kellyanne Hawk in 2, Adon Larkin in 3, Diarmuid Lovell in the stroke seat. This is the B crew from St. Michael's in their beautiful new boat that was recently arrived and making their way. The first of the crews coming down in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. We said again 38 crews to race over the time trial and then get our fastest 12 to qualify through, same as all the other qualifying that are there. And the crews just coming in towards the finish line there, and powerful rowing here from St. Michael's. The next crew up is going to be the St. Joseph's B crew, and we'll see how they fare. So St. Michael's crossing the line there, as I mentioned. Donica Dempsey in the Cox's seat for St. Michael's B. And they have that long waiting game now. There's 37 other crews that need to come down, race and get timed before we find out how the times will fare. Next up is St. Joseph's B. They're just coming into view now. Race bow number 199. St. Joseph's just up on screen. They're getting the run in towards the finish. St. Joseph's B. And we have Victor Wergezin in the Cox's seat. Sean Cavalieri in bow. Ethan Moore in 2, Manuel Jobby in 3, Joshua Johnson in the stroke seat. And small but powerful crew here from St. Joseph's. They're really getting a nice run on the boat here. High rating as well, so they're powering towards the finish to be the second crew in the men's junior 16 quad coming in. Victor in the Cox's seat, I'm sure, encouraging the crew to wind all the way to the line and telling them that there's just 5 more strokes to go. And he'll have probably said that about 5 times, as most Coxes do, lying to the crew, telling them that the finish line is just in sight. But it is in sight now for St. Joseph's B. They come in and power towards the line. So St. Joseph's B, St. Michael's B, our first 2 crews home in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. Next up, we'll have the Kilmac-Simon crew, Offaly.
For the women's club, Cox 4, please present for Wales, Dublin, Kilsimon, UCD, Queen's, DULBC. Weighing closes at 14:15.
So important announcement there for the Cox's weigh-ins that need to be done as we ride here with 2 crews. Kilmac-Simon and Offaly are now the 3rd and 4th crews off of the start for the men's junior 16 Cox quad. Kilmac-Simon crew. Kate Lynch in the Cox's seat for Kilmac-Simon. Cian Footman in the bow seat, Alex Hart in 2, Tom Hart in 3, and Peter Crowley in 4 for Kilmac-Simon. And then for Offaly, we've got Harry Dorn making the calls in the Cox's seat, David Mooney in the bow seat, Ben O'Grady in 2, Caden Coleman in 3, and Finn Lowry in 4th. So these 2 crews coming in towards the finish. That is the Offaly crew. The men's junior 16 Cork squad. We've already seen St. Michael's B, St. Joseph's B go through. Kilmac-Simon and Offaly, the other two crews. Just crossing through the line there, the Kilmac-Simon crew. Kate Lynch in the Cox's seat there, making the calls, getting the crews down. And in the Offaly crew, it was Harry Doran, the Cox for the Corran crew, Offaly crew. So next up we should have Methodist A and Enniskillen. There's the Enniskillen crew I can see on one of my screens just coming up. And the Enniskillen, just one Enniskillen crew entered in the race here. Freya McNary in the Cox's seat. We've got Harry Welsh in bow, Levi Thompson in 2, Eli Irvine in the 3 seat, and Rhys Brady in 4 for Enniskillen. There's Waterford as well, will be coming to view shortly. Methodist, Enniskillen, Waterford, Methodist crew. The Methodist A crew consisting of Marcus Craig in the Cox's seat, Leo Gilbert in bow, Thomas Gray in 2, Lewis 18 in 3, and Max Monaghan in the stroke seat. So that's the crew from Methodist have gone through. Should see Enniskillen and Waterford coming up shortly. And again, nice rowing from the Methody crew, with Marcus Craig, we mentioned, in the Cox's seat, the one doing all the calls, getting the absolute everything out of the crew on the way down. That's Enniskillen just coming in to close out. Enniskillen crew, Freya McNeary in the Cox's seat there. Enniskillen is such a dominant force in junior rowing over the last number of years, so I'm sure those guys are looking to get it in the mix for the men's junior 16 Cox squad. So far we've had St. Michael's B, St. Joseph's B, Kilmac-Simon, Offaly, Methody and Enniskillen, the first of the 6 crews home in the men's junior 16 quad. Next up is going to be the crew from Waterford.
Large entry in this event, 38 entries to be cut to just 12 over the course of the next couple of moments. Waterford up on screen at the minute. As I look onto the next page, we have a full page to go on this event, but look, this is one of the joys of the junior 16 events. I have to say, it's great to see so many young athletes racing here at the Irish Rowing Championship. J16s all the way up to senior, and that's the Waterford crew safely across the line in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. Harry Grant sitting in the Cox's seat, Tyke Hawkins in bow, Sam O'Neill, John Barry and Sean Fitzpatrick sitting in the stroke seat. And as I'm looking up at the screen here, Lee Valley just coming down to the line. They're a local crew, they're going to know this river inside out, as Nessa Cotter steered them down the course in a straight line with Tygo Sullivan, Evan Downey, Fergus O'Malley and Michael McGillicuddy making, oh look at that lovely pat on the back from the Cox to the bow man. They've known, they've given it their everything in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. These are just the time trials. Let's see, will they feature in the semi-finals later on this afternoon. Right, who am I expecting next? I'm expecting Lee, I'm expecting Athlone B, and I'm expecting St. Michael's A. As I look up towards this lovely drone shot, look at them for the green fields of Inniscarra. Coming down to the line there, look at them distinctive red blades from Lee Rowing Club. Eva Goodwin in the Cox's seat, Max Power, Henricus Jennison's, Lucas McGrath and Tyg O'Sullivan for Lee. This could be a crew that we're looking out for later on, some big names, and they're only junior 16 in that crew. I'm keeping an eye for the B crew from Athlone in the next couple of moments' time, along with St. Michael's. Again, junior 16, a very, very popular event at both. We actually have some new events in this year. We'll talk to them later, slightly later in the programme. We've some new sweep junior 16 events, but let's focus on the sculling for now. Look at this, it's lovely. You can see the puddles and the wash from the quads just coming down the course. Let's see, can the crew who are slightly further back gain on the crew? As Richie mentioned, I think I need to go to Specsavers to get my eyes tested. Just going to try and make out these crews in the next couple of moments. I'm expecting Athlone B and Shannon A. as they come down towards the line here. Or excuse me, St. Michael's A, as they come down towards the line in the next couple of moments. So yes, a large entry in this event, and we're making our way through them here. After this, we'll get on to the heats later on this afternoon as the programme gets underway. And to me, it looks like Athlone B are the crew at the bottom of your screen. Cox by Ciara Connaughton with Fionn Laffey, Senan Kelly, Connor Fox and Jack Mullally in this. But look at this for a push from, to me, looks by the St. Michael's crew. What a performance from both of these quads. This is what is going to get excellent times in the time trials. So let's have a look. The St. Michael's crew at the bottom of your screen. Do Athlone have a response to St. Michael's? As I look at the St. Michael's crew here, let's have a look. Is Athlone going to have a response? I'm not sure they are, but this is going to result in excellent times for both of these crews in the men's junior 16 Cox quad time trial. The St. Michael's A crew, who's in the Cox's seat? Rory Reardon, followed by Matthew Moran, Gowes, Andrew Healy, Dermot Colopy and Nathan Laffin. That was St. Michael's across the line, about 3/4 of a length ahead of Athlone. Now let's have a look. Athlone would have been set off first, so looking promising for St. Michael's A in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. We'll keep an eye when the lanes for the semi-finals are released later on, once all boats have crossed the line. We're about halfway now in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. That's St. Michael's and Athlone safely across the line, and we're going to go back up in a couple of moments' time for Shandon, Closhticknodge and Castleconnell.
Just through was the crew from Shandon. Get the crew names there, if I can scroll properly. The Shandon crew: Irla Timoney in the Cox's seat, Ian O'Sullivan in bow, Liam O'Brien in 2, Ronan Kennelly in 3, and Bernard O'Donovan in the stroke seat. That was Shandon. Now we have Closhticknoid coming in. Closhticknoid A, just riding with them up on screen at the moment. Nice high rate from the Closhticknoid crew. Closhticknoid A, Jim Hearn in the Cox's seat, Sam Mangan in bow, Michael Cahill in 2, Owen Vols O'Dowd in 3, and Matthew Maguire in the stroke seat. Really nice rowing from the crew from Closhtick. And after that, we're going to see three crews from Castleconnell. The B, C, and A crew from Castleconnell should be the next ones coming into view. But impressive stuff here from Closhticknoid A. They wind up for the line. They certainly have not taken the foot off the gas. They're motoring down towards the line. Really nice row from them. And you can see just how much is taken out of them. Well done, Closhtick. And next up, it's an armada of Castleconnell boats. Castleconnell A, B, and C will be the next crews coming down into view. So relaxed looking Closhticknoid crew just gather themselves before we move on to the first of the Castleconnell crews. So Castleconnell B were the first crew to go off in sequence, so hopefully that's the crew that we're seeing there on screen. Daniel Madden in the Cox's seat for Castleconnell B, Fraser Dukes in bow, Jack O'Connor in 2, Killian Hammond in 3, and Jude Jennings in the stroke seat. And again, very high rating from this junior 16 crew from Castleconnell. So hopefully that is the B crew. And they cross the line. And then 2 more Castleconnell crews will be coming down in quick succession. And I'm sure you'll hear an umpire telling the rowers to sit up. They always get a bit worried when you see rowers down. But all okay. See the rowers dipping their feet into the water there just to try cool off in the hot conditions that we have. So that's Castleconnell B that went through. Next Castleconnell crew coming up towards the line. think that's Castleconnell A that we might be with there, 216. Castleconnell A crew consisting of Rowan Lenihan in the Cox's seat, Sam Eldridge in bow, Finn Harrington in 2, James Buckley in 3, and Oisin O'Brien in 4. The Cox Rowan Lenihan there, well tucked in into that bow. And they wind up towards the line. I think it is 216 Castleconnell A just coming in towards the finish. The second of our 2 Castleconnell crews, or 3 Castleconnell crews. Really nice rowing from them. They're keeping the rate up, similar to the other Castleconnell crew that crossed over. High rating crews there. Don't think they've realised they finished. Stand down, lads, stand down. Okay, they're going for a lap of honour. Well done, Castleconnell A crew. I think this might be the C crew coming down, or Closh Ignored, just waiting to see. Actually, it's the Skibbereen crew we're catching up with now. This is 219 for Skibbereen. Skibbereen crew consisting of Anna Connolly in the Cox's seat, Max O'Donovan in bow, Olin Ferguson in 2, Odrin Keane in 3, and Ryan Danish in the stroke seat. And again, not exactly going out on a limb to say that this Skibbereen crew are flying it here. It looks like they've already passed out the Closh Ignoid crew, so really powerful rowing. And again, high rate for the junior 16s in the time trial. As they come in, lovely drone footage there, you can see just a slight ripple on the lake there with the little bit of breeze that's out there. Wouldn't even call it a headwind or a tailwind or crosswind. It's just not affecting the crews at all. So our Skibbereen crew, Anna Connolly there in the Cox's seat, will know that that finish line is in sight.
Please present to the office. Our representative from Kilmac Simon, please present to the office.
Rude. Skibbereen there coming in to wind up towards the line. That's 219. Still pages and pages of these time trials to go through. 38 in total to be narrowed down to 12. So very tough qualifying, and 3 series of races to go through to get into the final. So Skibbereen through. That's crew 219. The all-important feet dip there to cool off, bring the heart rate down, bring the body temperature down as well, help with the recovery. So I'm sure they'll take a small little break here, catch themselves, get the breath back, and be back. So we're seeing there the Skibbereen crew checking in again now with either Castleconnell or Closh Ignoid B crew just coming down. Closh Ignoid B crew consisting of Cian MacDonald Hanley in the Cox's seat, Peter Donnellan in bow, Jamie Duan in 2, Ben O'Donovan in 3, Henry Lappin in 4, or stroke seat, sorry, for Closh Ignoid B. And then right after that we have this is the Closh Ignoid crew, 220 Closh Ignoid C. And that's Olivia Finnerty in bow seat. Closh Ignoid C. Olivia Finnerty in the Cox's seat. I mentioned James McGuinn in bow. Michael Connell in 2, Rory McHale in 3, and Ferdy O'Warner in the stroke seat. Last few strokes for them as they cross the line. Closh Ignoid C. Right behind them we have a crew from Commercial. The Commercial crew, and looks like they have made strong inroads here. Commercial, Sive O'Connell in the Cox's seat for Commercial, Liam Byrne, Evan Harginden, Patrick Keenan and Donegal Landers, the Commercial crew. They look like they absolutely flew down there and just been checked, recovering well. that might be the Galway B crew. 221 for Galway B. Dylan Alexic in the Bacoxa seat, Matthew Hall in bow, James McDermott in 2, Bruce Mooney in 3, and Luca Fox in the stroke seat for Galway B. But 223 is the crew from Athlone. That's Athlone A just coming into view. The Athlone A crew. Men's Junior 16 quad. Just pulling up the details here. Sorry for the Athlone crew. Athlone A. Ciara Connaughton in the Cox's seat, then we've Fionn Laffey in bow, Senan Kelly in 2, Conor Fox in 3, and Jack Mullally in 4. That is 223, the Athlone crew. I seem to have misplaced Closhignoid B and Castleconnell B, so apologies if those crews have gone through. We're just seeing Athlone A go through. And we should have Blackrock, Methodist, Muckross and Commercial coming in shortly. That is the crew from Blackrock. Will be next up. Blackrock, Harry Coleman in the Cox's seat. Max Cassidy in bow, Arthur Neenan in 2, Michael Malloy in 3, and Max Finnegan in the stroke seat. That's Blackrock. And you can see the shouts of encouragement coming from the Cox there, Harry Coleman, to bring his crew home. Last 3 strokes for them, so that'll be Blackrock. Just 1 entry for that crew. So the Blackrock crew crossing the line there, nice row from the guys. And coxed expertly there by Harry Coleman. And up on screen we can see the Methody crew. This is Methodist B. Let's get the names for these crews here, give them all their moment in the sun. So Methodist B, Luke Ferguson in the Cox's seat. Then we've Tommy Foote in bow, David Miss Campbell in 2, James Liddy in 3, Benjamin Patterson in the stroke seat. So Methodist B. Again, high rating, powerful rowing from the young crew from Methody. And they are bow number 225 coming in towards the finish.
Right, we're into the last couple of men's junior 16 coxed quad, 38 entries, and we're going to get that down to just 12 in the next couple of moments' time. Up on screen as we speak is Muckross A, bow number 226, Kate Dennehy in the Cox's seat, Aaron Hegarty, Oscar O'Sullivan, Lucio Maldly and Jack Scanlon. That's it. That's your bow to stroke in the Muckross A crew, the bright canary yellow of Muckross. It's very distinctive as they come into the last 5 strokes of their time trial in the men's junior 16 coxed quads. Large entry in this event, as I said. Let's see what all the different crews have to offer. But it looks like the Club 4s already on their way to the start for the heats in that event. We'll catch up with them in probably just over half an hour's time. But we're going to stick with the men's junior 16 quads, and who knows, in maybe 5-10 years time, these men's junior 16 quads might be in those Club 4s on their way to the start in them heats. But we will have to wait a little while and see on that. But look at that lovely drone shot up towards the bridge. We've got, I'm going to say, about 10 to 15 crews left in the men's junior 16 coxed quads. Lovely view from the stake boats there. The last of those crews just started. They're not necessarily going to attach onto the stake boats, but they're going to get close enough that they have a nice run into the timing point up at that end of the river. Now, up on screen, I have the Athlone C crew coming down the centre of the course. Lovely long strokes from this young crew. Let's do a quick name check and see who's sitting in what seats. Aoife Kane sitting in the Cox's seat, Andrew Ross sitting in the bow, Oscar Mullihy in 2, Donal Crohan in 3, and Rory Collins sitting in the stroke seat. Look at this for a lovely, clean crew, the Athlone C crew. What a lovely kaleidoscope of colours. You have the green of the hills of Inniscarra, you have the blue of the water, and the red and green of Athlone Boat Club coming down in the final couple of hundred in their time trial of the men's junior 16 coxed quads. The Cox is going to be letting their crew know. I can see her hand going. She's well and truly encouraging her crew that they are inside the closing stages of this race. Let's see what we can do. Will we compete in the heats later on, and who knows, maybe in the final? I'm clocking them at about 34 strokes a minute. Lovely high rate of striking from this young Athlone crew. I'm expecting to see Fermoy, Galway and CRCC make appearances in the next couple of moments time, but this for the next couple of seconds is all about Athlone, and I can even hear the crowd starting to go mad here behind me. Again, 38 crews. Who's going to be inside the top 12? We won't know that for another 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes time, for when we get the lanes for the men's junior 16 coxed quad semi-finals. But look at this for Athlone C coming up to the line. They finished their time trial in the men's junior 16 coxed quad. Exhaustion on all of those athletes, but that's exactly what a time trial is for. Now up on screen we have Fermoy A, bow number 229. Who's sitting in the Cox's seat? Ryan McCuffle. Then I'm looking to the bow, Jeff O'Connell, Oisin Dillon, Matthew Long, and sitting in the stroke seat, Sam Barber. Look at this for contrasting styles. I'm going to say Fermoy are at a slightly lower rate of striking than the Athlone crew. They're safely over the line, and they're definitely not stopping. Look at that there. They've just stopped. Congratulations from the Cox. To say we're well across the line. Let's gather ourselves, and then we'll paddle it back into the slip. Next, I'm expecting to see Galway A and the CRCCA crew. They're en route down towards us here now. Handshakes all round for the Fermoy crew, but let's catch up with Galway A, bow number 230. Leisha Divney sitting in the Cox's seat, Fionn Tracy in bow, Cathal Shepherd in 2, Brian Clark in 3, and Blaise Harging in the stroke seat. Very tidy men's junior 16 crew from Galway. I can hear the coaches and parents starting to shout for their crews here behind me. Very distinctive purple and gold colours from Galway, easily spotted from 2,000 metres away, and who knows, we might be spotting them from the stake boats in about 2 hours time for the heats of the men's junior 16 coxed quads. We'll have to wait and see, but look at this lovely rowing from the Galway Rowing Club young junior 16 men. They're coming down towards the line with about 10 strokes to go, and that will finish out their time trial of the men's junior 16 coxed quads. As we mentioned earlier, there's contrasting styles sometimes in coxing, whether it be the position of the cox. We can see here in this Galway crew, the cox sitting in the bow, known as a bow loader. He's tucked in nicely underneath the canvas of the boat. He can see exactly where he is going. We saw contrasting styles in the women's earlier on today with a stern loader. Haven't seen that, or I haven't seen it yet here anyway in the men's, but look at this. We're going to have a lovely drone shot up on screen in a couple of seconds time. Who am I expecting to see? I'm expecting to see CRCC, Prez and Fermoy make their way down towards us here in the next couple of moments. I look to see the purple of Prez. Cork is who I look to see up on screen at the minute. You can see the rest of the crews following in behind them at a couple of seconds interval. With CRCCA coming up to the line now with Isabel Hennigan in the Cox's seat, Leon O'Carthaig, excuse me if I'm pronouncing these names not quite correctly. I'm not exactly from the Gaeltacht, but Paddy O'Cushbala in 2, Paddy McRaymond in 3, and Cormac Coffey sitting in the stroke seat from CRCCA. Now, as I mentioned only a couple of moments ago, Prez Cork, bow number 233, is well en route down to the finish line. The purple on their blades, very distinctive when you can see it up on screen. Here we have it. We have the big screen here in the finish enclosure, and I'm sure that's what many of you are looking up at as we speak. Prez Cork, bow number 233. Sean Burgoyne sitting in the Cox's seat, Conor Burgoyne sitting in bow. I wonder if they are brothers. I'd say that could be very possible. Sitting in 2, Tom Cantillon. 3, Daniel Shorten, and in stroke, Arthur Deneen. That's the rundown of the presentation Cork crew that are up on screen now as we speak. Look at this, even their boat has a stripe of purple in it. That's colour coordination for you at its finest. As I mentioned there, the Cox tucked underneath the bow. All you can see is his head popping up outside of the canvas. Lovely lift of rate there from the presentation Cork crew. Look over the left shoulder there from the bowman. Let's see where we are in relation to the rest of the course. For presentation Cork coming down towards the line, you can see here the majority of this crew have sun hats on. I'm sure there's sun cream on as well, and that's a reminder to everyone to just stay out of the sun if you're here in the enclosure. Plenty of water, plenty of sun cream, and of course hats and sunglasses as well, just like this presentation Cork crew have demonstrated there across the line in their time trial of the men's junior 16 coxed quad. We're into the last, let me have a quick count, we're into the last 8 crews here in the men's junior 16 coxed quad. That's presentation Cork safely over the line. Once all these crews have crossed the line, we'll have an update for you on the heats later on. But that's presentation Cork safely over the line in the men's junior 16 coxed quad.
So just through the line there were Fermoy C, the crew of Tess Hickey, Lee McCall of Costas Sionis, Mark Aguirre and Evan Hickey. Fermoy through, and then we're riding now here with Coleraine Grammar School. Danny McClure in the Cox's seat, Kyle Reid in bow, TJ Simpson in 2, Jake Gallagher in 3, and Charlie Tweed was the stroke of the Coleraine Grammar School crew. 2 more Fermoy crews to come through now, Fermoy B and Fermoy D, winging their way down to us as Coleraine just power on there. A stern loader crew, just to mention, riding here with one of the Fermoy crews. The drone following Fermoy down here with Fermoy B and Fermoy D led off in sequence. And then we just have St. Joseph's, Muckross and Cork to close out the 38 crews that we're racing. 38 times 5 equals a lot of rowers, exactly. So Fermoy B and Fermoy D, 190 competitors over the 38 crews entered here. Huge entry in the men's junior 16 quad. We'll narrow it down. So we're just looking at Fermoy, trying to see which of the Fermoy crews it is here. Fermoy B or Fermoy D. Down to the last few strokes as they cross the line there. Fermoy D, Maeve O'Connell in the Cox's seat. Rhys Harris, Cian Dillon, Conor Mahan and Matthew Finn making up the crew for Fermoy D. Fermoy B, I mentioned Ronan McDonough, Henry Simmons, Liam Bracken, Senan O'Hugan and Rowan Fallon, the second Fermoy crew. And we're down then to St. Joseph's, Muckross and Cork. So Fermoy just coming in towards the line now. And then we're going to have St. Joseph's A, Muckross B and Cork. Lovely rowing again from all the Fermoy crews in the Junior 16. They've had 4 boats coming down A to D. And hoping, I'm sure, to get a number of crews into the semi-finals before moving on to the final. So they wind for the line here. Sure, the sprinting that they would have done at their own regatta recently will stand to them as they wind up towards the finish. Impressive stuff here from the Fermoy crew. They cross the line. And now we're down to 3. Just 3 remain of the 38. 35 crews have come down in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. And now we're down to St. Joseph's, Muckross and Cork. Here are that St. Joseph's crew just up on screen. It's St. Joseph's A. Paddy Heffernan in the Cox's seat. Tommaso Flynn in 2. Retta Gunashell in the 2 seat, Mike Feeney in 3 and Donal Spellisy in the stroke seat. That's St. Joseph's A. And nice rowing from the guys here again. High rate from the St. Joseph's crew. And that leads us to our last two competitors in the men's junior 16 quad, Muckross and Cork. Just seeing the footage there of the crew, some fist bumps from St. Joseph's A. Hopefully they're happy with the road that they had there and the time that they got. And then two more crews, Muckross B and Cork in the Muckross boat. It is Muckross B and Cork, we'll see shortly. The Cork crew look like they have pulled through Muckross, so this is a fast finishing Cork crew. Sam O'Leary in the Cox's seat, Ronan O'Sullivan in bow, Patrick O'Brien in 2, Ray McGauley in the 3 seat, and Paddy Lockheed dishing it out there in the stroke seat. And they're absolutely motoring on towards the finish. I think this is one of the favourite crews that we should expect to see in the final. And check and see. I think they did well at Cork Regatta recently, so definitely one of the crews to watch. And they had the makings of Muckross B. They pulled through them there. That's just Muckross in the background. So impressive stuff here from the Cork crew. Sam O'Leary in the Cox's seat will tell the crew they just completed their last stroke there. So impressive. Well done to Cork. Bow number 250. And then just one more to go, and it is the Muckross B crew. And great footage of the crew from Muckross there. Tom Corcoran in the Cox's seat, just crossing the line. Joseph Hickey in bow. Maximilian Waslowski in 2, Cian Whitty in 3, and Alan O'Donoghue de Vries in the stroke seat, rowing in their Friends of Muckross lottery boat. So well done to the crews from Muckross and to all the crews, 38 of them, all the way through in the men's junior 16 time trial. A lot of time trials to get through there. We've closed out the men's club 4, the men's junior 18 pair, the women's junior 18 single, and the men's junior 16. And I think this might be a crew that's out of sequence, but I think it's the Castleconnell crew that I misplaced earlier. We found them, so they're going out a little bit out of sequence here. I think that is the crew 213. It's Castleconnell B. They were obviously held back and kicked off then a little bit later. So Castleconnell B, just giving the old shout out there. Daniel Madden in the Cox's seat, Fraser Jukes in bow, Jack O'Connor in 2, Killian Hammond in 3, and Jude Jennings in stroke. So that's the Castleconnell crew. Bow number 213, coming in towards the finish, and I think then this might close out the men's junior 16 quad. There we go, last few strokes for Castleconnell to close out the time trials for this afternoon's session. And then we have a short break, where we actually don't have a short break because we've made up the time that we needed for all those time trials. So next up is going to be into heats more or less straight away. And we're going to switch to our balcony crew for this afternoon. So the time trials will switch to streaming, and then the balcony crew, Jenny and Brian Cliff, are going to bring it home for us up there, bringing us all the action underway shortly with the women's junior 16 Cox 4. And a reminder for everyone, all of the time trials, now that they're complete, the times will be populating, and the draw already up to date for the men's club 4, the men's junior 18 pair, women's junior 16, women's junior 18 single, and the men's junior 16 quad up shortly. So we'll be back after the narrowest of breaks with the heats of the women's junior 16 Cox 4.
4, Volkswagen Passat. Kindly move your car, thank you.
We're back to the action here with the first heat of the women's junior 16 Cox to 4, and we have 2 heats here with 3 crews to qualify from 4 boats, and in the next heat we have 3 crews qualifying. We're just due to qualify, so we're going to end up with a 5-boat final. Heat 1 we have in lane 2 St. Michael's, lane 3 Enniskillen, lane 4 Athlone, and lane 5 Enniskillen. They're the crews that you can see just making their way down the first 100 metres or so. 3 crews to qualify, so just 1 crew to be dropped out of St. Michael's, Enniskillen, Athlone and Skibbereen. And then the second heat will be making their way onto the stake boats. You can just see that in the background, the crews coming across lane 1 and lane 2 to get into position, and that'll be a 3-boat race between Shandon, Galway and Closhegnoid, 2 to qualify out of the second heat of the women's junior 16-4. But back up on the action, it is St. Michael's, Enniskillen, Athlone and Skibbereen mentioned just rather cruelly. We're going to drop 1 crew out of the 4 for the women's junior 16 quad, and hopefully have that drone up there to see how things are running at the moment. But I have a feeling the Enniskillen crew in lane 2 on the right hand side of your screen looks like they have made an impressive start here to open up a lead. And then just checking with the crews, St. Michael's, Athlone and Skibbereen as well in the mix, as our drone wings its way up towards the start. After that, we are into the crews that went out of the time trials. So the men's club 4, the men's junior 18 pair, and the women's junior 18 single, and the men's junior 16 quad, all coming back to race in their heats now. And we're now just catching up with the through the first 500 of the women's junior 16 Cox squad. The stretching out well here, and in the second lane, Enniskillen are the crew leading it out here. They've already opened up clear water ahead of St. Michael's. Enniskillen, St. Michael's are the 1 and 2. Athlone back in 3rd place at the moment, just holding off Skibbereen. So with 3 crews to qualify in the women's junior 16-4, let's see how tactics play out. I'm sure they're looking to get a good workout under the belt in this race, but again, they can conserve some energy to race later on in the final at 3:45. So different qualifying here, not going through timetails just because there are 7 crews racing here for 6 spots, 5 spots I should say, in the final. So Enniskillen leading it out and looking like they are in control ahead of St. Michael's. They're on the right hand side in the yellow boat. Athlone back in 3rd. Athlone at the moment holding off Skibbereen. And you can see the crew from Enniskillen, they've taken the rate right down. They're a powerful crew here, so they're just making their way down. Not under too much pressure, quite happy to conserve some energy. And then the St. Michael's crew, the crew bottom of your right hand side, their screen, St. Michael's and Athlone, top right of your screen, these three. See some of the scullers making their way up for the women's junior 18 single in the background there. And again, fantastic footage here. The umpires launch just behind the four crews and that fourth place crew from Skibbereen. So they're well stretched out here. Not much of a photo finish prospect in, unless they put a show on for us here in the second half of the race. They come down to just over the halfway mark. And impressive stuff here from Enniskillen. Really, in the first few 100 metres, they moved out into the lead, and then they're well able to take the rate down. They're just striding out in lane 2 in full control, as I mentioned. The St. Michael's crew running nicely in second place, keeping the rate nice and high. So if you compare the contrasting style of the two crews there, Enniskillen really look like they're just paddling down compared to the effort being made by the crew from St. Michael's and from Athlone. Athlone are the crew centre of the screen. And over on the right, left-hand side, we have the Skibbereen crew back in fourth place. So it's looking like it's fairly well established for the three qualifying spots between the crews there from Enniskillen, Athlone and St. Michael's. Heat 2 will be Shandon, Galway and Cláiste Noid, which I believe is just on the stake boats now, about to leave. And then we get into those heats for the men's Club 4. So the time trial that they went through, back on the water already for the Club 4, men's junior 18 pair, women's junior 18 single, and those men's junior 16 quads. Could you imagine one of the last finishing crews might have been the crew to cross there, that fast finishing Cork crew? They might have a quick turnaround to get back on the water and race in the heats later on. But the more traditional qualifying here between the crews from St. Michael's, Enniskillen and Athlone. Enniskillen, lovely footage of them. The rate is right down. St. Michael's still pushing on, slightly higher rate, but the Enniskillen crew are absolutely cruising here. This is kind of exhibition stuff for them. We'll see how they fare when they get into the final. They just need to get safely down across the line. The St. Michael's crew back there in second place at the moment, ahead of Athlone. And the Athlone crew putting a little bit of a squeeze to come back into contention with St. Michael's there. Both these crews looking secure with three crews to qualify. It's just the Skibbereen crew off the pace in fourth at the moment. But Enniskillen, even with that low rate, they're continuing to move away from St. Michael's and Athlone. And St. Michael's and Athlone still moving towards the finish, just about a length separating them. And again, footage there of the Enniskillen crew. Let me get the names there. And we find out who our contenders are in the women's junior 16 Cox 4. A lot of scrolling on my iPad, and here we go. So Enniskillen, the crew there. Jessica Thompson in the Cox's seat for Enniskillen. In the bow seat we have Caitlin Reid. In the 2 seat, Maeve Royston McAuliffe. In 3, Claude O'Donoghue. And in the stroke seat, Claire Walsh. So impressive stuff here from Enniskillen as they make their way down. In the St. Michael's crew, which are in second at the moment, we have Tegan Marley Buckley in the Cox's seat. Saoirse Caffrey Cox in bow. Hannah Small in the 2 seat. Ciara Cullinan in 3 and Laura Brady in the stroke seat. That's a St. Michael's crew. Just watching that Enniskillen crew power in towards the finish here in full control, we mentioned. So Enniskillen looking good. They're crossing the line ahead of that St. Michael's crew. Look like they're holding off Athlone. So that's Enniskillen, Athlone, and really putting it up to St. Michael's here. The Athlone crew, Tyke Dolan in the Cox's seat, Isabel Good in bow, Leisha Claffey in 2, Murren Kenny in 3, and Felicity Heaslip in the stroke seat. Just those 2 crews coming in now, and it's Athlone just getting the better of St. Michael's maybe on the line. But with 3 crews to qualify, We think that'll be job done for both of these. So Athlone and St. Michael's crossing more or less level to take second and third, and it is just the Skibbereen crew who is dropped from this heat and will not make it into the final. So the result, waiting to be verified, but the unofficial result, gauging by my aging eyes, Enniskillen crossing the line there ahead of St. Michael's and Athlone, and then just Skibbereen coming in to close out Heat 1 of the Women's Junior 16 Cock Squad. That's race 1 to 2, and next up is going to be Heat 2 between Shandon, Galway and Closhtegnoid.
Okay, Heat 1 is safely home and over the line. Now it's time to see who will join Enniskillen, St. Michael's and Athlone in the final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed 4. A 3-boat race with 2 to qualify. In lane 2, Shandon. Lane 3, Galway. And in lane 4, Closhtegnoid. This Women's Junior 16 4 is a new event on the programme. The question still stands. Who will be crowned the first ever winner of the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4 at the Irish Rowing Championships? While it is not a championship event, it is still promised to have some very, very close racing. Now, some of you at home, or indeed here in the regatta enclosure, may be asking why some of these crews look to be paddling quite leisurely, shall we say, down the course. This is because the first 2 crews will qualify with the third to go home, unfortunately, in this second heat of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed 4. And by the looks of it, Shandon on the right of your screen and Galway on the left are the 2 crews that are set to take that qualification position, with Closhtegnoid slightly further back in the field. So the tactics of the Shandon and Galway crew are: let's conserve energy, let's paddle down the course at about 24-26 strokes a minute. I'm just clocking that Shandon crew now as they come down towards me here in the National Rowing Centre, and look at that for a kaleidoscope of colours. Yeah, I'm clocking Shandon at about 26 strokes a minute, which is quite low. You wouldn't call that a racing rate, as I'm sure many of you know. But that is what Shandon are doing. I'm going to give them about 3/4 of a length ahead of Galway, but this isn't really what this particular race is about. This is more about, let's get down the course, let's safely qualify for the final, and then let's see what we can do later on at about 3:45 in the final of the first ever Women's Junior 16 Cox 4. And look at that for a lovely view of the National Rowing Centre there behind the banks of Inniscarra, absolutely packed as thousands of people descend upon the National Rowing Centre for the Irish Rowing Championships 2026. So coming down to the line now at a leisurely pace, it is the crew from Shandon, the light blue of Shandon, set to cross the line first. That's going to be followed by Galway Rowing Club. They're going to take the 2 qualification places and join Enniskillen, St. Michael's and Athlone in the final of the Women's Junior 16 Cox Quad. Unfortunately, Skibbereen and Closhtegnoid will go home and will not make the final. But still, a credit to all 7 of them crews for making it to the start line of the first ever Women's Junior 16 Cox 4. Right, that's the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4s all safely home. We'll catch up again with them at about 3:45. And what time are we now? We're coming up on about 20 to 3, so it's going to be a quick turnaround for those athletes. Just over an hour to get in, get the boat onto trestles. Hopefully they'll have someone to give them a hand. Boat onto trestles, and then back out again shortly. Bit of food, bit of water, and back out onto the water. Right, now we're going to go back up and we're going to have a look at some of the crews who we've already seen in time trials. These races, they're not going to be like the paddling crews that we just saw a couple of moments ago. These races are from the time trials. We're up for the men's Club 2 Cox 4 Heat 1, race number 124 on your programme, with 3 to qualify. In lane 1, University College Dublin. Lane 2, Athlone. Lane 3, Shannon. Lane 4, DUBCA. Lane 5, University of Galway. And in lane 6, DUBC B. Now, let's have a look. Who are my crews in the centre lanes? I'm looking at DUBCA and Shannon. That's our 1 and 2. But let's not forget about UCD over on the far side. That's your 1 to 3. Who is it to qualify? Top 3 to qualify. And as I'm looking at them here, it's looking like University, College, Dublin, Shannon and Trinity. They're your 1 to 3. Now, closest to camera, not discounting them at all, is University of Galway, slightly further back to Athlone, and slightly further off the pace then is the DUBC B crew. That's your 1 to 6 as they come down towards us here in the regatta in closure. 3 to qualify for the final later on this evening at about 5:15. Excuse me, not 5:15. That's coming up later on this evening anyway. That's it. It's about 5:45, I should say. Now, as I'm sitting here in a commentary position, I can start to hear the crowds behind me slowly starting to shout, University of Galway, current holders of this event. What do they have to say about this as they come into the final 500 metres, and they're about half a length down off a qualification position. In a line, as I speak, we have University College Dublin, we have Shannon, and we have Trinity. That's your 1 to 3 who's set to look to take these qualification places. Do University of Galway have anything to say about this? I think they do. Athlone sitting slightly further back out of contention as we speak. Here they go, coming down towards the regatta enclosure. Are University of Galway going to get their bow up in the mix? I think they are. Trinity looks to be leading this. Then I'm looking at Shannon, then I'm looking at UCD, and then I'm looking at Galway. University of Galway just missing out on that qualification spot. So, who is going through to the final later on? We'll have Shannon, we'll have UCD, and we will have DUBCA. Missing out on the qualification, we will have University of Galway, Athlone, and the other Trinity B crew. That is Heat 1 of the men's club Cox 4 safely down the course. 3 to qualify in that for the final later on this evening. So Shannon, Trinity and UCD through to the final. We're going to find out who's going to be joining them in a couple of minutes. We'll be heading back up to the start. But what a race from all 6 of those crews. Exhaustion on the faces of all of those crews. Quick look up at the start where we can already see the men's junior pairs getting ready to go. We'll catch up with them in a few moments' time. But before we catch up with the junior pairs, we'll be catching up with the men's club Cox 4 Heat 2. We will see who will be joining Shannon, Trinity and UCD in the final of the men's club 2-4. We will catch up with them in a couple of moments' time.
Back to the action now with Heat 2 of the men's club Cox 4 in lane 1, UCCB lane 2, commercial lane 3, UCCA lane 4, UL lane 5, Queens and lane 6, Neptune. So Neptune and commercial, the only non-college crews racing in the second heat here. And again, 3 crews to qualify: Shannon, Trinity, UCDA, the 3 from the previous one. So checking in, they're more than halfway down now, and the action looks like it is in lanes 5. That is the crew from Queens. Look like they're leading it out there, coming down about halfway. Ahead then of on the inside from them, the crews from UL and UCC, maybe the UCC crew ahead of UL at the moment. So it looks like Queens looking the best of the qualifiers so far. Queens, UCCA and UL. Within striking distance, the crew from commercial, and the only crews with a little bit of work to do, it's UCCB and Neptune A on the outside lanes. So again, qualifiers through the time trials in here, our fastest crews are in the centre lanes, in lanes 3 and 4, and that's what we're seeing here now. But actually it's lane 5, the Queen's crew. They look like they are motoring on here, and they're trying to shake off the challenge that's coming from UCC and from the crews from UL as well. And commercial very much within the mix as well. They're staying in touch here in lane 2. Between these 6 crews, Neptune and UCCB, just some of the crews that have a little bit of work to do if they want to get back into the mix. But Queen's crew powering on here on the left hand side of the screen. They look like they're in control here, so it's Queen's and then the crew from UCC in the yellow boat. In between them we have the crew from UL in the mix as well, and that commercial crew. So 4 crews in the mix for 3 spots. Neptune A and UCC B probably out of the running in the last few hundred meters here. They're going to run out of water. They'll never make up that margin, so it's 4 boats for 3 qualifying spots. And it looks like the crew from UCC and Queen's, these 2 leading. We also have that commercial crew starting to really make a move on the charge for the finish. All the running being done by the crew from Queen's up until we got to the last few hundred meters. UCC really storming in the last few hundred meters as well. So finish lines in sight in the next 200 meters. The enclosure lifts the crews with the encouragement as they come towards the finish. And it looks like a well-timed race here from UCC in lane 3, ahead of the crews from Commercial, UL and Queen's. Queen's had done all the running in the first half of the race here, but the UCC crew, they stride on again. UL going with them. Queen's, Commercial all in the mix, so UCC looking good to secure. Here come UL charging for the line. Down to the last few strokes with just 3 qualifying spots and 4 boats in the mist here. The Cork crew, UCC, push on, and they're just about to take it. So it's UCC taking it from the UL crew. They're the 1 and 2, and I think it was the Queen's crew that got in ahead of Commercial. Wait for the official result to come in there, but a really exciting finish there.
So that was the second in the heats of the men's Club 2-4. 3 boats
To take by about half a length ahead. Then it looked like a solid row from the UL crew in second place, and I think it might have been the Queen's crew who just got the better of the crew from who were doing the early running. The Commercial crew were in the mix there, but just waiting for the official result to come in. Up on screen, just checking to see if they updated. Haven't published it yet to see who has qualified, so we'll come back to that, the official result, once it's available. Just trying to check on the system there. No, not yet. Okay, so we'll see who the qualifiers are, but it did, to me, the unofficial result there with my dodgy eyes, it was UCC crossing the line ahead of UL and Queen's. They were the 1, 2 and 3. And from the previous race, we thought it was Shannon and UCD, and Trinity. So we'll find out if they're the 6 finalists shortly. That was the second heat of the men's club Cox 4. And next up, it is going to be the men's junior 18 pair. So Shannon A, Methodist St. Michael's, Castleconnell, Shannon B and Lee A are the next crews up in heat 1 of the men's junior 18 pair. So back to the action here of heat 1 of the men's junior 18 pair. The crews again, similar to the other races that we've had, they went through the time trials earlier on, and then we got our fastest 12. And in heat 1 we have in lane 1 Shannon, in lane 2 Methodist, in lane 3 St. Michael's, lane 4 is Castleconnell, lane 5 is Shannon, and lane 6 is Lee. And just checking in on the crews here, the Shannon A crew in lane 1. But our leaders just on screen, we can see now it is in lane 3. It is the St. Michael's crew, one of the fastest crews coming through the time trials. St. Michael's crew of Art Thornbury and Evan O'Byrne, 2 familiar names, championship winners in last season, now back racing here in this combination in the men's pair. Evan O'Byrne heading off to the Worlds with Matthias Cogan, who won the men's junior single. Hopefully that set a tone here. Art Thornbury backing up Evan in the St. Michael's boat. They're well ahead here with Clearwater. That's them on the left hand side of the screen. A little bit further back to the crew from Methodist. Just above them in over on the far side, Shannon A in the distance as well, you can see. But the St. Michael's crew rowing nicely here. Methodist back in second place. The Methodist crew of Felix O'Gorman and Daniel Crozier. Daniel, part of the crews that were racing last year at the Under-19 World Championships in Lithuania. And now partnering up here with Felix O'Gorman in the bow seat. That's the Methodist crew. But St. Michael's look like they're in full control here. On screen you can see clear water. St. Michael's already picked up the win in the Women's Junior 18 Pair Championship earlier on this morning. And they're dominating this first heat of the Men's Junior 18 Pair as well. So St. Michael's, Methodist, the Shannon A crew look like the three that are in their mix to qualify for the final. The Shannon A crew out on the far side, we're riding side by side with them there with the camera as they come in. They're some way ahead then of the crews from Castleconnell, Shannon B and Lee. And there is the three crews coming in. You can see just the distances between them. St. Michael's with that Clearwater lead. Methody back in second. Got an overlap though with the crew from Shannon A. And the St. Michael's crew look like they are just striding out here, similar to that Enniskillen crew that we saw racing in the Junior 16 quad. They're in full control here. So St. Michael's cross the line and look to take that first qualifying spot ahead of Methodist in second. And then it looks like Shannon A in lane 1. They're the 1, 2 and 3. A little bit further back then to the crew from Lee, Shannon B and Castleconnell, who won't advance on to the final. 3 to qualify out of the 6. So that was heat 1 of the Men's Junior 18 Pair. St. Michael's, Methodist and Shannon A. Wait for the official result to come in as we watch the crews in Castleconnell, Shannon B and Lee come in to close that out. So that's heat 1 of the Men's Junior 18 Pair.
The second heat in this category of men's junior 18 pairs.
Okay, that was heat 1 of the Men's Junior 18 Pair. Let's go back up to heat 2, who are well and truly on their way down towards the finish line. In lane 1, Shandon. Lane 2, Neptune. Lane 3, Commercial. Lane 4, Colostignac A. Lane 5, Enniskillen. And in lane 6, Black Rock A. 3 to qualify for the final later on this afternoon in this men's junior pair. Now let's have a look up on screen. Who are front runners as they come down towards us here at the finish line? Colostignac A leading this one out. I'm going to give them about 3/4 of a length over Commercial and Neptune. That's your front 3 qualification places. Then we're slightly further back to Shandon and the other crew of Blackrock out on the far side. But look at this for the Colostignac crew who are coming right up here with the drone sitting in lane 4. Colostignac A of Owen O'Connell and Harvey Sloan. They're really desperately trying to break that elastic band between Neptune and Commercial on their stroke side. However, it's 3 to qualify for the final later on this evening. And about 25 past 4, the fastest 6 to go through from these 2 semi-finals to the final at that time this evening. Neptune starting to make inroads. Are they going to try draw level with Colostignac? That's the question being asked. Colostignac, do they have a response? Let's see what they can do. Commercial desperately trying to hold on to that 3rd qualification spot, but I'm keeping a very close eye on Shandon out on the far side of the course. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 as they go through this point of the course. This could be a race between for 1st and 2nd, and a very close finish between 3rd and 4th. I'm looking at Colostignac and I'm looking at Neptune for 1st and 2nd, and then I'm really keeping a close eye for the very important 3rd qualification spot between Commercial and Shandon here, just closer to the camera here as we ride up with our camera out on the water. Commercial looking like they're slowing up. A look over their right shoulder there from the stroke man. Do they have a response to what Shandon, the question that Shandon asked? Let's see if they do. Look at this. Neptune are drawing level with Colostignac for the 1st qualification spot. The question still stands. Who will join St. Michael's, Methodist and Shannon A in the final of the men's junior 18 pair? Look at this close-up shot with the Shannon crew. Pain on the face of that bowman. Look over the left shoulder. Where is he in relation to Commercial for that all-important 3rd qualification spot? Again, the Colostignac crew, who were leading a couple of moments ago of Harvey Sloan and Owen O'Connell. Neptune now asking serious questions of Colostignac, the Neptune crew of Emmett Villing and Hugh Curran. Are the questions being answered by Colostignac? I think they are, but where there are a lot of questions right now, it is Commercial and Shandon. The Commercial crew of Sam Hurlity and Gavin Hayes sitting in the stroke seat asking questions of the Shandon crew of Bobby Heffernan and Harry Murphy. The crowd behind me starting to go wild. This is only the heats. Why is the crowd going wild? Because there are 4 boats in very, very close contention going for 3 qualification spots. Determination on the face of that Shandon crew. Closer that camera now, look at this. We're riding up with Colostignac, who are sitting in lane 4. Neptune asking them questions. Commercial answering the questions of Shandon. Who's it going to be? Colostignac, followed by Neptune, followed by Commercial, followed by Shandon. 4 boats going for 3 qualification spots. Colostignac crossing the line, followed by Neptune, Commercial, and unfortunately, from where I'm sitting, it looked like Shandon missed out on that third qualification spot. So that's our men's junior 18 coxed pair, Enniskillen and Blackrock, just coming across the line there. But the questions have been answered. The boats that will join St Michael's, Methodist and Shannonay are Colostignac, Neptune and Commercial. Of course, all results are unofficial until confirmed on the Google Docs, which is available on the Rowing Ireland website. But that's heats 1 and 2 of the men's junior 18 pair safely home and over the line. We'll go back up for the heats, the semi-finals I should say, of the women's junior 18 single in a couple of moments time. I believe the first heat is already off the stake boats. So again, confirmation, I'm going to jump back, I'm going to go back to the men's club Cox 4, confirmation of the crews that will contest the final later on today. They will be Trinity, Shannon, UCD, UCC, UL and Queen's University Belfast are the 6 crews that will contest the final of the men's club 4 that will take place later on this evening at the time of, wait till I find it here, 4:45, the men's club 4 will take place. Okay, that's the heats of the men's junior 18 coxed pair all safely home. We'll just wait for the official result of the second semi-final and we'll catch up with the women's junior 18 single sculls in a couple of moments time. And up on your screen now is actually the second heat of the women's junior 18 single scull. They're sitting on the stake boats getting ready to go. We'll catch up with heat 1, who are already on the course and making their way down towards us in a couple of moments time. You can just see the hands going up there of the scullers in the centre lane for heat 2. Just letting the starter know they're not quite ready yet, but they're going to wait until their official start time. Let's do a quick roll call for heat 1, which is already on the course. This is race number 128 on your programme. 3 to qualify for the final later on this afternoon. In lane 1, Cork O'Brien. Lane 2, Garda McLaughlin. Lane 3, Fermoy Nagle. Lane 4, Lee Valley Nagle. Lane 5, Athlone Reynolds. And in lane 6, Commercial Dunn. Now, as I said, heat 2 sitting up on the stake boats waiting patiently for their turn to make the run down the course here in Inniscarra at the Irish Rowing Championships. The regatta enclosure, as I look out here, really starting to fill up. It's a hive of activity. The trailers started to roll in about Wednesday just after 12 o'clock, really starting to fill up yesterday, Thursday, just after lunchtime. As I mentioned earlier, I took a walk down through the regatta enclosure this morning, and I have to say the place is absolutely full of boats, full of athletes, full of coaches helping their athletes rig boats, giving the last team talk before they head out on to the water. As you can see there, we have a camera just pointed up towards Inniscarra Bridge, giving you the view of what is heat 1 of the women's junior 18 single sculls making their way down the course. Now look, as the drone gets up to speed with them, let's have a look. Where am I looking? I'm looking at the centre lanes. I'm looking at Fermoy Nagle leading this one out. Then I'm looking either side of her. I'm looking at Garda McLaughlin and Lee Valley Nagle. That's your 1 to 3, but let's definitely not forget about Cork O'Brien and Athlone Reynolds. I'm aware I just said 5 names, but that's because these boats are in a lane. Definitely not forgetting about Commercial Done on the far side. Again, 3 to qualify for the final later on, but where there are no questions, it is for Nagel in lane 3. She is sitting nice and comfortably in that first qualification spot. Where there are questions is who will clinch the second and third qualification places. I'm looking at the sculler from Lee Valley in lane 4. I'm going to say she's sitting in the second qualification spot, and then God, you could throw a blanket across the other 4 scullers for that third and crucial qualification position. We'll find out who'll join these athletes in a couple of moments' time. As we saw earlier, Heat 2 was on the stake boats, but let's keep up with Heat 1 as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. For Nagel leading this out, starting to break away from the rest of the field. It is Lee Valley Nagel and Athlone Reynolds close to the enclosure, but I'm actually going to keep an eye on Garda McLaughlin there in lane 2. So yes, as they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, it is for Nagel leading it out, followed by Lee Valley Nagel on closer the camera and Garda McLaughlin. That's your 1, 2, 3, and not forgetting about Cork O'Brien out there in lane 1. What a close race this is in the women's junior 18 single scull. The final will take place later on today at 5 to 5. What questions will be asked in the final? The question that's been on the lips of a lot of these scullers for the whole season, which is who is the fastest women's junior sculler in all of Ireland? Who will take that championship back to their club? And that question will be answered in the next couple of hours. Now, she's leading this one out. She's got clear water. Then where am I looking? I'm looking at Cork O'Brien, Garda McLaughlin and Lee Valley Nagel. That's your 1 to 4. Slightly further off the pace, we have Athlone Reynolds and Commercial Done. Now, one important thing to note about the single scull is the boat speed can change very, very quickly in a single scull. All it takes is one decision. Let's put in a hard 10 or a hard 20, whatever you've decided with your coach, and that is what can change the outcome of a race very, very quickly. Lovely shot there of the umpire following down all 6 of these scullers, and we can just see there the rate has come down slightly from Nagel. She's conscious she may have a final later on if all goes to plan. Let's try conserve some energy. Still a very tight race going on between Cork O'Brien closest to the camera, Garda McLaughlin next over beside her in lane 2, and the sculler out on the far side, Lee Valley Nagel. That's your 1 to 4 as they make their way down towards 500 metres to go. As I mentioned earlier, 3 to qualify in this heat of the women's junior 18 single sculls. All of these athletes have already gone through time trials earlier on today. So this will be their second 2-kilometre race of the afternoon, and they are all hoping that they do get a third one before dinner time this evening, because that will mean they have made it to the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. But look at this for effort from the Cork sculler closest the camera, Cork O'Brien, sitting right up here with our camera out on the water. You can really see, let's look at Fermoy Nagel. She's taken the rate down. She's really in an effort to try improve, I should not say improve, I should say reserve her energy for what she hopes to be her final later on this evening. I'm keeping a very close eye on Garda McLaughlin there, just on the top half of your screen. And also Lee Valley Nagel. We'll get a drone shot in a couple of moments' time to let us know where Cork O'Brien is in the mix. But look at this. For Nagel leading it out. Then I'm going Garda McLaughlin, and I'm going to call it level between Cork O'Brien and Lee Valley Nagel for the third and all-important qualification spot. It's nearly like a perfect chevron. Now, the question that's going to be asked here for Nagel, as you can see, has taken down the rate. She does need to be careful that the chasing pack does not catch up with her too much. Garda McLaughlin already managed to claw it back to about half a length. That's a decision that Nagel needs to make as she comes into the closing stages of this Heat 1 of the women's junior 18 single scull. But all she is to do is stay inside the top 3, and that will earn her a lane. Look at that lovely shot of the National Rowing Centre in the background of all these scullers making their way down towards us here. The green of Farran Woods, the blue of the National Rowing Centre, on the kaleidoscope of scullers of 6 clubs being represented here. Look at this for a rate change from the Cork sculler. She is not by any means letting Lee Valley Nagel have this one easy. The rate slowly starting to increase from Fermoy Nagel. Let's see, can she hold off Garda McLaughlin to hold on to that first qualification place. But yes, sitting up the front, it is Fermoy Nagel, Garda McLaughlin sitting in 2. Questions being asked about Cork O'Brien and leave Ballynagle for that third and all-important qualification place. But coming down to the line, Fermoynagle going to cross in first. That's going to be followed by Garda McLaughlin, and let's get a look on the line and let's see who got that all-important third qualification place. I'm not going to call that from where I was sitting. We'll wait for the official result to come up on the spreadsheet, which will be up in a couple of moments' time. But that was the first heat of the women's junior 18 single scull. Closer to the line, slightly further back, then we had Athlone Reynolds and Commercial Dun. But we'll give you the official result of that heat 1 of the women's junior 18 single scull in a couple of moments' time.
So there's the official result there of the first heat of the women's junior 18 single. The three crews, Fermoynagle crossing the line there ahead of McLaughlin of Garda in second, O'Brien of Cork, they were the 1, 2 and 3. Very tight times there. Lee Ballynagle just missing out on the third qualifying spot. Next up we have the second heat of the single on its way down to us now. We have Waterford O'Flynn in lane 1, Coleraine Grammar School Deal in 2, Shandon Monaghan in 3, Athlone Rocket in 4, Shannon Balfe in 5 and New Ross Brennan in 6. And in the third, lane 3, leading out, Monaghan of Shandon. Looks like they are just ahead of Athlone and Rocket. These 1 and 2 making their way down. We're just going to pick up the races here with the camera catamaran beside them as well, but looking good so far for Shandon Monaghan. And Athlone Rocket, these 2, now we're riding with them. Isabel Monaghan of Shandon leading it out. A little bit of clear water back then to Athlone Rocket in second place. And again, 3 to qualify here, so we just keep an eye at the moment. Looks like it might be Coleraine Grammar School Deal. Could be in the mix for the third place. Just going to check and see when we've got the wider shot who else is in the mix for the final of the women's junior 18 through the time trials. Now through these heats to find out who's going to advance on. Really nice powerful rowing there from Monaghan of Shandon in control. She makes her way down, and it looks like Monaghan Shandon leading ahead of Athlone Rocket in second place. They're the 1 and 2. Deal of Daisy Deal of Coleraine Grammar School might be in third. We just need to see that shot coming in. Is there anyone from the other races from the other lanes, Shannon or New Ross, that might be in the mix? But just there we are with the Waterford of Flynn sculler nearest to us. Coleraine Grammar School there, but Shandon just coming through ahead of Athlone. They're the 1 and 2. Lanes 3 and 4 going with form here, the fastest crews of the time trials, and it is Daisy Deal of Coleraine Grammar School who gets in ahead then of Waterford O'Flynn, Shannon Balfe and New Ross Brennan to close out the second heat of the women's junior 18 singles. So wait for the official result there, but over the line it looked like Shandon Monaghan, Athlone Rocket, and the crew then from Deal from Coleraine Grammar. They're the 1, 2 and 3 to close out heat 2, the women's junior 18 single scull. Wait for the official results to come in and take a glance as well at the times. The fastest time for Fermoynagle out of the last one was 9:19.5. So let's see how Isabel Monaghan of Shandon compares to that when the official results come in. And already up on the stake boats, it is the first heat of the men's junior 16 Coxed Quad, the crews that came through the time trials as well this morning. Lee Valley Methodist, Lee St. Michael's Methodist and Presentation. So we have 2 Methodist crews here, A in lane 2 and Methodist in lane 5. And we'll see how they fare. Just waiting for that official result to come through for the second heat of the women's junior 18 single sculls. And then before our break this afternoon, we have the men's junior 16 Cox Quad, the women's club Cox 4 heats, and then a tiny little break, literally, to catch our breath, and then we're back straight away with the run of finals that will bring us into 5:15 this evening to close out another section in day 1 of the 2026 Irish Rowing Championships. So checking in on Heat 2, the results just up there, and in a much faster time than the previous heat. So Shandon Monaghan, 9:14.9, she took the win there ahead of Athlone Rocket in second place, and Coleraine Grammar School Daisy Deal was in third, 1, 2 and 3, along with Fermoy, Nagle, Garda McLaughlin and Cork O'Brien qualifying from the previous heat. Up on the stake boats we can see the next race.
We have Lee Valley, lane 2, second one in from the far side, Methodist A, lane 3 Lee, lane 4 St. Michael's A, lane 5 Methodist B, and lane 6 closest to us is Presentation Cork. Now Methodist, I'm not sure if it's crew A or B or the same crew, but Methodist won this event last year, so I'm sure they'll be keen to keep the silverware within the walls of the clubhouse. So we're just getting ready to go now. Lovely shots there at the start, and conditions are certainly pretty much picture perfect out there. Slight breeze just to keep us cool, but it's warm, and so for these heats there's a balance between getting into the final but also conserving energy, so we can see they're away. Fast boats now.
So slight change to the run coming in now. The slight change here, to the running order. Just got an update there to hear the Presentation Cork had a technical issue, so what they've done is let off the second heat first. So we're actually on race 131, the second heat of the men's junior 16 Cox Quad. Enniskillen lane 1, Cork lane 2, Closhignoid lane 3, Coleraine Grammar School in lane 4, Commercial lane 5 and Athlone in lane 6. Once again, these crews came through time trials, so the 2 fastest crews, or the fastest crews out of these 6, will be in the centre lanes, and we'd expect to see them lead it out and push for the qualifying spots, and that's exactly what's happening on screen. Closhignoid and Coleraine Grammar School are the 2 leading it out in lanes 3 and 4, taking with them the crew from Commercial. They look like the 3 leading crews at the moment as they make their way down. So you can see the crews that are listed out there. Only just 5 crews on screen, but the crew in lane 3 and lane 4 and 5, it's Closhignoid, Coleraine and Commercial. They're the 3 doing the run in at the moment, a little bit further off the pace the crew from Athlone, and then on the far side we have the crews from Cork and Enniskillen as well.
Heats mixed up, so we swapped heats there for this category. So we're looking at the second of the heats right now, and let me rename those boats now again. So on the far side we have Enniskillen, second station lane.
So once again we're on Heat 2, race 131. Heat 2, the men's junior 16 Cox Quad, and in lane 3 Closhignoid leading it out, and they're starting to extend the lead over the crews from Coleraine and from Commercial. Commercial back in third place, they're bottom of the screen, a little bit further back then to the crew from Athlone, with some work to do to get back in the mix. And on the far side then the Enniskillen and Cork crews back in 4th and 5th, but leading it out, and leading it out well. Closhignoid, we were very impressed with this crew when they were coming through the time trials earlier on. Really clean rowing, excellent blade work, and they were rating very, very high during the time trial, and it looked like they were going to be one of the leading crews, and indeed they are, because they're one of faster qualifying crews into lane 3 of the second heat, and now they're leading it out here and doing what we expected them to do. They're opening up a lead of Clearwater already through the first few 100 metres. So Closhegnoid really going for it here to secure that first qualifying spot. Taking with them on their inside Coleraine, the nearest challenging crew, who in turn are taking the crew from Commercial with them. These are the leading three. Clearwater back then to the chasing pack of Enniskillen, Cork and Athlone. And very little between those three crews, but work to do if they're going to get back in the mix for the 3 qualifying spots. The earlier heat will be coming down after that. I mentioned presentation had some technical issue, nothing major. They've been able to make a repair, but it just made more sense to send off the second heat first, so that's why they're coming down in this sequence here. Second of 3 races for 3 of these crews here when they come through the qualifiers. And that Closhegnoid A crew that we were so impressed with, they are powering on here and open up the lead. And just going to get the club crew names to give them all a shout out here as well if you're tuning in from home supporting these men's junior 16 quads. Such a big entry across the board when we saw them racing earlier on. And the Closhegnoid 8 crew, Jim Hearn in the Cox's seat, Sam Mangan in bow, Michael Cahill in 2, Owen Valls O'Dowd in 3 and Matthew Maguire in the stroke seat. They stride out again, taking with them on their inside Coleraine Grammar School, who are in the mix as well there. Daniel McClure in the Cox's seat for Coleraine, Kyle Reid in bow, TJ Simpson in 2, Jake Colliger in 3 and Charlie Tweed in the stroke seat for Coleraine. They're the 1 and 2. And taken with them, it looks like that Commercial crew. We mentioned Liam Byrne in the bow seat, Evan Harrigan in 2, Patrick Keenan in 3, Donica Landers in stroke, and Sive O'Connell, the Cox there. And just a reminder for anyone tuning in at home mightn't be too familiar, you can in the men's and women's races have male or female Coxes, so it's the rowers that count here. So you see some of the crews do have female Coxes and vice versa. In the women's races they'll have male Coxes. So we saw there the Commercial crew, Sive O'Connell is in the Cox's seat for them. They are going to have to hold off the nearest rival to them in lane 2, the crew from Cork. And if they have a very impressive sprint finish, they might get back into the mix here, into the 3rd place. They did look well in the time trials when we saw them earlier on, but they have a little bit of work to do to get back into the mix here, as Commercial looking fairly well established in the 3rd spot. There's the leading crew from Closhegnoid ahead of Coleraine, so the positions staying the same. They are just stretching out into the second half of the race here. So we've got Closhegnoid, Coleraine and Commercial, all the C's, centre of the lanes in 3, 4 and 5, leading it out. Athlone, Cork, Enniskillen work to do. But that Cork crew, we were impressed with them in the time trial, so let's see what they can do in the run into the finish. Just seeing that Cork crew there with the white blades, and they'll know that they're within striking distance of the Commercial crew, but impressive from Commercial to establish in 3rd. It's going to come down to who has the better controlled sprint finish coming in towards the line. No doubt about the leaders though, really impressive from Closhegnoid. They were excellent in the time trial. Now they're coming down in this heat in full control, and look at the Clearwater they have opened up over an also impressive Coleraine Grammar School crew in 2nd place. These two looking to secure the qualifying spots, and then there's one more available, and all eyes are going to be on Cork and Commercial to see. I think the Cork crew are doing their absolute best here, but the Commercial crew have done all the hard work in the first half of the race here. They might just hold on for dear life and hold on the challenge that is going to come their way from the Cork crew. They might run out of water, even though they're sprinting and taking the rate up, trying to get back on level terms. Just coming in towards the finish, we see some of the crews heading up towards the start. There's that Enniskillen crew in lane 1, a little bit further back. That's Cork just above them, but we're watching our leaders here from the start. Closhegnoid, very impressive from the Closhegnoid crew. They come in towards the line. They're going to be the first crew that secure their qualifying spot for the final. So through the time trial they went, now through the heat it is Closhegnoid. They take crossing the line first, unofficially of course. Then it is Coleraine coming in 2nd, and the commercial crew, I think, doing enough to secure that third spot ahead of Cork. And they in turn, so good row there from those commercial guys to get into the final. And then it looked like the crew from Cork back in third, ahead then of the crews from Athlone and from Enniskillen to close out Heat 2, the men's junior 16 Cox Quad. Again, all unofficial results until the powers that be make that important update to the Google Docs document, and we know who the official winners and those spots are. And we will revert back then to the first heat of the men's junior 16 quad. Heat 1 between Lee Valley, Methodist A, Lee, St. Michael's A, Methodist B and Presentation Cork. Hopefully all well with the Presentation crew. They got themselves sorted, and we'll see now. I'm just trying to see actually on the stake boats what crew. And I'm just being reliably informed that the race is already underway. The men's junior 16 quad is underway. That is Heat 1. And we just saw the stake boats there with the women's Club 2-4, the crew that were just on the stake boats. So Heat 1 underway. Just to recap there, it's Lee Valley in lane 1, Methodist A in lane 2, Lee in lane 3, St. Michael's in lane 4, Methodist B lane 5 and Presentation Cork in lane 6. Looking to see who's going to join Shandon, Coleraine and Athlone for the final of looking to see who's going to join Closh Noid, Coleraine and Commercial for the final of the men's junior 16 Cox squad. So it looks to me like the crew in lane 3, the Lee crew, are leading this one out. Lee and St. Michael's, two of the faster crews coming through the time trials earlier on. Lee in lane 3 on the right hand side of your screen look like they've established a lead there, but it doesn't look like there's too much between the chasing pack in lane 2 and lane 4. The crews from Methodist and St. Michael's, the best of the rest, back there now in second and third. And then it is the Presentation Cork nearest the enclosure. Maybe they are back in fourth place, and a little bit further back then to Methodist and Lee Valley off the pace in fifth and sixth. So the official results just coming up there, we can see it is Closhta, Coleraine and Commercial, the three that have gone from Heat 1. And at the moment, looking at the form here, this is impressive as well from Lee. I think Lee and Closhta Noid are going to be battling for the win when we get to the final, because the Lee crew, slightly lower rate, but they look so powerful and clean in the water that they are able to take the rate down. They've done all the hard work in the first few 100 metres, and they are leading this one out and leading it out well. That's St. Michael's in the background. Just coming into view, sorry, it's Lee at the bottom of your screen there. The crew then from St. Michael's and from Methodist, that was the crew that were in the background. They are in second and third. Maybe St. Michael's now starting to push off and move away from the Methodist crew. Methodist will need to keep an eye on the Presentation crew over on the far side. Difficult thing to do when you're a couple of lanes away, but that Presentation crew might be able to sneak in and come up and challenge for the third spot, but they will run out of water in the second half of this race. So let's keep an eye on that battle. They might have left it a little bit too late to come up and challenge the crew from Methodist. St. Michael's looking good in second at the moment, but we're just riding here with the crew from Lee. Powerful rowing from the Lee crew. Ava Goodwin in the Cox's seat. Max Power, great name for rowing, in the bow seat. Henricus Janicus in 2. Luca McGrath and then Tygo Sullivan, the crew from Lee. I know Henricus' name from the indoors as well. Multiple winner of medals in the indoor rowing championships. And they look in full control here. The St. Michael's crew in second, looking to qualify. The St. Michael's A crew of Rory Reardon in the Cox's seat, Matthew Morgan Gowes in bow, Andrew Healy in 2, Dermot Colopy in 3 and Nathaniel Laffin in the stroke seat. They're looking good in second place at the moment, ahead of the crew from Methodist, and it's the Methodist A crew of Leah Gelbert, Thomas Gray, Lewis 18, Max Monaghan and Marcus Craig in the Cox's seat. But really impressive here. I think it's going to come down between Closh Ignoid and Lee when we get to the final. The Lee crew crossing the line in full control there, looking to take that first qualifying spot. It looks like St. Michael's coming in second, just bare length separating St. Michael's and the crew from Methodist. These three ahead then of the crew from Presentation back in fourth, and then it is going to be Lee Valley and the Methodist B crew coming in to close out that event in the men's junior 16 quad. So a little bit out of sequence there. They let Heat 2 off first because of a technical issue with Presentation in Heat 1. Heat 1 just completed there, so we have those races now completed. Wait for the official result to come in to find out just officially, but again that'll update on Google Docs. And just a reminder then, we're moving on with the next series of races, which is the heats of the Women's Club 2-4. 3 heats, 5 boats in each heat, and tough qualifying here because there's only 2 spots available for each of the crews in the heats. In Heat 1 we're going to have Sligo in lane 2, UL in lane 3, UCC in lane 4, Queens in lane 5, Queens B in lane 5, and Queens A in lane 6. And at the moment, trying to make out who our leading crews might be. There's just one crew maybe off the pace, and that's in lane 4. The Queens B crew, maybe a little bit further back, but in lanes 2, 3 and 4, Sligo, UL, UCC. Looking well there with Queens A, the crew on the far side or the left hand side of your screen, and they look like they're very much in control here. But 2 crews to qualify, so it's going to be tough qualifying as they were riding here with the crews that are going up to the start. Back on the action here with the Women's Club 2-4. So again, just the running order: Sligo lane 2, UL lane 3, UCC in lane 4, Queens B in lane 5, and Queens A in lane 6. 2 crews to qualify out of these crews that are racing there. The running being done, I think, in lanes 3 and in lane 6. So it's the UCC crew and Queens A leading it out at the moment, 2 to qualify. So I'm sure what they're doing here in the first half of this race is trying to get out to a commanding lead, open that cushion of clear water, and not get any dog fights in towards the run in towards the finish, and risk a fast finishing crew coming in and stealing one of those qualifying spots. In the mix though, the UL crew and Sligo. The UL probably the closer of the chasing pack that's there, and when they come up level we'll see just what the distances are. Just riding now with the crew from Queens, that's the UCC crew as well, centre of the course. In lane 3, UCC looking good in the women's club Coxed 4. 2 more heats to come down to find out to get our 6 boat final. But looking now like the Queen's crew, just on that wider shot that we have, the Queen's crew, really solid few hundred meters from them to see them move into the lead ahead of the crew, it looks like, from UCC. So these 2 push on. The UL crew probably too far back to come back unless they have a really strong sprint finish to get back in the mix here, because our 2 leading crews have moved out to clear water ahead of the chasing pack. And this crew from Queens on the left hand side of your screen, you can see the rate has come right down. They're in full control of the race here. A little bit more spirited from UCC, centre of the course, to secure spot 2. The UL crew, a little bit of work to do from them. And then further back you can see the 2 chasing pack crews of Sligo and Queens B, off the pace just with the umpire's launch there at the top of the screen. But the sun glistening down on our leading crew, Queens A, as we ride here with the UCC crew. That's UL in the background, and Sligo top of the screen. So the UCC crew starting to come back on the crew from Queens. There was a little bit of clear water starting to open up, but they've a nice solid few hundred meters here to see them come up and try to challenge for the win overall. But the Queen's crew have definitely taken the rate down. They know that they're in control here. They can react to any of the challenges. You can see just the distances separating the crews as they come down, and well in control here. The crew from Queens, you can see how the low rate is taking them, just paddling them home, but that UCC crew still racing to the line, which is why they've made inroads in on the lead that the Queen's crew had opened up. UL still pushing all the way to the line here, but they're going to run out of water because they will not get that second qualifying spot. And then Sligo and the second Queen's Crew back for 4th and 5th as they run in towards the last few hundred metres here. Impressive stuff here from Queen's. Really in the second half of the race, coming through the halfway mark, they started to open up the lead and continued to move away. They seem quite happy now to let UCC do the running and the run-in towards the finish. You can see the contrasting styles here. It is going to be the UCC Crew who qualify first, just by half a length, but that Queen's Crew really took the foot off the gas there, knowing they had the qualifying spot secured. So it's UCC taking the win. They'll get the slightly better lane ahead of Queen's in second, these two qualifying. And we're going to find out who's going to be joining them really shortly, because the second heat is already underway for the Women's Club 2 Cox 4. This is in lane 2, Cork. Lane 3, University Galway B. Lane 3, UCD A. Lane 4, Trinity B. And lane 5, Trinity A. So those crews will be underway shortly, but congrats and well done. We'll wait for the official results to come in. I'm just checking here. On the men's junior 16 quad, the 3 crews from the A final: Lee, St. Michael's, Methodist. And on the second heat, it is Lochtignoid, Coleraine and Commercial. They're the official results up there. And we'll wait for the official result now of the Women's Club 2 Cox 4. But judging coming over the line there, it was the UCC crew just getting better of the Queen's Crew. Heat 2 already on its way down. 5 crews: Cork, University Galway B, UCD A, Trinity B and Trinity A coming down. And then we'll have Heat 3 already on the stake boats. We saw some footage there. They'll be getting ready to get underway shortly. And tough racing for 5 crews with 2 to come through. And again, the running seems to be done here with the crew from UCD A in lane 3 and then Trinity A in lane 6. So we'll see just the distances now when they come into view, getting that overhead drone shot. So there's quite a difference between the crews here. They open up that lead. That UCD crew, fairly impressive here with Clearwater, that they have ahead of the crews from Trinity and the chasing pack of Cork as well. The Cork crew looking like they are the ones leading the battle for second place in the second qualifying spot, ahead of the crews from Trinity and University of Galway. And just looking at the official result there, it is UCC and Queen's, the 2 crews qualifying. And just need to check the other ones coming in now for Heat 2. So they're really stretched out here, coming in towards the finish for the second heat of the Women's Club 2 event, or Club 4. Not having gone through the time trial, so they're that bit fresher. But we'll see how things fare out. But in control, it is the crew who's done all the running so far. UCD on screen there in the blue and yellow colours. And they've opened up that lead there. The UCD A crew, just checking the crew names here. Alana Dempsey in the Cox's seat, Carrie Savage in bow, Nadia Olivier in 2, Sophie Radigan in 3, and Lenore Church in the stroke seat for UCD A. They are looking good here, coming in full control. I think then it is the crew from Cork maybe in the mix as well, just to see can they get that second qualifying spot. But in full control here, the UCD crew coming in towards the line. They'll keep an eye on the times as well. UCC came through there winning an 8:31.8 with not much pressure. They did race all the way to the line, even though Queen's eased up towards the finish. So UCC 8:31. We'll see what the official time is when this UCD crew comes in and gets in towards the finish. Well in control. And the Cork crew On the far side then, looking good for second place at the moment. The Cork crew made up of Lydia Neff, Isabel Neff, Danny Puspura and Claudia Neff, and Avi Nguara in the Cox's seat. So 3 Neffs and a Puspura in the Cork crew there, looking good to get into second place. Again, we'll just look for that official result there, but UCD looking good, crossing the line ahead of Cork, looking to hopefully join the crews from UCC and Queens in the second heat of the Women's Club Cox 4. So wait for the official result to come in, but just to recap there, UCD crossing the line ahead with Cork. They were the 1 and 2. And again, we'll have a quick look to see how their times fared against the earlier heat, where it was UCC who crossed the line first there in 8:31.8. The third and final heat, before we move into our finals for this afternoon, is underway. And again, 5 boats here racing for 2 qualifying spots. UCDB in lane 2, University of Galway in lane 3, Trinity C in lane 4, Kilmaxon in lane 5, and Skibbereen in lane 6. Quite a difference between the crews here. They're making the way down to the halfway mark, and in lane 2, University Galway A leading this one out ahead of the crews from Skibbereen and this UCD crew as well. A little bit further off the pace than Trinity and Kilmaxon. Just seeing the footage there, you can see some of the crews back in the distance. Kilmaxon off the pace, as indeed are Trinity, the C crew from Trinity. And the drone footage showing us in lane 2 that University Galway A are leading this out, ahead then of the crew from Skibbereen hunting on to second. There's 2 to qualify once again out of these 5 crews, so the crew from Skibbereen looking good at the moment, but within striking distance, the crew from UCG. So let's see how this University of Galway in lane 2, UCDB in lane 1. So very little between them as they make their way down to us. UCD in the mix as well, and can they come up and challenge Skibbereen? So this is the final heat of the Women's Club Coxed 4, with 2 out of these 5 crews to qualify. You can see 2 of the crews off the pace back in the top of your screen. That's Trinity and Kilmaxon. And then out in front in lane 2, in lane 3, it's University Galway and the crew from UCD and Skibbereen pushing on as they come down to the second half of the race. And that Skibbereen crew really motoring here. They're on the left hand side of your screen. I think they're coming up to put some pressure and challenge the leaders from University of Galway. Crew on the inside of Galway, UCD, are trying to go with Skibbereen because they want to get that second qualifying spot. But the crew from University of Galway, impressive stuff from them to come through. Just looking at the times from the previous heat, the UCD crew 8:06, so considerably faster from UCD in the previous heat to UCC's 8:31. So quite a difference there between our 2 winning crews in Heat 1 and Heat 2. Heat 3, University of Galway have done all the running here. Skibbereen have pushed them all the way into the run-in towards the finish. The crew from University College Dublin have done their best to stay in touch, but Skibbereen push on, and they look like they're looking good for the second qualifying spot. The rate's coming right up now as they wind up towards the line. They know the finish line is in sight. And have University of Galway done enough to secure their spot in the final here leading from the first few 100 metres, extending that lead, and as I said, coming down middle of the track, they're able to look at the crews inside and out, Skibbereen and University of Dublin, and see what challenges come in. So they listed it a number of times when Skibbereen got a little bit too close, and it's helped them push on now. So University of Galway looking good to join UCD, Cork, UCC and Queen's into the final. Skibbereen really powering on here and taking the rate right up. There's University of Galway and UCD. They're first and third at the moment, coming in towards the finish. University of Galway looking in full control. The Skibbereen crew on an absolute charge here towards the finish, putting increased pressure with every single stroke. But I think they're going to run out of water. So not like the last race where we saw the crew from Queen's take the foot off the gas and drift over the line to take second. Here it's a race right the way to the line. The crew from University College Galway crossing there, just 3/4 of a length that ends up separating them from Skibbereen. They're the 1 and 2. Impressive stuff there from the University of Galway A crew. Aoife O'Sullivan in the bow seat, Juliet Vinino in 2, Jennifer Hogan, Anna Hickey and Caitlin Fee in the Cox's seat for University of Galway, and a great race from Skibbereen as well, seeing them qualifying. Crew from Skibbereen, Saoirse O'Donnell, Mia Maguire, Sarah Coughlin, Kelly O'Forgy and Nadine Horahan in the Cox's seat, and unlucky there for the crew from University of Dublin, University College, Dublin B crew, not doing enough to secure the third qualifying spot. So wait for the official result to come in and have a look at those times as well. I mentioned the times of the previous ones. UCD in that second race was 8:06, some 20 seconds faster than the UCC crew from the previous heat, so that'll be interesting to see how that fares out when we get down into the final later on today. But we're going to be back shortly with the next race, which is the first of our finals, and we're kicking off the finals with the crews that have gone through the qualifying earlier on, and we have our final of the women's junior 16 quad between St. Michael's, Athlone, Enniskillen, Shandon and Galway. So back shortly with the next race on the programme, race 135, the final of the women's junior 16 fours.
4 p.m. Racing will resume at 4 p.m., races will be running 15 minutes behind time.
So for those of you tuned in from home, we're just taking a little break here. So an update from the organising committee that they're going to use some of the time for athlete recovery, and races will be 15 minutes behind the timetable, so we should be underway just after 4 o'clock. But it's a good way of helping the athletes in the heat here, especially the crews that have gone through the time trials, and the heats are now into the finals as well, so we want to make sure everyone is in pristine condition, ready to row in the finals that we have later on. So we'll be back shortly after 4 o'clock, or around 4 o'clock, with the first of the finals, the women's junior 16 Cox 4, straight in then to the men's intermediate 8 and the women's intermediate 8 races to get us underway in the run-in towards the finals and the first of our afternoon championships to be decided. So back shortly once those athletes recover.
And just getting onto the stake boats now, we have the final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed 4. We're just running about 15 minutes behind schedule, but that's just because we decided to use the regatta committee, I should say, decided to use the 20-minute break in the programme to facilitate athlete recovery because it is quite warm here down in Cork, I will say. So, to get the benefit of all athletes, so when they get back up to the stake boats, they are in flying form, ready to take part in the 10 finals we have lined up here for you in the next hour and a half here at the National Rowing Centre in Inniscarra. Okie dokie, just off the stake boats, as you can see there, it is the final of the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4, race number 135 on your programme. 5 boats in this race. In lane 1, St Michael's. Lane 2, Athlone. Lane 3, Enniskillen. Lane 4, Shandon. And in lane 5, Galway. Look at that for a fabulous shot up the course. You can very distinctly see numbers 1 to 6 on the bridge for which the crews will get in line. The Star Tower sitting in the centre, and of course the crews corralling behind the bridge, getting ready to step up for their races now as they come down towards me here down at the finish. Look at this, there's some drone footage just coming up which is going to appear in your screens around about now. I'm looking at the crew sitting up in lane 3, Enniskillen, and not too far behind them I'm looking at Galway. Now if you can remember back to the heat which had Enniskillen in it only just over an hour ago, Enniskillen absolutely walked their heat. They had time to take the rate down, they preserved energy, and they nearly paddled it across the line essentially in their heat in the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4. Now up with them, I'm going to say about half a length back, is the crew from Galway in lane 5. Enniskillen, who's coxing them, Jessica Thompson, sitting in the cox's seat. She's going to be urging her crew on. They had a very, very convincing lead in their heat. What can they do in the final? Claire Walsh sitting in the stroke seat, backed up by Clodagh Donnelly and Maeve Rolson McCuffle sitting in middle pair, and of course Caitlin Reid sitting in the bow. She is the best seat in the house. She can see everything unfold. But let's have a look at Galway over on the left hand side, over on the far side of your screen. That's your 1 and 2. I'm going to give Enniskillen about half a length over Galway. Maeve Cook, who's sitting in the Cox's seat for the Galway crew, she's going to be giving them updates on this. She's saying, right, we're half a length down on Enniskillen. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully the crew of Ella Courtier, Ciara McCallion, Ciara McMorrow and Emily Boyle are going to respond to the calls of their Cox of Maeve Cook. Now, as we ride up here with the Enniskillen crew, they're starting to extend their lead over the Galway crew, then slightly further back to Shandon, sandwiched in between them, and slightly further back then to Athlone and St Michael's on the right hand side of your screen. Would I have expected Enniskillen to have a slightly larger lead over Galway at this stage of the race? Yes, I'm not going to lie, I would have. But look at this lovely smooth rowing from the Enniskillen crew there at the centre of your screen. Long swing back. And as they're rating quite low, I will say, but that there's a serious amount of power in that Enniskillen boat. They're creeping out to about 3/4 of a length over Galway Rowing Club on the left hand side of your screen. Shandon then sandwiched in between Enniskillen and Galway, sitting in third, and slightly further back again to Athlone and St Michael's. Both Galway and Enniskillen looking like they are using the traditional rigging setup of being rigged from stroke side. We're just riding up there with the crew from St Michael's. They're in lane 1, closest to the camera. They're slightly further off the pace, but let's keep our attention fixed firmly on Enniskillen, who are leading this out without a shadow of a doubt. As I mentioned there a couple of moments ago, they're Enniskillen and Galway using the traditional stroke side rigging, I should say. The person sitting in stroke side is the person sitting in stroke is rowing stroke side, and it works its way back to the person sitting in bow rowing bow side. This may seem obvious, but we saw many renditions of this in the time trials earlier on today. Enniskillen looking to break the elastic band on Galway with their stern and Galway's bow, and it looks to me like that is what they have done, rowing cleanly and smoothly away from the rest of the pack. Jessica Thompson, sitting in the Cox's seat for Enniskillen, will not be able to see the rest of the field sitting behind her. This is something that hopefully the woman sitting in the bow, Caitlin Reid, is keeping her Cox updated on. Yes, we've broken the band on Galway. We're moving out to about 2 lengths lead over Galway. Let's see, can we hold this and can we stamp our authority over the rest of the field? look, just having a look there now with Galway over on the left hand side of your screen. Who is their Cox? Maeve Cook. She's going to see exactly where Enniskillen is. This is something she's going to be informing her crew of. She has every little note in her head where they are, what our moves are, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to come back from Enniskillen in this. Claire Walsh sitting in the stroke sheet. She's setting a very, very strong rhythm for the rest of her crew, selected for international representation for Ireland this summer, and here she is in the Junior 16 Cox 4. Some of these athletes from in the Enniskillen crew also having competed at Henley Royal Regatta only, that would have been about just over 10 days ago at this stage. But yes, look at this Enniskillen, the long swing back coming in from the finish, well broken that elastic band on the Galway Rowing Club crew to their bow side. But Enniskillen coming down towards the line. I have one ear out in the enclosure as I'm talking to you here. The crowd is starting to wind up for the finish, and so are the crews. One of the things that the crews are going to be able to, a couple of things crews are going to be able to know where they are in the course. Yes, they may have a stroke coach. What else are they looking for? They're looking for the yellow markers on either side of the river that will mark 500 metres, 1,000 metres and 1,500 metres. Another thing, it may be less technical, but it's being able to hear the crowd. If you know you can hear the crowd, you're getting close to the National Rowing Centre. That's where the enclosure is, and most importantly, that is where the finish line is. Look at this long strides from this Enniskillen crew. The very distinctive E on the back of their one pieces. They're striding down in towards the finish line. I'm clocking them at about 28 strokes a minute. No doubt some of these girls, if not all, will have more races to get through this weekend. So if they can win this Women's Junior 16 Cox 4 in style, that will be something to add to their it's nearly like a rowing CV, I suppose, at this stage. The Women's Junior 16 Cox 4, a new event here at the Championships for 2026, and Enniskillen looking promising to be the first to put their name on this not Junior 16, not quite championship event, but this is a very, very stylish row from this Enniskillen crew who are looking to mark their name under the very first winners of the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4, dropping the rate again, the stroke woman Claire Walsh. Very stylish row from this young crew. Again, Cox Jessica Thompson urging her crew on, say that we're going to win this in style, we're nearly going to paddle across the line, and this is how dominant we want to be in this event. Galway then, I'm going to say about Clearwater back to Galway, and Shandon then in the middle. They're looking set to take the second and third place finish. That's Galway Rowing Club just up on screen. Cox by Maeve Cook with Emily Boyle sitting in bow, followed by Ciara McMorrow, Ciara McCallion and Ella Courtier sitting in stroke. But where there are absolutely no questions, it is the Enniskillen Royal Boat Club crew sitting in lane 3. What a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Look at this, the crowd is really coming up to the line. Enniskillen Royal Boat Club are going to take the win in the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4. They almost nearly paddle across the line. Handshakes all around for the young Junior 16 crew from Enniskillen. Hand outside of the boat from the Cox. That's a very decent success for Enniskillen as they come across the line. Galway Rowing Club set to just come across the line in second. That will be followed by Shandon in third, and then slightly further back in the field to Athlone and St Michael's. And that will finish out the final of the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4, with the final few crews coming across the line now as we speak. The final of the men's intermediate 8 set to leave the stake boats in the next 2 minutes or so. They're just we can see here on our drone footage, we'll see in a couple of moments time, they're sitting on the stake boats, getting all 4 boats straight in a line, and Richie will take us through this in a couple of moments time. So that was a win for Enniskillen in the Women's Junior 16 Cox 4.
Straight back to the action for our next raid. It is the final of the men's intermediate 8 here, racing for the IARU Challenge Cup. Our defending champions from last year, 2025, went to UCD. Mixed results throughout the season, with University of Galway and Queen's taking wins back at the Uni Champs, Earnhead and also Dublin Met. So a mix of crews that are in here that have had success during the season, and we're checking the first few strokes they've gone through now. Commercial in lane 2, lane 3 is Queen's, lane 4 UCD, and lane 5 at the University of Galway. So 4 crews in the mix here, and just seeing who our early leaders are as they come through the first few 100 metres. Very little between all 4 crews, just waiting for the drone to come up in line, but it looks like the running order so far at the moment. The University of Galway just about, I think, leading ahead of the crew from UCD.
Yes, Richie, this is going to be a very hotly contested race, and as you mentioned there, I'm looking at University of Galway closest to the enclosure. I'm going to give them what looks to me about a quarter of a canvas up on University College Dublin, sitting in lane 4 on the left hand side of your screen, then slightly, I'm going to say about half a length back to Queen's University Belfast, and about 3/4 of a length back to Commercial here on the right hand side of your screen. As we mentioned, University College Dublin, who are sitting in lane 4, are the defending champions. Not necessarily this crew, but University College Dublin are the defending champions of this event. Now, as our camera out on the water begins to catch up with these crews, who am I looking at? I'm looking over at University of Galway out on the far side of the course. They took the win at University Champs back in April. Let's see, do they have anything to say about that? Have they been improving on the carb? This race would suggest that they have, but riding right up with them, it's University College Dublin. They are locked together. There is absolutely plenty of questions to be asked there from University of Galway and University College Dublin. Then I'm going to say half a length back to Queen's University Belfast, who are just second from the right on your screen, and slightly further back then to DULBC. But Richie, from where I'm sitting, this is going to be a very, very interesting race between University of Galway on the left hand side of your screen and UCD then slightly into the left hand side. That's going to be followed by Queen's University Belfast and Commercial then out on the right hand side. If anything, I'm going to give UCD a slight lead over University of Galway as they make their way coming down towards the 1,000 metre mark. But look at this for a race. They are absolutely locked together. The men's intermediate 8, the final, race number 136 on your programme. University College Dublin and University of Galway absolutely locked together. I'm going to give University College Dublin 1 seat up on University of Galway as they make their way down towards us. Then about half a length back to Queen's University Belfast and slightly further back to Commercial. So as they go past here, I'm going to say it's University College Dublin leading 1 seat over University of Galway.
Impressive stuff here, both from the crews from UCD and UCG. Going out at it hard through the early part of the race. University of Galway were the crew leading, but we're seeing a big response there from UCD, as Ella said, coming through the last few 100 metres, and they now look like they have the slightest of leads over University of Galway. Staying with them, impressive rowing from the crew from Queen's, and these 3 are shaking off the Commercial crew up at clear water, back to them back in 4th place, but it's coming down to these 3 crews. I have to say Queen's riding side by side with them there, looking poised. It looked like they'd have another gear change in them as well, and they're letting that tussle go on in the background between UCD and UCG. We mentioned that the University of Galway crew winners of the Champs, but that's all the way back in April, and so much has happened since then. Talking here at Cork Regatta to some of the University of Galway crews, they said they had a really good run-in of training up to the Cork Regatta, and hoping that they could replicate that as well coming into the run into the finish and the championships. We're seeing a response from University of Galway and see them come back and maybe take the lead ahead of that UCD crew, and these 2 pushing on now. They're opening up about 3/4 of a length lead over the crew from Queen's, who need to move now if they're going to get back into the mix. They're coming up into the run into the finish, and they'll run out of water, especially in these big boats in the 8s. They'll run out of water very quickly. It's not like the smaller boats where they can change positions fairly quick. So it's UCD and UCG. I think it's coming down to a 2-boat race here, unless Queen's can really turn on something in the last run into the finish. Riding there nearest to us, it's the crew from the Queen's University, but all the action up the front there, it's the 2 leading crews. UCD, that's the bow of the UCD boat in lane 4, pushing on. And I think the crew from University of Galway have responded well to the challenge that's there. And now we see the University of Galway, they stride out, just coming into the view of the enclosure in the background. And they push on, and it's maybe a 1/3 of a length now. A 1/3 of a length for the University of Galway, leading from UCD into the finish markers. They go, and about 250 metres to go. Timing it to perfection. The UCD crew came up to challenge University of Galway. We saw the response from Galway, and in the run into the finish, have they done enough? Here comes UCD.
Richie, this looks like a repeat of Cork Regatta only 3 short weeks ago. University of Galway seem to be leading University College Dublin by, I'm going to say, about a canvas. Do UCD have a response? Can they respond to the response that University of Galway had for them only a couple of moments ago? University of Galway half a length up on University College Dublin. Some big names in that University of Galway. We have world champions, we have everything in that middle four. Here it comes down to the line. University of Galway are going to take the win in the men's intermediate 8. Splashes of the water from Cox Cuan Friel sitting in the stern of that boat. Celebrations all around, arms in the water. That is something University of Galway are going to remember for a very long time. UCD are going to have to settle for second on this occasion in the men's intermediate 8. Queen's University Belfast coming across in third, and Commercial will finish out the final of the men's intermediate 8. Handshakes all around to Cuan Friel in the Cox's seat and Gerald Nugent sitting in stroke. Let's give you a name check of all 9 of those athletes in the University of Galway crew. As I mentioned, Cuan Friel sitting in the Cox's seat. Starting from the bow, James Hurley, Cathal Monaghan sitting in 2, Donnacha Keeley sitting in 3, Sean Morris in the 4 seat, Donnacha Claffey in 5, Brian Colch in 6, Gerald Mannion in 7, and Gerald Nugent sitting in the stroke seat. What a phenomenal race from University of Galway, and University College Dublin looking like they're going to have to settle for second. The women's intermediate 8 is on the stake boats and getting under starters orders as we speak. We'll catch up with them in a couple of moments' time, but for now, that was a win for University of Galway in the men's intermediate 8.
Straight back to the action now for our next race. It is the final of the women's intermediate 8, a 5-boat race here between Trinity, DULBC in lane 2, UCC in lane 3, UL in lane 4, UCD lane 5, and the only non-college crew, Neptune, in lane 6. They're racing here for the UCD LBC Silver Jubilee Trophy, and the current champions and defending champions are the crew from UCC. Let's see if the crew in lane 3 here will be able to defend that championship. Mixed bag from the results. Earlier on in the season, we saw Neptune winning at Earn Head. We saw Trinity take the win at the University Championships, and most recently also at Cork Regatta. So maybe it's the Trinity crew in lane 2. DULBC are the crew to watch here, but informed crews as well with UCC and UL, and no strangers to the podium over the last number of seasons. So we're underway. The first few strokes have been taken for the women's intermediate 8 to find out who is going to win that UCD LBC Silver Jubilee Trophy. Can UCC make it 2 years in a row? And we'll see when the crews settle off of their start paces. The umpire flat out, as you can see in the background there, to get down and keep up with the pace of these 8th races. The umpire there in the lane along with University of Limerick. Can see the green blades of the crew from UL in lane 4. And very little between the crews as they settle into their race pace. 5 crews contesting it here: Trinity, UCC, UL, UCD and Neptune. I think when we get the drone footage we'll be able to see who our leaders are, winging its way up to pick up this race, as indeed is the side-by-side camera that we have to pick up the crews when it makes their way down towards the first few 100 metres. And loving that side-by-side footage that we get of the leading crews to pick up all of the noise and tension that is out there, especially in these big boats. So the drone just coming up to the first few 100 metres, and they settle into their race pace, just coming through about 500 metres now. The lineup again: Trinity lane 2, UCC lane 3, UL lane 4, UCD in lane 5 and Neptune in lane 6. And I think in lane 1, doing the running, it's going with form here, because the winners are Cork Regatta, Trinity leading it out.
Yes, Richie, Trinity looking like they are in very good form, and let me tell you, I can guarantee you, There's a lot of noise going on up there, about 1,500 metres from where we are here at the National Rowing Centre. Right, let's give you a rundown. It's looking like Trinity are leading, who looks to be UCC, by about a quarter of a length. Then I'm looking at UCD here slightly closer to the camera, and Neptune here at the bottom of the screen. Neptune or UCD looking like they just put on a big push. I'm going to put University College Dublin leading Neptune, leading UCC and Trinity. You could throw a blanket across the two crews on the far side of the course. Trinity on the top of your screen and UCC second from the top. The only crew slightly off the pace being the University of Limerick crew in the centre of the course. I mentioned a couple of moments ago the University College Dublin have put in a push, but who has responded to that? Trinity have responded and UCC have responded. Neptune have drifted back slightly by about half a length. Look at this, Richie. I mean, GULBC, as you mentioned, have been really on form this season. They won a Cork Regatta and indeed the University Champs. However, Neptune were on form at the beginning of the season. They won at Earn 8 back in March. Have they been training away in Dublin? Yes, they most definitely have, because they're up at the business end in the final of the women's intermediate 8s. And as these boats just start to catch up with our camera boat out on the water, and here, look at this for a drone shot. Trinity are locked together with University College Dublin and University College Dublin and UCC there in the centre of the course. As I mentioned before, Neptune drifted back slightly to about 3/4 of a length, and UL then slightly further back off the pace. I'm looking at UCC, who are sitting in lane 3. They seem to have had a response to the move that was put in by University College Dublin here at the bottom of your screen. Look at this, we're riding up here with GULBC, the Trinity ladies crew here closest to our camera. As I mentioned, UCC and then Neptune slightly further back than in the screen. Wow, what a move made from UCC. I'm going to give them I'm going to give them about a canvas over UCD. Very distinctive bright blue blades. Then I'm looking over at DULBC here close to the enclosure, but as they start to make their way down towards us, Richie, it looks to me like UCC in the centre of the course seem to be leading this one out by about half a length.
Yeah, impressive stuff from them over the last few hundred metres, and that tightness that we saw between the 5 crews is starting to stretch out now as they make their way down into the second half of the race. The UCC crew, lovely rhythm in the boat, long powerful strokes, contrasting to the UCD crew, much higher rate, a punchier performance from the crew from UCD, and I think it's these two crews who are now starting to shake off Neptune, Trinity and the UL crew back in 3rd, 4th and 5th. So it's going to come down to these two, and out of the two you have to say that UCC crew are going on with each and every stroke that they're taking, pushing on towards the finish. So impressive from them. A really solid 500 metres sees them move out, and it's UCD now coming under pressure from the Trinity crew. You can see that on screen, UCC leading centre of the course there, and it'll come down to the other two crews. But again, with the 8s racing, you run out of water so quick in the second half of the race. You want to be a lightning finish if you can eat into any kind of lead that has been opened up, especially if there's a bit of clear water. As we see the Trinity crew nearest to us, the UCC crew in the background just scanning the boat there. We should see the bow of the UCD crew just coming into view on the far side there. The cocks of the Trinity crew. Ava Dolan, along with Adelaide Tesreau, multiple championship winner over the last number of years. They'll be trying to get back on terms here. They might have the better of the UCD crew, but this UCC crew really impressive, as we said. Zoe Burke in the Cox's seat, Lauren O'Brien dishing it out in the stroke seat. They push on yet again, and that clean rowing they have, their blade work is exceptional at the catch. They just drop those blades in and drive the boat down, and it's seeing them move on now and open up a clear water lead. So we thought we would have a close race between the leaders of UCD and UCC, but just in the last few hundred, UCC start to wind up towards the line. So impressive here. All eyes then on the crews from Trinity and from UCD for 2nd and 3rd. Back then the Neptune crew in 4th and UL back in 5th, but really impressive here. They wind up towards the line, and this UCC crew have timed up to perfection in the run into the finish.
The crowd are starting to shout here behind me, Richie. That means the crews are getting close to us here at the National Rowing Centre in Enniscarra, County Cork. University College Cork, what a performance from them in that middle thousand. They put in a serious couple of calls from Cox Zoe Burke. She made some calls, her crew responded, and look where that's got them. They're coming into the final 250 metres, and they have clear water over the rest of the field. Who is the rest of the field? Trinity on the top of your picture, and UCD They're your 1, 2, 3 as we come down into the dying stages of this race. UCC, the lady sitting in the bow seat, Avian Horan, she's got a perfect view of this race. She's the best seat in the house, and they're going to cross the line in a couple of moments, all going to plan. Here we go, coming down to the line, Zoe Burke, she has her crew well under control, same as the men's inter 8s. Hands up in the air, University College Cork, they cross the line first in the women's inter 8. That's going to be followed by DULBC sitting in second, University College Dublin grabbing third, and slightly further back then to Neptune and UL, who will close out the field in the women's intermediate 8. However, that was a win for UCC in the women's intermediate 8. They were the defending champions in 2025, and here they are in 2026. They take the win again in the women's intermediate 8. Let's go through a roll call. Zoe Burke sitting in the Cox's seat. Then starting from the bow, Avian Horan, Ellie Mahan, Anne Sheehan, Maeve O'Connell, Kate Reedy, Cleena Nolan sitting in 6, Danielle Winter in 7, and Lauren O'Brien sitting in the stroke seat. What a performance from the University College Cork crew, and that was a win for them in the women's intermediate 8.
So we are getting ready, getting boats attached. We can just see the screenshots there. The next final coming up is the men's senior double sculls. There is some serious pedigree involved in this race. I'll tell you more about that now shortly. These crews are competing for the John Hall Cup. You can see these double sculls connecting there to the stake boats in our aerial shots. There's 5 boats in this race, and within those 5 boats there are 3 Skibbereen crews and 2 University of Galway crews. So definitely some serious internal bragging rights and dressing room competition going on here with just 2 clubs involved in this 5-boat race. So we can see some shots now of them still connecting. In the bar station in lane 2, we have Skibbereen B. In that boat we have brothers Finton and Jake McCarthy. Station number 3, we have Skibbereen A, we have O'Reilly and Mannix.
Back to the action, and on screen we can see the crews just getting ready for the next race, which is the final of the men's senior double. Straight final here, they haven't had to go through qualifying, and we've 5 crews racing here. We've Skibbereen B, Skibbereen A, University of Galway A, University of Galway C, and Skibbereen C. So 2 Galway crews, 3 Skibbereen crews. A host of very familiar names here across all of the entries, but I suppose all eyes will be on Skibbereen B when we have Finton and Jake McCarthy racing together in this race. They'll be racing, all these crews, for the men's senior double. It's the John Hall Cup, and the current champions and defending champions, Finton and Jake McCarthy of Skibbereen, who won this event in 2025. So a lot of different results here. They've raced both internationally and at Cork Regatta as well. We saw O'Reilly and Mannix. The A crew from Skibbereen, they're back. Fiona O'Reilly in the bow seat, Keelan Mannix in the stroke seat. They're racing as Skibbereen A. They will be the winners of Cork Regatta, most recently out, so definitely in the mix as well. And some other familiar names here is Rian Claffey, Zach Megan, Donna Claffey, Martin O'Grady, all in the mix internationally. Multiple championships for them as well. So an absolutely stacked and spicy field we have for the men's senior double for the John Hall Cup on the stake boats, and they'll be underway shortly. We'll see how things pan out. Really exciting race there that we just had in the women's intermediate 8, where it looked so close, but in the last 300-400 readers it stretched out. I think we're going to see a very close race here as well, with so much pedigree and form in the boats here, and the international medalists, multiple medalists as well, and they're looking to add to that collection here with the pots for the men's senior double scull. So we'll shortly see them come under starting orders. When they move up on the slides, they bring their blades up into race position and square them over, and we know that the start is imminent. Just looking at an umpire's launch, looking to get it up close and personal with the crews here, just cutting in and getting into position. Two Skibbereen crews wondering, sorry, what now? I'm wondering, is there a technical issue or anything? Why would the umpire be going in? But it's all okay. Checking there, so the umpire's launch will move off, and we'll get the crews lined up once more. Slight wash off of the launch, but it'll dissipate there before they, if I use some Limerick idioms, if they take tacky down the course shortly when they get underway. 7 races to close out the afternoon programme. The men's senior double, the one on the stake boats there, followed then by the crews that went through that time trial, the men's junior 18 pair. We've got the women's senior double, men's club 4, women's junior 18 single, men's junior 16 quad, and to close out we have the women's club Cox 4 as well. So an amazing day of racing so far. Glad all our technical hitches that we had earlier on are now ironed out, and the team bringing the commentary on site and here through the streaming well set up to carry on over the next 2 days as well. And just the running again, when we go in, we're going to be getting tongue-tied with the Skibbereen and UCG crews, because we've Skibbereen B will be in lane 2, Skibbereen A in lane 3, University of Galway A in lane 4, University of Galway C in lane 5, and Skibbereen in lane 6. So it might be easier to name them by names rather than by crews when they get underway. Great footage, as you can see, the bridge there with Inishkari, the crews. You can, they come up on the left-hand side. There's just a boat gone through the bridge there. There's a quad or a 4 over on the left-hand side, shading themselves from the sun as well, I think. They go up into a set pattern there that they go up and warm up through, and then there are marshals you can see up at the top, and they announce the next coming races, so those races then get into sequence and come down. So we should have the crews from the men's junior 18 pair corralled up there, circling around, poised to get underway. But back to the action here. We're underway now with the men's senior double. As I said, it is Skibbereen B in lane 2, Skibbereen A in lane 3, University Galway A in lane 4, University Galway C in lane 5, and then Skibbereen C in lane 6. And underway and through the first 100 metres or so, and it looks like already Skibbereen B, the crew containing Fintan McCarthy and Jake McCarthy, you might have heard of them before. They look like they've already strided out to a little bit of a lead, and they've taken with them the crew on the inside, Skibbereen A, Fiona Riley and Keelan Mannix. These two look like they're going off to the faster of the starts there, but overlap with the crews from University of Galway, and the only crew really pushed back at the moment, the Skibbereen C crew of Oren Roycroft and Kenneth McCarthy. Little bit of work to do to get back on level terms, but the Galway crews as well in the mix here. Rian Claffey, Zach Megan, Donna Claffey and Martin O'Grady are overlapping with that Skibbereen crew and coming up to challenge. But Ella, no surprise here, the McCarthy brothers leading it out.
Yeah, yes, is anyone really surprised? But look who is giving them a serious run for their money. It is Skibbereen A O'Reilly and Skibbereen A of Fionn O'Reilly and Keelan Mannix. Fionn O'Reilly and Keelan Mannix, you could argue they have been together all season. I mean, they won the Open Double at London Met, and they also won at Cork Regatta a few short weeks ago. So they're a well-drilled crew, and one of the most important things is they know really well how to row together. However, a counterpoint to that, I mean, we have Fintan and Jake McCarthy. They've been on the scene together for countless years, with only last week out at Henley Royal Regatta, competing against some of the best crews in the world. So going through here, I'm going to look at Fintan and Jake on the right hand side of your screen. I'm going to give them about half a length over Fionn O'Reilly and Keelan Mannix. Then where am I looking? I'm looking again to the centre of the course, University of Galway A, Rian Claffey and Zach Megan. Claffey and Megan, I should say, also have some serious pedigree, both from Athlone Boat Club and now both in college in University of Galway. But leading it up at the front of the field, it's Jake McCarthy and Fintan McCarthy. They have Olympic medals, they have world medals, they have world bronze medalists at open weight and at lightweight. And here they are now in the men's senior double at the Irish Rowing Championships, leading their clubmates from Skibbereen A, Fionn O'Reilly and Keelan Mannix, but I'm going to say about a length. Now, have they broken the elastic band between Skibbereen A and Skibbereen B? No, most certainly they have not. Skibbereen A are definitely still in contact with Skibbereen B. Then I'm going to say it's about a length and a half back to the University of Galway crew of Rian Claffey and Zach Megan, and then slightly further back to Michael McGrath, Kieran O'Sullivan of Skibbereen C, or excuse me, of University of Galway C, and Skibbereen C of Oran Roykoff and Kenneth McCarthy. But up here, look at this for a fantastic drone shot at the top of your screen, and now in the centre of your screen is Jake McCarthy sitting in the stroke seat. Fintan McCarthy, his twin brother, sitting in the bow seat in a very, very distinctive yellow Empacker. What a race it is from this double. Could we have a response yet from Fionn O'Reilly and Keelan Mannix? Yes, it's very much still possible. But Richie, as they go through here, to me, it's looking like Fintan and Jake are really leading this one out.
Yeah, a little glance over the shoulder there from Fionn O'Reilly in the bow seat of Skibbereen A, seeing how close he might be to the leading crew from Skibbereen. I think these two doubles combined to race in the quad in Cork Regatta, winning that event and winning it well. But here in the doubles now, it is the McCarthy brothers striding on in full control. Not easy to do on the far side on the lane, listing it out. They are just about a length and a half, I'd say, ahead then of the crew from Skibbereen A, so Fionn O'Reilly, Keelan Mannix, 1-2 for Skibbereen. And it's a similar tale for the two crews from University of Galway. They are side by side. The A and B crew, Rian Claffey, Zach Megan, Donna Claffey and Martin O'Grady. They've separated the brothers there into two separate boats for Galway, and they're battling it out for third and fourth at the moment. The crew from Skibbereen C just off the pace back, but you can see the distance has been opened up here up on screen with the drone footage. The McCarthy brothers stride out and push on about half a length of clear water, in moving out to a length now ahead of Skibbereen 2, and then the crew from the University of Galway coming up to take third place at the moment. So in full control here, the McCarthy brothers. Shout out for Dave Breen, he just texted me he's over in the UK watching and tuning in, so hope everyone at home is enjoying the footage as Dave is recovering from his Henley antics, no doubt, tuning in and watching with envy. I'm sure he'd love to be over here at the National Rowing Centre watching these races here. But it's still the McCarthy brothers, a very familiar sight to us as we see the crews push on towards the line here, certainly not taking the foot off the gas. The fastest time that we have for this crew was, or this race, is the UCC crew back in 2021, 6:20.07. I think that was with a bit of a tailwind. The conditions here not similar to that, so it'll be interesting. We'll check in when the results are finished to see did we come anywhere near that time of 6:20.07, because the O'Donovan brothers are certainly not taking the foot off the gas. Flying down here, and you can see the rowing centre and the crowds in the background as the two Skibbereen crews push on here, but that threat that might have come from the Skibbereen A crew of Fionn O'Reilly and Keelan Mannix might not come into play now, because they're again going to run out of water with more than 2 lengths to make up. It is the McCarthy brothers that power on here towards the win, and they're going to add to their medal haul and pot haul by taking the John Hall Cup for the men's senior double as they run in towards the finish. So impressive, and not too surprising to see the Skibbereen B crew of Fintan and Jake McCarthy lead it out. Skibbereen A at the moment in second place ahead of the two crews from University of Galway.
Yes, and I mean anyone who's really been involved in rowing over the last couple of years will definitely be aware of Jake and Fintan McCarthy. And one of the great things, personally, I think about the Irish Rowing Championships is the race we have coming up next down the stake boats is the men's junior pair. These juniors would have been lining up only a couple of metres ahead of Olympic champion Fintan McCarthy and world bronze medalist Jake McCarthy. Like, this is one of the fantastic things, personally, I think, about the Irish Rowing Championships. And of course, we are all here, whether it be on the live stream or here in the enclosure, watching them win. So this is Fintan and Jake McCarthy. They're going to cross the line as winners of the men's senior double. The Skibbereen A crew. Skibbereen B of Fiona O'Reilly and Keelan Manning's going to have to settle for second on this occasion. The McCarthy brothers, they were defending champions from 2025 and they're going to take it again in 2026. University of Galway A coming down to the line to take third. That's going to be followed by University of Galway C, and the Skibbereen C crew will finish out the final of the men's senior double. So in 2026, the winner of the Irish Championship, the men's senior double scull, will be Fintan and Jake McCarthy of Skibbereen Rowing Club.
And Skibbereen won this event last year, and they're taking the cup back home again to Skibbereen. So well done, congratulations.
Straight back to the action for our next championship final. It is the final of the men's junior 18 pair. The crews came through the time trials earlier on this afternoon into those heats, and now in our final we have a 5-boat race. Unfortunately, the Neptune crew that were scheduled to race in lane 2 did not start, so we have 5 boats here: Shannon A, St Michael's, Closhdignoid, Methodist and Commercial, and the 2 crews winning the earlier heats, Centre Lanes and St Michael's and Closhdignoid A. So the men's pairs underway, and we'll give you all the running and racing when they get underway. Are Thornbury in the bow seat for St Michael's, Evan O'Byrne in the stroke seat, and the Closhdignoid crew, Harvey Solon and Owen O'Connell, they're the 2 for Closhdignoid A centre crews. Winners of this really exciting race last year, the Closhdignoid crew, they had a fantastic win to win the Father Eddie Diffley Cup for the men's junior pair, and I'm sure they'll be looking to make it 2 out of 2 from 25 and 26 as they coming down. Mixed results throughout the season. The schools regatta held the day after Limerick Regatta. We saw Closhdignoid winning at the under 23 pair level. Dublin Met, it was actually the Methodist crew who were in lane 5 that finished in the win there. But most recently at Cork Regatta just a couple of weeks ago, it was the St Michael's crew that took the win. So a lot of informed crews racing here, and we'll see how the early racing goes. And I'm sure it is going to be St Michael's and Closhdignoid looking to dominate as they did through the time trial and through the heats, and establish an early lead here and try to shake off the challenge that's going to come from Shannon, Methodist and Commercial. Hopefully the Neptune crew unfortunately didn't start, so I think there might be a medical issue there. Hope and wish them a speedy recovery, especially if they're in your other boats over the weekend. But the 5 boats that are in this will, I'm sure, put on a show for us. Lane 3, it is the crew from Closhdignoid that are leading it out, and leading it out well. So the St Michael's crew actually back off the pace in 3rd or 4th. So it's Closhdignoid, Methodist. No, I have that wrong. It is the St Michael's crew. You think I'd be able to know them given that it's my club. St Michael's are the crew that are leading it out ahead of the crew from Methodist in 2nd place. Neptune are racing there. Apologies, we got some incorrect information in our pack the Neptune crew are there. So we do have 6 boats racing here. So let me regroup and summarise that race. Not some of my finest work here. St. Michael's leading out the men's junior 18 pair on the right hand side of your screen. In second place at the moment, the Methodist crew in lane 5. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. The Closhignoid crew in the mix in third, and then it's a little bit further back to crews from Commercial and from Neptune and Shannon in third, fourth and fifth. But a dominant display here from St. Michael's. Art Thornbury in the bow seat, winner of a championship last year. Evan O'Byrne, international representation and multiple championship winner with St. Michael's. They have a little bit of clear water, but the Methody crew of Felix O'Gorman and Daniel Crozier pushing along here, along with Closhignoid, we mentioned, winners of the championship last year, trying to get back on level terms. Best of the rest is the Commercial crew nearest the enclosure, ahead then of Neptune and Shannon. But all eyes on the leading crew here, and impressive stuff here from Elliot. Hopefully you've been paying more attention than I have, with St. Michael's leading it out.
Well, Richie, of course, I'm always paying attention, just like you. I learn from the best, I do have to say. But look at this for a commanding lead from the St. Michael's crew. The blue and gold of St. Michael's leading out the men's junior pair. Now, to be honest, I'm quite interested in the race between Closhignoid in lane 4 and Methodist in lane 5 for second and third place. Then, going slightly further back, I'm looking at Neptune in lane 2, and slightly further back then to Shannon and Commercial. But, like you said, Richie, St. Michael's, what a commanding lead over the rest of the field. They've had the most recent win at Cork Regatta, and they're putting that to the test here at the Irish Rowing Championships. Methodist starting to make a slight move over Closhignoid for the minor placings of second and third. Just looking up here with the Shannon crew closest to our camera here, on riding down with the crews, but a commanding lead from the St. Michael's crew. Who is in the St. Michael's crew? As you mentioned, Art Thornbury in the bow and Evan O'Byrne in the stroke. Plenty of international experience between them. They nearly look like they're paddling this final of the men's junior 18 pair. What a performance from them. Again, still keeping a very, very close eye on Closhignoid and Methodist. Methodist looked like they were just making a move over Closhignoid there a couple of moments ago. Are they going to challenge St. Michael's? I think this is unlikely at this stage in the race, and considering the commanding lead they're coming. But look at this, Richie, as they come down towards us here. St. Michael's still have that very commanding lead you mentioned.
Yeah, they're taking that form that they had from the Cork Regatta, where they took the win, and they're striding out here towards the line. This will be a nice comfortable win. Tough racing, we mentioned, for anyone coming through the time trials to have to race 2,000 metres 3 times. They went through those earlier on this afternoon, just came off the water, recovered, went back out and raced the heats, and now back onto the final. So hats off to all the competitors racing in those 3 qualifying races to get into the final here. And we're just watching on screen and riding with the St. Michael's crew, looking in full control here. The Methody crew back in second place, we mentioned. It's the crew Felix O'Gorman and Daniel Crozier from Methody in second. In third place, the Closhignoid A crew, Harvey Sullen and Owen O'Connell. They're the 1, 2 and 3. They've stretched on and pushed on the lead. Then it looks like in second place the Neptune, in lane 2, the Neptune crew look like they are in fourth, getting the better at the moment of the Commercial and Shannon crews. Into the run in towards the finish we go. You can see the enclosure there, and we're just looking at the footage of St. Michael's. Nice powerful rowing from the 2 boys there, in full control. They've taken the rate down. I know they're racing in multiple boats over the weekend, as most of the juniors are. So with a lead like this, it's just a solid steady row in towards the finish. Rock solid, and power in the water is allowing them to continue to move away from the chasing pack, which at the moment has been led by the Methody crew. High rate from Methody. They push on towards the finish. Ahead then of Closhignoid, current holders of the Father Eddie Diffley Cup for the men's junior pairs. They're back in third. You see the Neptune crew in lane 2. They're back in fourth place at the moment, ahead of Commercial and the crew that are there from Shannon as well. But in full control and coming towards the finish, it's going to be St. Michael's. Evan O'Byrne and Art Thornbury, coached by a gang there from St. Michael's. Dave McNamara, Macca, I'm sure will be smiling if he even breaks a smile watching the crew coming in towards. Andy O'Sullivan as well. They've done great work with the boys squad there over the last number of seasons, and they'll be happy with their charges coming in towards the line and coming up towards the finish. It is going to be St. Michael's taking the win in the men's junior pair championship of Ireland, and glance over the shoulder there from Art Thornbury. He knows that finish line is in sight, and just like they did in Cork Regatta, they come out and take the win in the men's pair. A sedate celebration from the two boys, ahead then of Methody back in second place, who put absolutely everything on the line. Very high rate from the crew from Methody. They pushed all the way in towards the finish there, taking second place. A little fist bump between Evan and between Art there to celebrate, taking some water on board and try cool down a little bit. So great win there for St. Michael's, ahead of the crew from Methodist in second. Closhtegnoid back in third, so the championship trophy going the way from Galway City to Limerick, from Closhtegnoid to St. Michael's. And then a little bit further back, the crew from Neptune, Commercial and Shannon closing out in third, fourth and fifth. That was the final of the men's junior 18 pair, a win for St. Michael's.
Lovely run from those men's junior 18 pairs now. Congratulations to St. Michael's, brilliant run from them, and Methodist and Closhtegnoid for their silver and bronze medal too. Next up, we're going to have a very competitive category, the women's senior doubles. We're going to have some big names in this. We'll be seeing the likes of Margaret Farran and Maya Knowles competing, and we'll be back to you shortly once they're off the safe boat.
So slight change to the next run-up. The next race that we have was due to be the women's senior double, but change to the schedule. We're now going to run the next final, which is the final of the men's club Coxed 4. That's the one that's on the stake boats now. So slight change. Anyone tuning in from home, we're on race 141, and we'll come back to the women's senior double shortly. Give you the running order for the men's fours. Shannon in lane 1, UL in lane 2, DUBC A in lane 3, UCC A in lane 4, UCD A in lane 5, Queens A in lane 6. So quite a lot of the university crews racing here. It's just the Shannon crew that are breaking the monopoly of the college crews in the Club 2-4. They already went through the time trials at 12:30 today with a big entry, over 30 crews racing there. Narrowed down through the heats that we had just after 2:30, and now here we are back to close out the men's 2 Cox 4, the men's club Cox 4, between these 6 crews. So again, such tough qualifying, 3 2K races in a block of an afternoon, trying to recover from the sun, but we hope that everyone is primed and ready to go. They're under starting orders. Blades are being squared over. The last few touches are being made to make sure that their bow has been pointed right in. All the made easier when the cocks can see down the track and get a clear run of it, so they know any last minute adjustments that might need to be made. Blades get covered, and then our starter, who I think is TJ for this afternoon session, will get them underway. No better man up at the start. And this event, the men's club Cox 4, defending champions University of Galway, and they're racing here for the Jack Glazier Memorial Trophy. And just looking at some of the results during the year, the Queen's crew were the winners at Ern's Head of the River. That's back in November. At Dublin Med, it was the UCC crew who got the better of UL. And then most recently was the Shannon crew. So Shannon in lane 1, winners of Cork or Gata. And they could be the dark horses here to see who'll qualify. But the faster crews are the winners of the heats earlier on. It was Trinity and UCC in the centre of course. We're underway, so just checking all cleanly off in the first 100 metres. The umpires launch, zooming in behind them to get them underway. And already showing well in lane 2, it's the UL crew. In lane 2 on the right hand side of the screen. Off to a nice quick start, as indeed are the crews from UCD in lane 5. Always interesting to see the techniques for the start. Some go off at a lightning pace and then settle into a race rhythm. If you watch some other of the international races, they go off at a lightning pace and maintain it the whole way down. But we're just watching the crew settle in here, and it looks like in lane 5 the UCD crew now settling into a slight early lead along with the crews from UL and Shannon. So the two local crews from UL and Shannon used to racing and training beside each other out in O'Brien's Bridge in Castleconnell. And they are now racing here side by side. But I think just through the first few 100 metres, UCD looked like the crew in lane 5 leading it out. But I tell you, this is probably the tightest final that we've had so far today, with all 6 crews overlapping by half a length.
Yes, Richie, I agree with you. You could nearly throw a blanket across all 6 crews as they go through the first 500 metres. As you mentioned, University College Dublin, the only crew that's kind of showing any sort of headway at the moment. Where did all these crews come from? They came through time trials, then they went through heats or semi-finals, and now they are here in the final. So in the last couple of hours, this will be their third 2-kilometre race. And what a race this is shaping up to be at these early stages. As you mentioned, University College Dublin, the only crew that's kind of making headway. But as I'm saying that, I'm looking at Trinity sitting in lane 3 and also keeping an eye on Shannon out on the far side of the course. Shannon, of course, as you mentioned, could these be the dark horses? They're the most recent winners at Cork Regatta. I think we need to watch out for them coming up on an outside lane. University College Dublin sitting out in lane 5, opposite sides of the course, and then UCC and Trinity sandwiched in the middle. But let's look back over at Shannon out on the far side of the course. As you mentioned, could these be our dark horses? I think they could be. The only crew slightly dropping off the pace seems to be UL out in lane 2, and all the other 5 boats we could really throw a blanket across them. I'm still looking at Trinity, sitting in lane 3. I'm going to give them half a canvas, if even, over UCC, over UCD and Shannon. That's your 1 to 4 as they come down towards us, approaching the 1,000 metre mark. Yes, I'm looking at the crew, Dublin University Boat Club. Trinity, the A crew they're providing for this event, and I'm now extending this to a full canvas of a lead over the UCC crew, who are sitting in lane 4. Again, keeping a very close eye on Shannon. I'm looking at Trinity, I'm looking at UCC, and I'm looking at Shannon. That's your 1 to 3. Here we are. In a couple of moments' time, we might even get an up-close shot of that Shannon crew. Again, these are coxed events. Most of these coxes, if not all, are going to be sitting in the bow. They're a bow-loaded crew. And look at this. There's the shot we want. Shannon really, really riding up very close with that Trinity crew, who are staying right up, nice in contact with UCC. But Trinity look to be leading this one out. The cox is tucked underneath the bow seat. The Trinity cox is going to be very, very aware of that Shannon crew over to her left hand side. That's the shot we want. It's Trinity from Shannon from UCC as they go away from this point in the race. Richie, what are you seeing here?
Impressive stuff here from the Trinity crew. We've seen them poised up at the first few 100 metres, but I think they're coming into their stride here, but certainly not having it their own way, because we have a strong in-form Shannon crew that we saw up close right beside the camera there in the mix as well, along with UCC. So starting to turn in to these 3 crews pushing on. But I have to say, the tightest race of all that we've seen so far today, because even the crews back in 4th, 5th and 6th not too far off the pace. That overhead shot that we can see on our screens here is just giving a little bit of an advantage to the crew from Trinity. The Trinity A crew made up of Aris Lorkins in the bow seat, Sam Walker in 2, Daniel Tynan in 3, Dara McLeavy in the stroke seat, and Ava Wall doing that important job at the Cox's seat, leading it out at the moment. Within overlap though, that crew from UCC, the crew from UCC, their A crew of Luke Noonan, Finian Mannix Jack Cotter, San Hernan and Noah Giltanen in the Cox's seat there for UCC, and the Shannon crew, Patrick Corley, Fergan Megahan, Killian O'Brien, Alec Ahern and Elise Ford in the Cox's seat. I think these three are now trying to push on, and impressive from UCC just over the last few hundred metres. It sees them move into the lead, and again we saw UCC in the women's intermediate crews. In the women's intermediate 8, they timed it to perfection, coming through with 500 to go to open up the lead and take that championship. And we've seen something similar here. The current champions, University of Galway, not in this race here, so it is going to move to another club. The question is, which of the clubs is it going to be? Shannon on a move, and I think Shannon might have gotten the better of Trinity now. It's coming into a two-boat race here between the UCC crew and the Shannon crew. They've shaken off the other challenge. We need a big response here from Trinity, our early leaders. Are they going to come back into the mix? But looking at the boat speed, they look like a spent force here, because the Shannon crew motoring on, but impressive there from centre of the course, the UCC crew. They continue to move on, and they've maybe got 3/4 of a length over the crew from Shannon in the run in towards the finish. Huge encouragement here. The Shannon crew, winners of the Cork Regatta, coached by Michael O'Callaghan and Dickie Shinners. I'm sure those two guys are roaring and shouting here on the bank to try get the Shannon crew back into the mix as we see them. And the Shannon crew trying to get back on level terms with UCC, but this is impressive from UCC, similar to that women's intermediate 8. Just the last 500, they seem to find another gear that the other crews don't have, and they power on. But response here coming from Shannon. They push on once again in the run in towards the finish, and this Shannon crew are starting to motor. They've taken it up, and they're really going for it here. We see what response we have from the crew from UCC in the run in towards the finish. They've done all the running. Can Shannon get back on level terms? But it looks like UCC might have done enough here in the run into the finish. Powerful rowing from UCC. The crew from Luke Noonan, Finian Mannix, Jack Cotter, Sam Hennon and the Noel Giltanen in the bow seat. I think they might have just done enough to hold off the challenge from Shannon. A great race from them in second place, trying every single stroke to get back in level terms. But finish line is going to be in sight just by half a length. The UCC crew cross the line there. That is a great and emphatic win for them. Really well done. Heartbreak for Shannon. What a spirited performance from them. They really put it up, especially in that last few hundred metres. They tried with every single stroke to come back on UCC, and just half a length separating the two crews in the men's club Cox 4. So the Jack Glazier Memorial Trophy heading the way of UCC, their second championship of the afternoon session, having already won the women's intermediate 8s. So heartiest of congratulations again to the crew there, and our commiserations and condolences to the others, especially that spirited Shannon crew gave absolutely everything in the run in towards the finish. So that was the final of the men's club Cox 4. We're going to revert back in a few minutes to the previous race, but again, just a recap. A great win there for UCC, taking the championship in the men's club Cox 4.
So congratulations to all crews involved in that men's club 4, and we have just 4 races, 4 finals remaining today, so don't go away. 4 races left. We have the women's senior double sculls, we have the women's junior 18 single sculls, men's junior 16 Cox quads, and the final race of the day, the women's club Cox 4s. So 4 more exciting races for you to watch. Full lanes across the course for each of these last 4 races. So don't go away. Be sure to stay
Back to the action we go with reverting back to race 140. The race was delayed and we let off the men's club 4 final instead, but we're back now with the women's senior double straight final here And this is the race that Neptune aren't racing, so we got confused earlier with the notifications that came in. So we have a 4-boat race here between Lee in lane 2, Ban in lane 4, Skibbereen A in lane 5, and Skibbereen B in lane 6. And they're racing here in the women's senior double for the Pater Casey Cup. This wasn't a race last year. There was only one crew entered, and that was previous to that we had Lee Valley were the winners back in 2024. The coast record set under 7 minutes in 2017 by an old Collegians crew. I think Sunita Puspura was in that crew, if my memory serves me correct. Out on the water, and in the drone footage we can see leading this one out in lane 2. It's the crew from Lee, and that is made up of Abby O'Sullivan, and then this little known rower, not sure has anyone ever heard of, Mags Kremen, multiple championship winner, multiple international medal winner, Olympian as well, so winner of the women's single scull last year, is now leading out the women's double. So Abby O'Sullivan in the bow seat, Mags Kremen in the stroke seat for Lee, pushing on and opening up a lead here ahead then of the crew from Skibbereen A. That's Emily Hegarty, back from her exploits over at Henley. Aisling Hayes as well in the crew for that as well. Won the head Henley with Oxford Brooks in the student dates, and Emily Hegarty won the Bridge Challenge Plate with University of London. So they've gone straight from Henley to here racing at the champs, and now seeing a big move coming from that crew from Skibbereen. These two, it looks like now the Skibbereen crew might have gotten the better of the Lee crew. Our early leaders now push back into second, and it is Henley all the way here with the Skibbereen crew now moving into the lead.
Looks like it's going to be a 2-boat race, Richie. We have Olympians, we have world medalists, we have Henley Royal Regatta winners. We have everything to offer here in this race of the women's senior double at the Irish Rowing Championships. Now, let's have a look at them. I'm looking at this Skibbereen crew. I'm going to give them half a length over the League Rowing Club crew. You mentioned the pedigree that is in both of these boats that's on display here at the Irish Rowing Championships. One thing I'm going to note about the Skibbereen crew, both of these athletes predominantly sweeping. They predominantly row with one oar, and here they are competing in the double scull with 2 oars. So I don't know what the terminology is to be able to row both sides, but if someone wants to make up a word for that, work away. Emily Hegarty sitting in the stroke seat leading Aisling Hayes down the course. Let's not forget though about, as Richie mentioned, that little name over in the Lee Rowing Club crew of Mags Kremen, backed up by Abby O'Sullivan in the bow seat. One thing I'm noticing about this Skibbereen crew that we saw a couple of moments ago up on the screen, they're rating at a slightly lower rate of striking that you would see in comparison to maybe other slightly more senior crews. They're rating 33 strokes a minute. Now that's absolutely no joke. 33 strokes a minute is no easy task, let me tell you. But they seem to be able and managing quite well to keep that Lee Rowing Club crew at bay. So Skibbereen on the bottom of your screen, Lee at the top of your screen. Lovely, clean rowing. This is some of the best rowing you're going to come across here, both in the world and at the Irish Rowing Championships. And here we are, riding right up with them, right up close and personal. Lee Rowing Club closest your camera, and Skibbereen on the far side. Mags Kremen sitting on the right hand side there in that Lee Rowing Club crew. What an athlete. She won the mixed double sculls with Fintan McCarthy last year at the Worlds, and here she is racing the women's senior double at the Irish Rowing Championships. But Skibbereen, they're edging this one out. Have they broken the elastic band, Richie? No, they definitely haven't, but look at this. Skibbereen seem to be leading this one out as they lead away from this position.
A very solid 500 metres for them. See them take the lead ahead of the Lee crew, who are the early leaders off of the start as they make their way down in towards the finish. And we mentioned their exploits in Henley, swapping from sculling, or sweep rowing into sculling, and not affecting any boat speed as well, because they seem to be in full control here, powering on towards the line. So it looks like the Pater Casey Cup, which wasn't awarded last year, previously went to Lee Valley in 2024, might be heading the way of Skibbereen. So the double that we had, the men's senior double, which went to Skibbereen earlier on, it might be a double for them as they come in towards the finish. They are in full control here. Lee in second place, and then further back to the crews from Ban and the Skibbereen B crew, and they're down to the last few strokes here, so adding to the haul of wins that they have internationally and at Henley, and multiple championship winners as well. The two crews coming in towards the finish, it is going to be Emily Hegarty crossing the line there in the bow seat, Aisling Hayes in the stroke seat. They take the women's senior double championship of Ireland, the Patrick Casey Cup heading the way of Skibbereen. Our early leaders push back into second place. They're the 1 and 2, and then it's Clearwater back to the 2 crews for third and fourth between Ban and Skibbereen B, just coming in the run in towards the finish now, and it might be the Ban crew leading out ahead of the second Skibbereen crew. There we go, Ban just coming in to close out ahead of Skibbereen B, and that will bring to the end our latest championship win, the women's senior double final, heading the way of Skibbereen. They take the win, and the Patrick Casey Cup heading down to West Cork. So we just about catch our breaths before we run into the last 3 races of day 1 of the championship regatta. Our last 3 races are going to be the women's junior 18 single scull 6-boat race, the crews that went through the time trials into the heats and into the final, followed shortly after by the men's junior 16 Cox quad. Again, 6-boat race coming through the time trials, really tough racing, and then winding things out for day 1. Before we head off into the sunset and get ready for day 2, it is the Women's Club Cox 4, and again, so those 3 races: Women's Junior 18 single, Men's Junior 16 Cox quad, and Women's Club Cox 4, the 3 last races to wind out day 1 of 2026 Irish Rowing Championships.
The course will open for training at 17:45 and will remain open for 1 hour.
Back to the action we go for our third last race of the day. It is the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. They've just left the stake boats. I'll give you the running order. In lane 1, Cork O'Brien. Lane 2, Athlone Rocket. Lane 3, Fermoy Nagel. Lane 4, Shandon Monaghan. Lane 5, Garda McLaughlin. And lane 6, Coleraine Grammar School Deal. The crews racing for the Frank Durkin Cup. And winner of this last year was Methodist, Sophie Young, who was the winner there. We'll see how we get on there. And course record set by Hannah Scott of Ban back in 2017. But again, don't think we're going to see many course recorders coming under threat with the conditions that we have here. See how the early running is being made here in the women's junior single. The two fastest crews through the time trial and into the winner.
So some really, really great talent on display here today. Very competitive category, lots of entries earlier on today.
Rocket of Athlone and McLaughlin Garda looked impressive in the heats as well. So they might be in the mix when we get down towards the second half of the race here. Let's hopefully check in soon and see. We can, our drone is winging its way up to the start, and we see how we're getting on. Once we get that overhead footage, we'll see who our leaders are during the year. Just checking the most recent regatta, Cork regatta, it was Nagel of Fermoy who won that and won that well. So we'll see if it's going to be a rinse and a repeat of the Cork regatta just a couple of weeks ago where Fermoy took that win. Leading it out in lane 3, it looks like the crew Fermoy Nagel, as we said, winner of Cork most recently, and right beside her Shandon Monaghan is the two crews that are starting to open up quite a lead here. Back in third place then at Lone Rocket, there's these three, and then the best of the rest, Coleraine Grammar School Deal nearest the enclosure on the left hand side of the screen, back in fourth place, ahead then of Cork O'Brien and Garda McLaughlin back in fifth and sixth. But it's turning into a two-boat race here, going with form with Fermoy, Shandon at Lone. A little bit of work to do, but could get back into contention here as they settle into their race pace first, coming up to that about halfway mark soon enough. And we'll see just what it is. It's probably just half a length separating these two scullers, which we're getting the side-by-side footage just about to come up onto the crews as well. But doing all the running so far, the winner of the Cork Regatta, it is Nagel of Fermoy. Gabriella Nagel of Fermoy, just about by about a canvas ahead then of Isabel Monaghan of Shandon, back in second place. These are the two leading it out, well ahead of the chasing pack that are there. So impressive stuff here, and Ella, no surprise to see the informed scullers of Fermoy and Shandon battling it out.
Yeah, Richie, it's really the middle lanes are really our main runners and riders here in the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. Now, if my memory serves me well, back in the heats of this event a couple of hours ago, Nagel of Fermoy was really trying to conserve energy, and that's something that she had her eye on this final later on. Not only did she have her eye on it, but she's managed to get herself into lane 3, so she would have had she obviously placed first in that heat. And as you've been talking there, Richie, the gap between Fermoy and Shandon had really narrowed. Now I'm looking at Fermoy Nagel have kind of had a response to Monaghan of Shandon's surge about 30 seconds ago. Then we're looking back slightly further back in the field. I'm looking at the sculler sitting in lane 2 at Lone Rocket. She's kind of sitting comfortably in third. Then I'm looking over to Deal of Coleraine Grammar School sitting in 4th, slightly further back then to Cork O'Brien and Garda McLaughlin. But I'm the two scullers at the front of the field. They're rowing away from the rest of the field, Richie. And look at this, we have a lovely shot here of Fermoy Nagel. She nearly looks like she's almost, okay, she's not paddling down the course, but she looks really at ease here in the single. She's really comfortable. I mentioned something about balance. That's one of the really key things in a single scull. I'm clocking her at about 29-30 strokes a minute, which is quite low for this kind of a race, but she's managed to extend, I'm going to say, just over 3/4 of a length over Shandon Monaghan. That's your 1 and 2. They're really rowing away from the rest of the field. They have a dominant lead over the rest, but it has the elastic band between bow and stern broken between Fermoy and Shandon? Absolutely not. What I mentioned earlier, single scull, it's one of the boats that can change boat speed the quickest. All it takes is one decision, one hard 20, one hard 10, and you can get right up back on terms with the sculler that you're closest to. So yes, Fermoy Nagel, she's been one we've been watching. We mentioned her during the time trials, we mentioned her during the heats, and here she is leading the final of the women's junior 18 single scull. The question I asked earlier, which we didn't have the answer to, was who is the fastest women's junior sculler in all of Ireland, and in the next less than 4 minutes we're going to have an answer to that. And if they've well gone through the 1k mark, it's looking like Fermoy Nagle is going to be the answer to that question, but that's not going to be without a bit of a challenge from Shanda Monaghan. That elastic band I spoke about a few minutes ago, that's now been broken, and Fermoy Nagle looks to be rowing away from Shanda Monaghan as they start to come into the closing stages of this race. But Richie, as they go away from me here, it looks to be like Fermoy Nagle really starting to extend her lead over Shanda Monaghan and indeed the rest of the field.
Yeah, in full control here and mirroring what she did in the Cork Regatta in the last time we saw these crew and these races over this exact course as well. So she'd be very familiar with how that race went, and it's gone with her race plan similar as well to Cork Regatta. So getting out to the lead, coming out the halfway mark and extending the lead in the run into the finish. Powerful rowing from the Fermoy sculler Gabrielle Nagle, who pushes on, able to react to any challenge that might come her way, but she's in full control here. The challenge that we thought might have come from Isabel from Shandon, not showing here. Isabel Monaghan, no stranger as well to the podium and wins over the last number of seasons. Sarah Rocket of Athlone, the rest in third at the moment, but some way off. We're just seeing Sarah Rocket there. That's footage of her and the crew from Shandon. Isabel Monaghan, they're the 1 and 2. Well ahead of them, though, is our leader, the Fermoy sculler. So the championship for the women's junior scull, heading from Methodist. Sophia Young winning it last year. Now it looks like it's heading the way of Fermoy to get them back on the podium and back to their winning ways. Pushing on here, she continues to move away from the chasing pack, so well established in that lead and winding up towards the line, the run in towards the finish. Huge encouragement here all day, from the time trials right through to this morning's session, and all afternoon everyone braving the sun and the factor 50 as they're out here encouraging the crews home. And the women's junior single, tough racing coming through that time trial, coming through the heats earlier on. This is their third 2K race of today as they come in towards the finish, and impressive stuff here from Gabrielle Nagle of Fermoy, pushing on once again in full control, and I'm sure she'll be looking to move up from junior and take on some of the scouts of the intermediate club racing next year. But the task at hand is to win the women's junior single, Frank Durkin Cup, which is on offer, and she's doing this in style. She was the fastest crew coming out of the time trials earlier on, early this afternoon, won her heat coming through, and now powers on towards the finish. And Ella was saying there about how important it is for balance in the single and small boats. She's absolutely rock solid coming down the track here in lane 3. Impressive stuff here to take the win. And the best of the rest, we said, was Isabel Monaghan of Shandon in second place, ahead then of the crew from Sarah Rocket of Athlone. But last few strokes here, and the Championship of Ireland in the women's junior single scull, the Frank Durkin Cup, heading the way of Fermoy. She's taking her last few strokes to come in and cross the line and take the win there, ahead of Shandon in second place. So quite a distance between each of the crews here. We thought they'd be bunched up a lot tighter coming through the time trials and into the heats as well. But our last few strokes, and it is Nagle of Fermoy taking the Championship of Ireland, and taking it in some style. Jubilant celebrations there, rattling the oars, and off go the sunglasses, catch the breath, and really good win there for Fermoy. Ahead of Shandon in second place, they're the 1 and 2. It's Athlone that's going to come in to take that third spot, 1, 2 and 3, and then some way back to the Coleraine Grammar School sculler Garda and Cork to close out that race. Just finish line coming up there for Sarah Rocket of Athlone. Very tough racing, as we said, coming through 3 different races. Watching Isabel Monaghan there of Shandon putting the legs in to cool down as she catches her breath. These 3 scullers through, and then the chasing pack just coming in now. Cork O'Brien and Garda McLaughlin and Coleraine. So Coleraine, a bit of celebration there, 4th overall for Daisy Deal of Coleraine. She seems happy with that. Ahead then of Garda McLaughlin and Cork O'Brien. And was Cork O'Brien just getting in there in 5th place ahead of McLaughlin Garda. So that close out the women's junior 18 single scull, and we're down now to 2 more races. So congratulations again there. Dominant display. Nagle of Fermoy taking the win in the women's junior 18 single. Back to the course we go for our second last race of the day. I'll be honest, it feels like 2 o'clock in the morning. We've been here for so long, but down to the last two races. The men's junior 16 Cox squad, and the women's club 4 Coxed as well. Running slightly behind schedule, but that was done to make sure all of the athletes had plenty of time to recover in between the races. So sort of shortly underway, but you can see the footage there. The last crew from the crew from Methodist just about to make the turn and come back onto the stake boat. So we'll give you the running order for the final of the men's junior 16 Cox squad. Methodist in lane 1. They're the crew on screen, just backing up onto the start. Hopefully they're doing so on time and don't get any traffic violations. But in second lane, in the green colours there, in the stern loader, unusual to see, it is Coleraine Grammar School in lane 2, Lee in lane 3, Closhignoid A in lane 4, St Michael's A in lane 5, and Commercial in lane 6. So we'll just wait for those crews to line up and get into their starting positions. I'm sure the starter will get them off fairly lively to try and make up some of the time there in the men's junior 16 Cox quad. And in the background, I can see on the footage that we have there, the crews for the women's club Cox 4 are corralling, and I can see some of them actually under the bridge in the shade. That's a great idea to keep out of the sun. So the only shade that's up there is in under the bridge, so clever use of the shade there for the guys. Just seen Methodist trying to swing their bow back in to get on the stake boats here, and all the crews just touching up a little bit to make sure they're level. But Methodist seem to have been a little bit of a problem there. They're pointed diagonally over, so hopefully the starter will give them direction there, and the Cox will be able to help them, of course, as well to get back. And the other crews poised, ready to go. Coleraine, Lee, Closh, St Michael's sitting there, waiting for the crews from Methodist to line up. There's the St Michael's crew in the centre of the course. 2 wins for St Michael's so far in the pairs races. And the St Michael's A crew in lane 5, and beside them we have the Commercial crew. And now we can see Closhignoid there in lane 4, just levelling up. Beside them the crew from Lee in the red colours. So underway, there we go, the first few strokes being taken in our second last race, day 1 of the 2026 Irish Rowing Championships. It's the final of the men's junior 16 Cox quad. The running order once again: Methodist in lane 1, Coleraine in lane 2, Lee in lane 3, Closhignoid in lane 4, St Michael's in lane 5, and Commercial in lane 6. Underway they go, and it's lane 3. It looks like the Lee crew are opening up a little bit of a lead. We can see from the drone footage there, Lee looking like they're opening up a lead already through the first few 100 metres. They were super impressive in the time trials and also in the heats that we saw, rowing with style and confidence at junior 16 level, and they opened up the early lead here coming through the first few 100. Going with them on their inside, Coleraine, and on the outside, Closhignoid. They look like the 3 leading crews, and just a little bit further off the pace, the crew from St Michael's, and on the outside lanes, Commercial and Methodist. Also all overlapping. Beautiful drone footage there with a chevron being laid out by lane 3, the Lee crew, and they're opening up here, Ella, through the first few 100 metres. They're almost a 1-length lead.
Richie, if you were to take a picture of what the idea of racing the main crews in lane 3, your fastest crew, this is exactly the picture that you want. The crew in lane 3, Lee, they're leading this one out, and going dead level either side of them is Closhignoid and Coleraine Grammar School. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they go through the first couple of stages of this race. Now, Cork Regatta 3 weeks ago, Lee took the win in this event, and they're currently leading the rest of the field by, I'm going to say, about 3/4 of a length. So look at this, as they look at this fabulous drone footage, which will be up in a couple of minutes, and of course the bridge in the background. Lee have
Stick with us and cheer on these athletes.
going to give Lee a length over Closhignoid, who have about a canvas over Coleraine Grammar School. Then who am I looking at? I'm looking at Methodist out on the far side of the course, followed by St Michael's and Commercial. But that's the crews as they go through here, and I'll refer back to the time trial results. Lee had 8 seconds over Colostic Knowledge, and then you file in the rest of the crews. But Lee were 8 seconds in the time trial ahead of any other crew in this event. What a dominant display of rowing from this young Lee crew. As they go through, approaching the 1,000 metre mark, Eva Goodwin sitting in the cox's seat. She cannot see the rest of the chasing pack, but do you know who can? Max Power sitting in the bow seat. He's going to be keeping his cox well informed that the crews either side of them, Coleraine Grammar School in lane 2 and Colostic Knowledge in lane 4, who they need to be, I'm not going to say worried about, they need to be mindful of them. They're right on their stern, they're there, they're not going anywhere. And look at this for a fantastic drone shot. They've just managed to, they're starting to break that elastic band between Colostic Knowledge, who are on in lane 4. They're still sitting in second. Then I'm looking at Coleraine still sitting in third, and then who am I looking at? I'm looking at the crew in lane 5 of St. Michael's. That's your 1 to 4, followed by Methodist and Commercial in the outside lanes. But Lee maintaining this lead. Colostic Knowledge starting to make inroads into Colostic Knowledge starting to make inroads into Coleraine Grammar School for the minor placings of second and third. But I don't think there's many questions to be asked about where Lee are sitting in this field. They got lane 3, centre lane in the final. Now they have a length and a half lead over the rest of the field. The man sitting in the stroke seat, Tygo Sullivan, he's setting a nice high rate of tempo for the rest of his crew. The very, very strong middle pair of Luke McGrath and Henricus Janison, as Richie mentioned earlier, a name we're familiar with from the indoors. He's a really good unit to have in the centre of your boat, churning out some massive watts of power. And look at this, they're nearly coming out to about a 2-length lead over Colostic Knowledge in lane 4. Coleraine Grammar School still sitting in third, but not without challenge coming from the crew in lane 5 of St. Michael's. That's your 1 to 4, and then we're slightly further back to Commercial and Methodist. But Lee Rowing Club, there are no questions being asked of this young junior 16 crew. Could we see this crew return next year for junior 18? Potentially, but where attention is fixed firmly in 2026, it is in the junior 16 coxed quad. As I mentioned, 8 seconds ahead of the rest of the field in the time trial. And look at this for tidy rowing from this young Lee crew. If you told me they were junior 18s, I would fully believe you. They're rowing very, very cleanly. So Richie, as they come down towards the finish line, it's still Lee leading it out by about 2 lengths.
They're leading it out, and I have to say the ideal rowing name is the man in the bow seat, Max Power, leading it out there from the bow seat. I can see him glancing over left and right, and I think he's keeping Ava in the Cox's seat updated just where they are position-wise, and they're in full control of the race here. Max and Ava being backed up by Henricus, Luca and Tig in the middle of the boat there, and they push on again and open up that Clearwater lead in first place. In second then, it is the crew from Colostic Knowledge. The crew in second at the moment. You can see them top of the screen there. They're holding off the challenge that is coming from Coleraine that we see in the green and red colours. St. Michael's back in fourth place at the moment. Then further back to the crews from Methody and from Commercial in fifth and sixth. It's stretched out with Clearwater from first to sixth here coming into the run into the finish. But really powerful stuff here. Ella was mentioning you would be forgiven for mistaking this crew for junior 18 crew. Such is the power that the crew from Lee are dishing out here in the race for the men's junior 16 Cox quad, comfortably coming through that time trial event, and then coming through the heats as well. And it's shown with form here. The previous winners of the event here in 2025, Methodist back at the moment in fifth place, holding off Commercial in sixth, it looks like. But no doubt about the leaders here. And on screen there's the boathouse and the enclosure coming into view. But look at the amount of clear water that the crew from Lee have done. They took the win in Cork Regatta as well, so definitely going with form. We're seeing a lot of the crews that took the win in Cork Regatta just a couple of weeks ago coming and bringing that form into the championship race here as well. As they wind up towards the line, there's still about 150 metres to go, but it's Lee leading out. The crew from Colostic Knowledge not able to keep the pace of the Lee crew over the second half and the second 1,000 of this race here, and the Lee crew push on again. They're certainly not easing up. They're putting a show on for us here, and if anything, as Ella said, we might see them dominate in. I wonder, are they racing again in the junior 18 quad later on this weekend? We must have a look and see how they're doing. But really fantastic rowing here from the crew, being spurred on. But Ava Goodwin in the Cox's seat, she is going to be the first person home here in the men's junior 16 Cox quad, because Lee power on towards the line and they cross the line, taking the win in a very stylish way there. Huge celebrations. And coming out there, the Lee crew taking the win, dominating the time trial, dominating the heats as well, and now they run away with that final. Ahead of Closhignoid in second place, Coleraine Grammar School in third, ahead then of the crews from St. Michael's and from Methodist and Commercial to close it out. So dominant display there in our second last race of the day, and coming through those tough qualifiers. A great win there for lane 3, the crew from Lee. Max Power in the bow seat, Henricus Yannick Onus in 2, Luca McGrath in 3, Tygo Sullivan in stroke, and the most important person in the boat, keeping them all in check, Ava Goodwin, first crossing the line there, the Cox of Lee.
Cox fours, and it's a full stacked 6 lanes, so stay right there, and we can see them on the screen. I'll hand over to Jenny, and they're away from the stake boats already. Last race of the day. Let's cheer them on when they get in within earshot.
Just kicking off for the last.
So back to the last race of the day on day 1 of the 2026 Irish Rowing Championships, and we're winding things out with another of these crews that have gone through the time trial and gone through heats and now racing for the 3rd time this afternoon. The Women's Club Coxed 4. The running order in lane 1, Cork; in lane 2, Galway A; in lane 3, University Galway A, sorry; in lane 3, UCC; in lane 4, UCD A; lane 5, Queens; and lane 6, Skibbereen. So 4 university crews are the centre lanes, and on the outside then Cork and Skibbereen bringing in the complete lineup for the Women's Club Coxed 4. The faster crews, UCC and UCD, centre lanes in lanes 3 and 4, both through the time trials and also in the qualifying as well, so we'll expect them to do the running. But it looks like lane 2, University Galway A, also well underway here and in the mix, but UCD and Queens could be the leading crews for the Women's Club 4. The racing for the UL Ladies Plate. UCD are defending champions, and quite a mix of wins over the season. We had St. Michael's winning at Erne, and at Cork Regatta it was actually the Trinity crew who aren't featured here in the final. So it's all to play for here as they come down towards us. But looking like lane 3, UCC, and lane 4, UCD are the crews that are in the mix there. Just trying to get the drone footage to see lane 4. Sorry, it's UCD and the Queen's crew. So it's UCD and Queen's. Lanes 4 and lane 5 is where the action is in our last race of the day. Also in shout there is the crew in lane 2, University Galway. Just further off.
Not much between all the boats, so only half a boat in between the first and second position, and a boat in between second and third. So it's still anyone's race.
Down here, but impressive stuff here so far from lane 4. UCD looking to maintain the win that they had, winning that UL Ladies Plate for the Women's Club Cox 4 last year. They're leading it out 3/4 of a length ahead of the Queen's crew. Queen's really on a charge over the last number of seasons, and see them overlapping here. 3/4 of a length is what separates them, and they're starting to inch out a little bit of a lead and a little bit of clear water over Galway back in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, UCD, what a stronghold for Irish rowing in terms of the men's and the women's sweep crews. We've seen them. You talk about inter rates, you talk about senior rates, pairs, fours, everything you can think of. University College Dublin have made inroads into this event, and here they are in the Women's Club 4 in the final in lane 4, and they're leading this one out. I'm going to give them a length over Queen's University Belfast, sitting slightly closer slightly closer to the bottom of your screen in lane 5. I was hopeful for University of Galway at that start. They seem to come off the start nice and fast, but to be honest I think they've drifted back a bit. I'm looking at University College Dublin and Queen's University Belfast seem to be doing the front running for this race. Saw slight splashes coming off the University College Dublin boat there a second ago. Hasn't disrupted their rhythm overly. They're doing very, very well. They're coxed as usual. Well, I was going to say as usual, but that's actually incorrect. Most of the boats, yes, they're coxed from the bow, and it's no different here to the University College Dublin crew. As usual, the woman in the bow seat has the best seat in the house in this particular UCD boat. The woman sitting in the cox's seat of this A crew, Alana Dempsey, she's going to be the first person. She's the one person in this race who's sitting the closest to the finish line, for want of a better word. And the woman sitting in the bow seat, Carrie Savage. She's going to be keeping her Cox in form. University College Dublin really starting to lengthen out their lead over Queen's University Belfast. University Galway still sitting in third, not without a little bit of a challenge coming from Skibbereen for the minor placings of third and fourth. And slightly further back then to Cork on the far side of the enclosure, followed by UCC. That's the running order as they go through this point in the race. But University College Dublin, what a stronghold for men's and women's sweep on the island of Ireland. They're very, very dominant in a lot of these races. University of Galway have had success in this event in the past, but University College Dublin are the defending champions from 2025, and they look in good shape as they go through this particular point in the race to maintain that. But anything could happen. It's a women's club 4. Yes, it's Cox. That's one great thing for these rowers. They don't have to worry about steering anything with their foot. Their Cox has everything in control. She's calling the shots, especially the Cox and the UCD crew. Alana Dempsey, she's been backed up by Carrie Savage, who's sitting in the bow seat, with Leonor Church sitting in the stroke seat. And the powerhouse of the middle pair of Nadia Oliveira and Sophie Rattigan. That's the run of the UCD crew, who to me look like they have about 2 lengths lead over Queen's University Belfast A as they go through this point in the race. Now, they look, in fairness, they're looking like a very, very clean crew. Slight headwind on the course at the minute, not enough to ruffle the feathers of any of these crews at club level. They're well used to rowing in rough water, whether it be in Blessington, whether it be on the Lagan, or in here in Enniscarrow, wherever it might be. This type of water will not faze them. It's pretty much as close as we're going to get to perfect rowing conditions. But UCD, what a dominant display from them. Do Queen's University Belfast have anything to say about it? Yes, they do, but can they get back in contention? I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. But for now, it's University College Dublin who are sitting in lane 4, Richie. They're leading this one out, and I don't know if they're going to be touched as we come into the last third of this race.
Yeah, impressive stuff here to dominate the race in the women's club Cox 4. They come in the running towards the finish in the next championship here, the UL Ladies Plate. UCD, the winners of it last year, and it looks like it is heading the way of UCD again here. They're A crew in lane 4, leading it out, and over the last few hundred metres they've strided out to even more of a lead of Clearwater ahead of the chasing pack. The Queen's crew doing quite well in second place, put it up to them into the first half of the race, but not able to maintain the speed that is coming from that UCD crew. The UCD A crew we mentioned in the bow seat, Carrie Savage, Nadia Oliveira in the 2 seat, Sophie Rattigan in 3, Lenore Church in the stroke seat, and Alana Dempsey, very experienced Cox, in the Cox's seat, bringing this crew home. They're well ahead and in the run in towards the finish, and not taking the foot off the gas at all there. They power on in towards the finish and rowing really, really well, the UCD crew. Ahead then of Queen's in second, University Galway back in third, as well as the crew from Skibbereen holding on to fourth place. Ahead then of the crews from UCC and University second crew. But finish line's going to be in sight. They're winding up. Huge encouragement here for our last race of the day in the glistening sunshine and the slight breeze that we have for UCD as they come in. They wind for the line, just 2 strokes left. They're going to take the Women's Club Cox 4 UL Ladies Plate Trophy, and huge celebrations there from the crew. They dominated, especially the second half of the race there. Alana Dempsey in the Cox's seat, Carrie Savage in bow, Nadia Oliveira in 2, Sophie Rattigan in 3, and Lenore Church in the stroke seat, crossing the line ahead of the crews then from NUIG, Queen's University, University Galway, the crew from Skibbereen, Cork and UCC closing it out to wind out the racing today. So quite a mix. We've seen championships go all directions of the island over this morning's session and today's session as well. Toughest of racing conditions for the crews coming through the time trials, heats and finals. Some of the other crews coming through semi-final or direct into finals as well. But a great way to kick off 3 days of racing here with day 1 of the Irish Rowing Championships. Apologies again to anyone who tuned in this morning. We got the time trial events up and running, but then ran into issues where the streaming went down. We have fired up absolutely everything here, so we're sure we'll bring you the show tomorrow when we're back online for day 2. And just here on site, the captain's meeting is going to be taking place, the declarations for day 2, then we lock down the entries for tomorrow, and then we'll regroup rehydrate, and we'll be back first thing in the morning to bring you all of the action in day 2. Once again, if you're tuned in from home, we'd love to hear who you're supporting, who you're tuning in to watch as well. So be sure to use the hashtag #WeAreRowingIreland, tag Rowing Ireland as well on any of the socials, and they'll be sure to send it out. It's always great for the crews that are down here. Many of them hasn't seen their loved ones or family in a long time with all the training camps that are going on, so they'll like to see all of that as well. That's support that's coming from home. And for those on site here, they'll head off now into the sunset, rehydrate as I said, and regroup for tomorrow. And we'll be back first thing tomorrow morning again with time trials to get underway tomorrow morning, and check out all of the details that are on the Rowing Ireland event page. We're back at 7:30. We'll be online about 10 minutes before that to introduce the events, kicking off tomorrow with the time trial for the women's junior 18 double. Then we'll have the men's intermediate single, the women's junior 16 double T time trial events, and then just after 9 o'clock we're back with the heats of the men's junior 18 quad event. Very tough racing in the men's junior 18 quad. 3 heats, 6 crews in each heat, and just through to qualify from there to give us our 6 boats. So that's going to be a humdinger tomorrow. Once we get those time trials out of the way and find out who are going into the heats, we get underway with the men's junior 18 quads. So I hope you enjoyed the footage that we have here today. Huge thank you to all of the volunteers on site and our streaming partners here, Upshot, for the support in getting the sound and vision out. And hope everyone recovers well here on site. And we'll be back online just before 7:30 a.m. tomorrow to bring you all the action for those time trials of day 2 at the Irish Rowing Championships 2026.